Maris, the Brotherhood Files. Written by Isaiyan Morrison. Chapter 1. 1897, London. So this is the one, huh? It's really her, isn't it? Are we going to keep her? I didn't want to open my eyes to their voices. I felt more comfortable staring into the darkness. My body had changed, and for the first time in my life, I felt alive. Troubles persisted as I tried to remember what occurred days ago. I knew my name, Maris, and that my mother worked as a prostitute in a famous brothel located. Every thought about my mother started off the same. She tried to abort her pregnancy because it interfered with her job. After my birth, she kept me locked up in the corner of the room in the solid brass baby cradle that one of her clients gave her as payment. She tended to me as least as she could, and when I was old enough to walk and understand what exactly was going on, she locked me inside her closet where I remained until sunrise. With her death from cholera a year ago, I found myself forced to earn my way. I had only two options: follow in her footsteps or leave the whorehouse to fend for myself. I pissed myself at the thought of trying to survive out there, in the world, all alone. At least I knew that I would have 2 hot meals, my mother's old ragged bed, and a room of my own if I stayed. I made a promise to myself. I would take over my mother's client list. I would stay as long as I had to. I would save up as much money as I could and eventually leave for greener pastures. I struggled, though, as the years passed. Some of her clients enjoyed me, while others couldn't handle the fact that I, a post-puberty teenager, would submit myself to that line of work. But I did, and there were nights that I wished I hadn't. I had reached the midpoint of my savings goal when my life changed forever. I was almost there. I almost made it. One night, 3 large men with sharp teeth stormed into my room. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted with me. One of them grabbed me by the shoulders and pushed me violently against the wall, demanding that I tell him my name. When I answered his question with a question of my own, he smacked me, slicing the left side of my face. That was when things began to go from scary to downright crazy. He placed his mouth over my opened flesh and began to suck the blood from my wound. That was the last thing I remembered before I blacked out and awoke to 3 individuals, 2 females and 1 male, standing over me. My stomach felt on fire, becoming unbearable to the point that I snapped back into reality and finally opened my eyes, pleading for their help. Both females looked exactly alike. Caramel-coloured skin and short, dark hair, except that one stood taller than the other. The male, dressed in a white shirt tucked into his brown trousers, had short brown hair and a small brown cap. He leaned in close to me and touched my face. His fingers were as cold as ice. I sat up and slid my body along the wooden floorboards to get away from them. A weird, sweet aroma filtrated through my nose, and I placed my hand over it, unsure what to think. "She's beautiful." The male reached out his hand to me. "Beautiful? Hardly." "I'm not going to hurt you." He reinforced his position by pushing his hand further into my face. Laggardly, I took it and he helped me to my feet. My eyes wandered over the dark room, sluggishly lit by a candle on top of a wooden dresser. The body of a female lay on the floor next to a dingy, unmade bed. The sweet aroma I smelled came from that direction, and without thinking I moved toward it, finding that my body slouched slightly in a full-blown hunting stance. When I reached the body, I immediately recognized her. Samantha. It didn't look like my best friend whom I'd known for a few years. She had 2 puncture wounds on the left side of her neck. Her eyelids fluttered. I heard something else, a cadence noise that didn't match that of her breathing. I called out her name again, and this time she managed to open her eyes. Upon seeing my face, a weak smile appeared on her own, and she lifted her hand to touch the scar on my left cheek. I heard footsteps behind me, and quickly her smile disappeared, replaced by a look of fear. The male grabbed my arm to pull me away from her, but I didn't want to go with him. I shook his hand off me, and something inside me told me to strike. I made a fist with my right hand and I punched, hitting him across the face. The blow pushed him back into the air and onto the floor. My strength surprised me. I wasn't a fighter. I'd never punched anyone or anything before. I could barely get the males off of me when they came for their daily service. I stared at my hand as if it weren't my own, and I turned back to Samantha, who looked back at me in horror. "Your eyes, Maris, your eyes!" I rubbed my eye, thinking that she referred to an object on my face, but I didn't find anything. I didn't understand why she would look at me in such a way. She began to crawl away from me, screaming, "Get away from me, demon!" Demon? I didn't see any demon around me. I didn't believe in those religious figures or anything having to do with Christianity in general. The male I'd punched stood to his feet and laughed. His eyes had the colour of charcoal, and 2 pointed fangs extended from his mouth. He was the demon. I moved back and heard a deeper, more mature female voice coming from the other room, signalling for us to stop. Immediately the boy's eyes reverted to brown, and his sharp teeth withdrew back into his mouth. An older adult woman stood in the doorway with her hands straight to her sides. Initially I thought she was their mother, which also made her a demon, but something else startled me about her, something that I couldn't explain. I felt nothing but joy and a sense that I was safe. I stared at her long dark hair and big brown eyes. Her stained red lips were slightly parted, and she wore a beautiful dark blue two-piece, full-button jacket, complete with an overskirt skirt, bustled at the rear. A feeling of protectiveness, that I had to somehow accept her dominance over me, submerged my thoughts. I didn't fear her. I wanted to be near her. I felt like I belonged with her. "Don't be scared, Maris." The woman walked forward, and she looked immediately to the male and the 2 females. "You've met my children. This is Finley." She pointed to the boy. "This is Branda." She pointed to the taller girl. "And this is her twin sister Brandy." She pointed to the remaining girl. She then pointed to herself. "I'm Anastasia." She extended out her arms to me, waiting for me to embrace her. Instead, I had questions and concerns for Samantha. "What did you do to her?" I asked. "In due time," Anastasia replied. "First you have to make your eyes change back and retract your teeth." I didn't know what she meant by that, until Finley left the room and returned with a hand mirror. He held it in front of my face, and I suddenly knew why Samantha had become so afraid of me. My eyes were black, just like Finley's eyes had been moments ago. 2 medium-length fangs protruded from my gums, hiding my human canines. I also noticed the long, jagged scar on my left cheek, reminding me of the attack back at the brothel. "What's happening to me?" I searched my face and touched my fangs. They were extremely sharp. "What did you do to me?" I asked her. "I saved you from the vampires." "Vampires?" I stared long and hard at myself. Am I a vampire? I didn't want to believe what stared back at me in the mirror. Why had this happened to me? What happened to me to make me look so different? "No, I made sure of that," she said. "You must be starving now." She walked over to me. "Eat." She forced me to turn back around and face Samantha. I felt Anastasia place her head on my shoulder and a voice penetrated my thoughts. "Drink her blood." Any other day, I would have run for my life away from these new people. Drinking blood wasn't normal. Part of me knew it wasn't right, but another part of me wanted to gorge. No longer did I see Samantha. I saw a body, full of blood, waiting to be taken. I hungered for it. I craved it. I wanted it more than ever. Immediately, I was on top of her with my teeth embedded into her neck. I felt the warm blood oozing down my throat, squeezing at my desires, making me want more. Samantha tried to scream, but instinctively, I knew to cover her mouth with my other hand. I heard the patterned bumps echoing from her chest beginning to slow until I couldn't hear them anymore. I continued, drinking until I felt full, but I still wanted more. That's when Anastasia pulled me away. "She's dead," she said. I felt the warm liquid dripping from the corners of my mouth, and I looked at my blood-covered hands. If I'm not a vampire, then what am I? I looked over my shoulder at Anastasia, hoping she would answer. "She is beautiful," Anastasia said, acknowledging Finley's previous statement. "What am I?" I slowly repeated. "You're one of us, Maris," she finally replied. "Ramanga Deamhan." Chapter 2. My first night as a Ramanga. That night, with my belly full, Anastasia revealed to me everything I needed to know about my new life. She explained in explicit detail how she stood across from the brothel every night for 2 weeks, secretly watching me. She saw me perform and cater to sex-hungry men. She'd been looking for me for a very long time. I was special and destined for great things. But she wasn't the only one interested in me. Several vampires had me on their radar. Samantha had invited the vampires in. They'd fooled her, pretending to be new customers. Once Anastasia saw they had injured me, she barged in and killed them all. However, she came too late. I was dying and she needed me alive. Her blood couldn't heal me, but it would change me into what she was. With Finley's help, she took us to their home nestled in the basement of an abandoned mill house. There she suckled every drop of blood from me, and she replaced it with her own, knowing that it took days for a human to be turned. It was a risk because most humans died during the transformation. However, my body proved to be stronger and able to adapt to the change. I guess I was lucky. I heard the myths surrounding vampires, but I heard nothing about Deamhan. Vampire lore existed since the beginning of mankind. Deamhan came shortly after. She said that demons stuck to the shadows to hide their existence from humanity. They hunted sporadically and disposed of their victims carefully. They could read the thoughts of humans and their own, and they could also block their own thoughts from being read as well. Ramanga Deamhan was just one of the 4 types, clans of Deamhan that I had to be aware of. We were Ramanga, the ones who survived off the psychic essence in the blood of our victims. There was also Lamia, Metuspa, and Lugat. We all had the same strengths and weaknesses, but our ages played a big part in it. I would never be stronger than her, and I needed more energy than she did to sustain myself. Deamhan had rules, the Decretum, that ancients, the oldest demon on the planet, enforced. These 10 important rules helped us to adapt to the always-changing world we lived in. However, Anastasia personally didn't like those rules, and she felt the ancients only created them to keep other demon in check. But to maintain a good relationship with the ancient demon in the city, she pretended to care. She did obey one rule that stated that once an ancient declared a decretum, all demon had to obey. An ancient declared a decretum on me. The sole purpose was to find me before the vampires did and protect me from any harm. When I questioned why, she moved on to the next subject immediately. Besides vampires, the Brotherhood, a group of humans who made it their job to know everything about Deamhan, worried her the most. She described them as persistent, annoying, and sometimes vindictive. They worked with the vampires against us, which made them our enemy. But not all vampires worked with the Brotherhood, just Dorvo vampires. At first, none of this mattered to me. The only thing I cared about was my next meal, human or animal. It didn't matter to me. Anastasia ended our conversation by ordering Finley to go into the other room and bring out some clothing she'd picked out for me. I still had to feed, and she would take me to find humans so I could be prepared just in case the vampires came back. She later disappeared to dress herself in her evening wear for the night. I stood alone, staring at my new demon family. I wanted to know about them, but I sensed that Branda, the shorter twin, didn't like me as much as the others did. She stood with wide eyes, watching my every movement until Brandy embraced me in a tight hug. "We're siblings now." She squeezed me, then pulled back. "Come, follow me. I'll help you freshen up." She grabbed my hand, took me up a steep flight of wooden stairs, and yanked me outside into the cool air. We walked to the back of our quarters, heading toward a metallic tub filled with water. She undressed me, gathered my clothing, and placed it in a burlap bag. I heard a dull thud, and I turned to see the amulet my mother gave me roll toward Brandy's feet. Ever since my mother's death, I always kept her amulet close to me. I didn't know much about it, only that it was a family heirloom, handed down from mother to daughter. She always wore it around her neck, saying that the amulet provided protection, but she didn't know from what. "That's pretty," Brandy pointed to it. "Where did you get it?" "My mother gave it to me." I placed the amulet next to the tub. "Family heirloom. She said it was for protection." I chuckled at the thought. It didn't protect me from the vampires. "My mother never gave me anything," Brandy replied. "It's probably just some old dinky jewelry." I climbed into the tub, noticing that the cold water had a weird effect on my skin. She began to bathe me, pouring the water over my head to wet my hair. "Your sister doesn't like me." I closed my eyes as the water poured over my face. "She doesn't like a lot of people," Brandy said. "She didn't like Finley at first. Sometimes I feel that she doesn't like me. You know, she was Anastasia's favourite until you came along." "Favourite?" "Yes," she began to wash my back. "The one that Anastasia feels most bonded to." "What do you mean, bonded?" Brandy paused in her activities. "When you're sired, you feel connected to the one who sired you. In this case, that's Anastasia. You feel like you'd do anything for her. You'd die for her." She resumed rubbing the rag over my skin, and she lifted my arm. "Some bonds are stronger than others. You can create bonds with others as well." "Others, like humans?" Brandy laughed girlishly. "I'm unsure about bonding with humans. Anastasia said you were special, and that Deamhan had to find you at any cost. Now that she has, you have all of her attention." "Why?" I asked. "Who was the ancient that told you to find me?" "I don't know. She's never told us." She scrubbed my arm from the shoulder to the wrist, and I closed my eyes. With my senses now heightened, every touch felt euphoric to me. "How long have you been alive?" I asked her. "My sister and I were sired about 20 years ago," she replied. I felt the cold water pour over my face again. I imagined Samantha and how good it felt drinking her dry. However, I felt no remorse for her death, and that frightened me. "Don't worry about that," Brandy replied. I quickly turned to face her. "Did you just read my mind?" She nodded. "How did you do that?" "It's easy." "Can you teach me?" "Just open your senses," she said. "Once you do that, you can hear any thought, smell any smell, and see far into the distance." It sounded easier said than done. I concentrated but heard nothing. "Try again," she told me. "This time imagine that you're reading my mind." I looked at her and followed her instructions. I heard small mumbles in an incoherent voice that I couldn't make out. It made me concentrate harder, and soon I heard whispers coming to me from her direction. "Now think a thought and force it into my mind," she said. I thought about blood and my hunger, and she picked up on it easily. "If you want to block anyone from reading your mind, do what the humans from the Brotherhood do." "What's that?" I asked. "They think about a brick wall. They picture it in their mind. Then when we try to read their mind, that's all we see." I let her continue to bathe me. With a small rag and a hard bar of soap, she lathered my chest. After rinsing me off, I stood up and she began to bathe my legs. She then handed me the wet rag. You can do the rest, right? I cleaned myself, and after I finished, she grabbed another large rag on the floor next to the tub to dry me off. After grabbing the amulet, she walked back with me to our home, and immediately she went to work on my hair. She moved quickly, and all I saw was her blurry, rushed movements. They called it demon speed, a speed faster than a human would ever move. She applied makeup to my face, covering the scar on my left cheek. She finished within seconds and handed me a mirror. I loved the way I now looked. She pinned my dark brown hair near the top of my head, and little curls extended out at all sides. No longer did I look dirtied and unkempt. I could pass for the wealthy citizens in London who lived in their fancy homes with their lapdogs and spoiled children. I dressed myself in a black dress and a white pinafore with shoes a little too big for my feet. I placed my mother's amulet around my neck and underneath my dress. I heard Finlay behind me pick up Samantha's lifeless body and drape it over his shoulder before walking out the door. Anastasia appeared from her bedroom, dressed as immaculately as ever. She wore a pinstripe blouse with a matching pinstripe dress that extended to her ankles. She completed her outfit with a dark belt and a yellow plume that adorned the top of her round, dark hat. She placed her hand on my back, and she gently pushed me up to a beveled mirror in the corner of the room. There I took more time to admire my beauty. The colour in my eyes was keen-edged. My skin looked smooth and felt smooth as well. I found myself lost in the mirror image of myself, ignoring what was occurring behind me. Branda mumbled and stomped out of the room after Finlay. I got the impression that she grew more jealous of the attention Anastasia gave me. Her sister Brandy left after her. I look so different. I touched the white part of my eye, and I rubbed the tip of my finger over my lips. You are different, Maris, she replied. The same sensation I felt in my stomach before began to bother me once again. I think I'm hungry. New Deamhan need to constantly feed on their first night. Anastasia opened the door and waited for me. We left our small stuffed quarters and she closed the door behind us. She took me out into the world, a new baby Deamhan. When we made it into the city, she took me St. Catherine Docks, and we admired the huge ships docked to its pier. My senses became overwhelmed as I took in as many scents as I could. With the full moon high in the sky, its whitish glow glistening off the top of the water, I couldn't help but to think that now I had a purpose. I had something to live for. We continued and entered the slums of London. Males of all statures and classes roamed the streets, some looking for prostitutes while others made their way to the local taverns. Groups of women, dressed whorishly, stood on the corners whistling at the men while they bartered their sex and time. A few families hurried down the cobblestone streets on their way home. I stared at everyone and everything, even the two policemen who ushered other humans to move along. Anastasia didn't seem amused when a drunkard, lying across the sidewalk, came into view. She stepped over him and continued as if she didn't see him. I, on the other hand, eyed his drunken state and listened in on his heartbeat, smelling his strong scent of body odour and aging spit. Anastasia acknowledged my interest in him and she questioned me. You want him? I wasn't sure and I looked to her for help. Blood was blood to me, but I wanted the best that blood had to offer. I didn't want seconds and I didn't want tainted or sick blood. If you want him, take him now. She looked around our environment. No one is watching. I knelt beside the drunk, expecting him to jump at my unexpected appearance, but he didn't do anything. He mumbled a little, tried to keep his head stable, and he burped. I tilted his head to the right, and I felt my sharp fangs drop from my gums. My eyes focused in on the veins beneath his skin travelling in intricate paths. I opened my mouth, and I sank my teeth into his neck. When his blood hit my tongue, my body immediately absorbed it. It cruised down my throat, coating my insides like any sweet ambrosia would. I continued, making sure I paid close attention to his heartbeat. I could continue to drink until there wasn't a drop left, but something in his blood made me immediately pull back. I began to feel sick and I didn't want any more. I stood to my feet and wiped the corners of my mouth. He tastes funny. He should. He is a drunkard after all. Anastasia scanned my face, looking for any sign of blood. They are the worst, next to ailing humans. She grabbed a small handkerchief from her purse and began to dab my mouth. Their blood does not make a good meal. What makes a great meal? She thought for a moment before replying. I prefer babies. For you, I think you might come to find that virgins suit your taste. She dropped her handkerchief. I don't know what it is about babies that makes them so appealing, she thought. Their psychic energy is pure and fresh, untainted perhaps. I don't want to kill babies. She placed her arm around my own and she led me away. That's just my preference. Soon you'll find what soothes you the most. I trusted my sire to show me where I could find the good meals. We continued to walk until we reached an area swarming with humans and taverns. She loved taverns, and told me that she spent most of her nights seducing and feeding from humans in them. She moved easily from one drunk human to another without being seen. This could only happen if I trained my demon body to get used to blood tainted with alcohol. In the past, I didn't have to worry about vampires or the Brotherhood, she said. But now they've grown bolder and smarter. We have to protect ourselves and each other, Maris, in whatever way we can. I stopped walking. What did the vampires want with me? To eat you, of course. She placed her arm around my shoulder. No, not that. I wanted to know more. The ancient who declared this decretum on me. Why was it done? Who is this demon? You'll find out soon, but now you need to eat. Again, she avoided the question. There must be a type of human you like. We'll find that one for you. We took a sharp right and turned down a dimly lit alleyway. The cobblestones felt hard underneath my feet, and the archway was low over my head. Anastasia stopped suddenly, and she looked over her shoulder. I didn't catch it at first, but I could tell by the way her eyes narrowed and her body tensed that someone had followed us. She pointed for me to stand against the stone wall and remain still and quiet. I didn't want to disobey her, so I quickly followed her command. The wind increased and I felt a blow on my cheek that stunned me almost into unconscious. I fell to the floor. As a human, I knew I couldn't take a blow like that and come out unscathed. Thanks to the Ramanga blood in my veins, I found myself standing to my feet just in time to witness Anastasia place herself between me and a male wearing a standard red vest and white Victorian shirt underneath a brown frock coat. He didn't resemble anyone who lived in the area. He didn't smell like a human or a demon. They rushed toward one another, and their movements blurred in the dim light, like two butterflies swarming around each other. This male, who stood a little taller than Anastasia, made use of the wall by running on it and launching his body at her. She ducked as he flew right by her. Anastasia stood up and struck him with her foot in his lower back. He tumbled forward and turned around. He pulled out a long wooden stake from the pocket of his frock coat, gripped it tightly, and turned to me. That's when I instantly knew that he had come for me. Part of me wanted to join in the altercation, but I didn't dare go against her order. I also didn't know if I was strong enough to fight him. Once again, my sire placed herself in his way and he jumped with the stake in his right hand. He took a stab at her, but she quickly moved to the right. He stabbed again and she moved this time to the left. In his final attempt, he aimed for her midsection and she caught him by his wrist. She took her other hand and pushed at his shoulder. I heard a loud crack and he dropped his stake, gripped his shoulder and staggered back. Anastasia kicked the stake off to the side and it glided across the stone floor, stopping in front of me. I knelt to pick it up when my senses heightened and I looked to my right. He came toward me and I tensed up, not knowing what to do, but she pushed him and he flew back, hitting the wall. Anastasia snatched the stake from me, and in a blink of an eye, she now stood over him. I saw her raise the stake, and she struck. His body lurched forward, and he tried to yank the stake from his body. The skin on his right cheek turned dark, and it began to spread, moving over his face and down his neck. He opened his mouth, and I saw fangs, longer than my own. His eyeballs sunk into the back of his skull, and his body melted right before our eyes. The atrocious smell made me cover my nose. Anastasia stood up and straightened her clothing. I approached her cautiously, still staring at our attacker's remains. "He is a demon, like us." "No, when Deamhan die, we don't die like that." She used her right foot and began to poke at the remains. "This one was a vampire." "A vampire?" My mouth drooped. "Dorvo vampires," she replied. "He probably works for Ruby, a very old and powerful vampire." "Ruby?" I asked, curious to know. "She and I have bad history." Anastasia grabbed the wooden stake and examined it. "She means to hunt and kill all demon." She placed the stake in her cleavage and pushed it down, concealing it. "But this time she wasn't after me. She was after you." She reached out her hand for me to take. "You're not safe here, Maris. We need to go elsewhere." "Go where?" I took her hand. "To a place where you will be protected and surrounded by demon from all clans," she replied. "A sanctuary." My body signalled the oncoming sunrise by sending a prickly feeling throughout my insides. We returned home to find that Finley, Brander, and Brandy had already returned and had covered the windows with long wool covers to keep the sunlight out during the day. Almost immediately, Anastasia began to pack her clothing, and she told us to do the same. I still didn't understand the urgency, and I stood helplessly as my siblings began to throw their belongings in large leather bags and later stack them against the wall. "It's her, isn't it?" Brander protested as she pointed at me. Anastasia didn't reply. "You have to protect your precious Maris." Again, Brander continued her spiel. "The vampires want her, Anastasia. Just give her to them and be done with it." "And go against the Decretum." Anastasia stopped in mid-movement. "Stop talking and pack your things." Seemingly exhausted, Finley tossed his packed bag against the wall and stared at Anastasia. "Where are we going?" "To Silvanus' sanctuary." "Silvanus," Finley repeated in a tortured voice. "He doesn't like us." "We don't have a choice," she answered. "We do have a choice," Brander exclaimed. "I'm not dying to protect her. I don't care what the Decretum says." "Silvanus is the one who declared the Decretum. Do you want to be on his bad side?" Finally, I had the name of the ancient responsible for my well-being, if I wanted to call it that. I saw the look of annoyance on her face, a look of worry on Brandy's face, and the look of anger on Finley's face. The name Ruby repeated in my thoughts over and over again, and soon Finley picked up on it. "I'm not afraid of Ruby, and I'm not afraid of those vampires," he said. "Let me kill that vampire whore for you." "This is not about being afraid of Ruby," Anastasia replied. "This is about obeying an order from the mouth of a demon who wouldn't think twice about ending our existence. Silvanus wants Maris, and Maris he will get. Regardless of what we do, he will still treat us like dirt on the bottom of his shoe." Anastasia exhaled. "Now isn't the time to argue or complain, Finley. Pack your bags." "When will be the time?" Finley asked. "When will we ever stop running and face the vampires? We are just as strong as they are." He looked at me. "Why is Silvanus so fixated on her?" Anastasia bit her lower lip. "You keep telling us that she's special," Brander continued, "but you never told us why." I also wanted to know the answer to that question. "That's not your concern." Anastasia's reply angered Brander, who dropped her bags and quickly rushed over in my direction, slamming me against the wall. Her fangs dropped, and with her eyes darkened, she growled at me. Anastasia moved against her attack, throwing her off me. Branda landed on the floor and she quickly hopped to her feet. "You like her more than us?" she asked in a deep, grouched voice. "Did you not hear what I said about Silvanus?" Anastasia replied in a chilled voice. "I heard," Branda replied. "I just don't care." I gathered my strength and watched, thinking that Anastasia was going to kill her, but she placed her hands on Branda's face instead. "We will do this because we have to." She looked over her shoulder at the others. "Do not make this harder than it is." She walked back over to her bags and returned to pack them. Branda huffed. "Silvanus will throw us out the moment he sees us." "That may happen," Anastasia continued to pack her bags. "Or he will give us respect for making sure that Maris remained unharmed." Finley sighed. "How long will we stay there?" Brandy's eyes expanded. "Maybe he will finally agree to send us to America like we wanted." "He'll never do that." Branda jostled her sister. "Stop filling your head with that nonsense." "How would you know?" Brandy replied. "How would you know?" Branda threw the question back in her sister's face. "You've always been quite the daydreamer, sister. You believe anything that comes out of an ancient's mouth. You forget that we can only trust ourselves." Anastasia slammed her hand on the wall, squashing their argument. "Pack, now," she said in a stern voice. As we packed, we continued to listen while Brandy talked about this new land located across the vast Atlantic Ocean. She said that this place, America, has industrialized cities, unique animals, countless lakes, and unclaimed lands where we could hunt and kill without fear of the Brotherhood and vampires. In the end, even Anastasia became enchanted by Brandy's vivid descriptions, and I too wanted to go there. As a whore, I saved the money I received to get as far away as I could from the city. America sounded distant enough. However, I sensed that this new country wasn't in my future, and that I was destined to remain at this sanctuary under the watchful eye of Silvanus. Chapter 3. Silvanus. I awoke to the sound of horses' hooves stomping along dirt. My sire and my siblings were already up, moving about, when I raised my head. Anastasia told me to hurry, and within seconds, still sleepy and hungry, we loaded the carriage with our luggage and headed away from the city toward what Anastasia called our temporary home. Along the way, she comforted me, saying that I didn't have to worry. We would be around other Deamhan. I would be safe and protected there until time permitted. I had her word. Throughout the ride, I continued to question why Silvanus felt adamant to protect me. My existence was important to him, and when I questioned Anastasia about it again, she told me that he would answer all my questions. In the meantime, I had to tread carefully when it came to him. As an ancient and the oldest Deamhan living in London, he warranted respect. He could easily decide my fate and the fate of my siblings with a mere flick of his wrist. He could deny us safety under his roof and throw us out to the streets to fend for ourselves. I became the deciding factor on how the meeting would play out. I carried the result in my own hands. We came upon a huge 2-story brick home with land that extended into the horizon. A long, black metallic gate, cornered wooden stables that connected to the rear of the majestic home. I'd never seen anything as huge and grand in my life. I heard about these types of home, and I seriously thought I'd never get the chance to step inside of one. A tall human male approached the gate, unlocked it, and opened it slowly. He stood aside, staring straight ahead as if he waited for us to walk in. I grabbed my luggage and proceeded through the gate. As we quietly walked toward the home, I questioned Anastasia about Silvanus's age. "Currently, he is the oldest Deamhan in London." Her response made me stupefied. "Currently?" Silvanus stood at the front door holding a silver-coloured cane which, unlike the human, grabbed my interest immediately. Dressed in a bright white shirt and a golden taupe gentleman's vest, with silk buttons underneath his medium-length stock coat. He took off his tall black hat and bent slightly forward to greet us. As he held out his hand to Anastasia, I noticed a silver pocket watch dangling from his vest. "Anastasia, I can't say it's good to see you. Again." His deep brown eyes moved to Finley, Brander, and Brandy. However, when he turned to me, he didn't smile. "She isn't human?" I had no choice. Instead of grasping his hand, she placed her arm around my shoulder like a parent proud of their teenage child. "This is Maris." Knowing that she showed me off, I held my head high. Silvanus smirked. "There's always a choice." He placed his hand underneath my chin and moved my face to the right to look at my scar on my left cheek. "And who's responsible for scarring our little jewel?" Anastasia nodded. "Vampires." "Those beasts." He grabbed my hand and pulled it up to his lips. "It's nice to finally meet you, my dear Maris." He kissed the top of my hand. "I'm Silvanus, but I assume you know that already." I returned his kind gesture with a smile, wondering if he truly found me to be that bewitching. "Such a pretty name for such a pretty woman," he said as he gently dropped my hand and stood aside. "Welcome to my sanctuary." He opened the door. We walked into the huge foyer with a tall ceiling. Moonlight hit the shiny marble floor, blinding me for a second. Paintings adorned the walls. I saw a female human maid dusting a bronze bust statue in the hallway, and another walking up the stairs cradling a stack of sheets in her arms. We stood silent in the foyer as he closed the door and walked forward. "Anastasia, your offspring will stay in this foyer until my minions show them to their rooms." He motioned for her to follow him. "However, you will come with me. We have catching up to do." She followed him down a long, narrow hall and disappeared around the corner, leaving us alone. His butler approached us. "Please follow me." He ascended the stairs and my siblings followed, but I didn't want to go. The thought of sleeping under the roof of this magnificent house excited me, but not as much as the thought of talking to Silvanus and getting the answers to my questions. I waited until they were out of sight before I followed the scents of my sire and Silvanus down the hallway. I walked by the female maid who moved aside and continued her work. I approached two large opened doors leading to a room with white marbled walls. I saw Anastasia standing in the center. Her body blocked my view from Silvanus. Anastasia looked over her shoulder at me, and she spoke in my mind. "Head back." I heard Silvanus speak. She came all this way. Might as well let her in. I cautiously entered the room. Silvanus stood up from a large throne covered in coloured gems and stones. He towered over us, looking like a glimmering African statue. I thought of him as an immortal king, and I lowered myself onto my knees to show him respect. He laughed at the gesture. "I'm not something to worship. Stand up." I immediately stood on my feet. "It's you who I should be kneeling to, if I knelt to any demon." He then looked to Anastasia. I suspected that the descendant would be an aristocrat and not the daughter of a whore. "Do you doubt that she's the one?" Anastasia asked. "No." He sat back in his seat and I moved back, cowering behind my sire. "I didn't mean to humiliate you, Maris." Upon seeing my reaction, he smiled at me. "You're just unusual is all." I held my head high, pretending to not be bothered by his comment. "If I come off as brash and insincere, please don't think of me that way. I'm just upset with your sire," he said. "It seems that she can't follow a simple decretum." "I did what you asked of us all," Anastasia replied. "I protected her. I brought her here safely to you." "Yes, but as a demon and not as a human." Taken aback, I looked at my sire, who didn't have the guts to look back at me. Her eyes remained forward and her face expressionless. "Maybe it's better that she's this way in the long run," Silvanus continued. "As a human, she wouldn't be able to protect herself from Dorvo vampires." Silvanus repeated the name with a hint of distaste in his voice. They will still come for her, especially Ruby, and she won't stop until she has her. But now, since Maris is one of us, that will make Ruby's task quite difficult. She wouldn't be stupid enough to come here, Anastasia said. Oh, but she will. Silvanus's reply left my sire tongue-tied. When have you ever known her to give up so easily? He repositioned himself in his chair. And now Maris is bonded to you, which gives you leverage over Ruby and over me. What devious game are you playing, Anastasia? Would you have been happy if I left her to die then? She asked. Of course not. But I know you. I know how you work. I know what you will do before you do it. You waited until she was almost dead to come in and save her pending death. That would make siring her your only reasonable choice. I listened intently to his strong accusations, all the while refusing to believe what he said. Anastasia saved me, and I thanked her for it. She protected me from the vampire who came for me the first night after my transformation, and I would always thank her for it, regardless of what Silvanus thought of her. I'm no longer the woman you remember from your past, Anastasia said to him. I've changed. Changed? He spoke with clenched teeth. Why are you lying to me in my own home? He pointed at her. May I remind you that you are only alive because I promised your sire, who is my sibling, that I would spare your life. I promised her that I would give you plenty of opportunities to right your wrongs against our kind. I immediately sensed fear in my sire. And I thank you for that. However, regardless of what I do from here and now, you will never trust me, Anastasia replied. You will always think wrong of me. Before I opened my mouth to speak, in one blurred movement, Silvanus rose from his chair and stood in front of Anastasia. He placed his hand around her throat and lifted her just inches from the floor. Immediately my protective instincts kicked in, and like clockwork, he glared at me and mouthed the word, no. I stood still, watching him choke her. I heard the bones in her neck crack, and instead of fighting back, Anastasia took the punishment. Her eyes fluttered, and she held onto his forearm. You've been a Ramanga for what? Almost 200 years now, maybe 300? He continued. And you still roam the countryside like a mad, wild Deamhan orphan. You sire unwanted children and keep them around like servants, all willing to do your bidding because of their bond to you. You've used Deamhan for your own protection, and now you tend to do the same with Maris. But I tell you now, Anastasia, that will not happen again. Unable to help her, I did the next best thing that came to mind. I dropped to my knees, crawled over to Silvanus, and I begged for him to spare her. I didn't care if my act was low and embarrassing. All I cared about was Anastasia and her well-being. He ignored my helpless attempt, but I pleaded to him again. She is all we have, I said to him. She is all we know. That is your Bond talking nonsense, he replied to me. Bond or not, she is my sire, I said in a harsh tone. If you kill her, I will gladly die along with her. He quickly eyed me. I will fight you until either you kill me or I kill you, I spurted back at him. Silvanus quickly let her go, and Anastasia fell onto her back. His light brown eyes, now dark, beamed into my soul. Are you threatening me, dear Maris? I swallowed hard. Yes. You're still young. He stepped back and straightened his jacket. You clearly don't know anything about your sire. I stepped back and watched him rub his hands together. You were going to kill her, I said. He nodded. That I was. He walked back to his seat. And you expect me to stand back and watch? No, he sat in his seat. I would expect you to do what you could to save her. I reached out to grab Anastasia by her wrist to help her to her feet, but she pulled away from my weak gesture. You're strong-minded. It's a rare trait in the demon world, Silvanus said to me. I can see that your mind is worried about your family, but I'm telling you now, You don't have to worry. I will not throw them out onto the streets. They will stay here until necessary preparations are made. Thank you. Anastasia stood to her feet and rubbed her throat. Don't thank me. Thank Maris. Her close-knit bond with you saved your life. What you do starting here and now will determine if your family is worthy to stay in my protective sanctuary. Now leave us. I need to have some time alone with the newest addition to your family. I watched Anastasia turn around and walk out, closing the doors behind her. Left alone in a monumental room with him, I started to become wary of his intentions, and I thought that he would punish me for the threat I made earlier. I will make the necessary preparations. It could take weeks, maybe months, to secure your passage to America. He scrunched his nose. I never understood why America, of all places. It's such a dirty country. Why not Greece or Italy or any other place full of like-minded, sophisticated individuals? America. Although there is a high chance that Ruby and her vampires will follow you there, Silvanus said. But you will be safer there with her than here, trust me. Her? Yes, she is a very old demon, much older than myself. She is the one who ordered me to declare the Decretum. I didn't care about that old demon. I shook my head. What about my family? I asked. I don't want to leave them. You have to, and you will. He lifted his body to sit up straight. Maris, this is much more than your asinine bond with your maker. This is about the future of our kind. He read my thoughts, and now, educated in my feelings toward my family, he leaned toward me. You are unfortunate to have Anastasia as your sire. I don't want to leave my family because some old female demon commands me to. He raised his hand to interrupt me. She isn't just some old demon. She is wise and knows everything. Show more respect. I silently stood down. Many demon, including your sire, don't know of their lineage, he replied. They show no regard for those who came before them. Most think that once they are demon and no longer human, they can do what they want to do. They let their primal instincts take over, and they kill whenever and whomever they want. I opened my mouth again, but he reinforced my silence by raising his hand again. I'm not done talking, Maris, he replied. They don't worry about the implications of their horrors and the pain vendettas they cause among humans, vampires, and other creatures in the world. They don't understand that all species are in fact closely related. I tilted my head slightly to the right, confused as to why he was telling me about this and what it had to do with my bond to Anastasia. I've witnessed several demon throughout the centuries throw their lives away, your sire included. They all thought they were untouchable and truly immortal. They travelled from city to city, town to town, killing everyone in their path because they could. Even the oldest of the old could not control them, for they were too many. This old demon tried, but her only desire was to make sure that your ancestors were safe from any harm. Other ancients came together to try and solve this ongoing and out-of-control problem. Lucius, a Lugat, Nicias, a Metuspa, Marjolaine, a lovely and beautiful Lamia, and Gennadios, a Ramanga. They believed that rules were needed to secure the survival of our species. They wrote down those rules and created the Dictum. He lowered his hand. Now you can talk. What does this have to do with my bond with Anastasia? I asked. Because your sire has broken these rules too many times to count. She breaks them now. He continued. I've been alive for a very, very long time, Maris. You aren't the first or the last human she will sire. Heed my words, young demon. He moved in closer to me. You will have to break your bond with her if you are to survive. And believe me, your survival is of the utmost importance to myself and other ancients. If not, she will use you as bait. She will turn on you and throw you away like unwanted trash. You are of use to her because of her history with Ruby. She is just one of the Deamhan who spent the earliest moments of her life killing without remorse and without thought. Hence, you will go to America to be away from her, and to be away from her history that is catching up to her. I remained quiet as my brain processed this new information. I remember Anastasia when she was a young one, like you are now. Over time she grew to be the demon you know today. She has survived off the backs of her offspring and other Deamhan. She has made enemies, and now they are your enemies. Both demon and vampire hunt her, and you are too important to be caught in the middle of her squabbles. He cleared his throat. Believe me when I say that you are worth gold to me and to all Deamhan. How is it that I'm this important? I asked. You are descended from the humans who created our kind, he replied. The knowledge is in your blood. He extended his arms. Would you like to see? I opened my mouth, but I couldn't find my voice. He then placed his hands on my forehead, and immediately a flurry of images crashed into my thoughts in rapid movements. The staggering pressure lifted me to my toes and made me close my eyes tightly. In the darkness, I saw the visions he sent of Anastasia in her early years. Killing, siring, killing, siring. I saw buckets of blood showering these visions like rain glistening off the leaves on a tree. Over and over again these images didn't stop until I saw how my sire viewed me. What Silvanus said was true. She saw me not as her offspring, but as a bargaining chip with vampires and demon alike. I then saw how she viewed Finley, Brander, and Brandy. She used their bonds with her as a way of securing her survival, just like her own sire. She cared little if nothing for us or any demon, including Silvanus. The night of my attack, she watched and let the vampires attack me, bringing me near death before she intervened. Her main goal wasn't to save me, but to sire me. Bonds are tricky little things, he said. They can be broken, mended, and created anew. The images suddenly changed. Now I felt Silvanus digging through my mind and my head began to throb in pain. I wanted to force him out, but he proved to be too strong and countered my attempt. I saw vampires and humans surrounded by death. At first the humans ran from them, but in the end they stood tall against the vampires. Power exuded from them, a dark energy that made the hair on my arms stand firm. Then I saw Deamhan standing with the humans against the vampires. Balance restored, they pushed the vampires back, but it only lasted for a short time. The Deamhan turned against the humans, and like oil in water, each group separated into its own entity. Death had embedded itself into every inch of a Deamhan, down to our very core. Finally, I managed to force myself away from his touch and I stumbled back, looking wide-eyed at him. He had shown me things that I didn't want to see or know. No longer did I have a desire to remain bonded to Anastasia, or anyone for that matter. He proved to me that not only was I now damned like all Deamhan, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. He slowly dropped his hand. The energy in you is different. I felt it. He leaned back in his chair. You are the one, Maris. Still reeling, I stepped back. How did you do that? How did you show me those images? He shrugged as if what he had done wasn't that big of a deal. I'm old, my dear. I can do many things. He reached out and caressed my cheek. I wanted you to see just how important you are. All I felt was death circling inside me, I replied, and a feeling that we are all damned. He dropped his hand. We are all damned. We're death. His eyes moved to my chest. What is that dangling from your neck? Immediately I placed my hand over my chest and stepped back. Jewelry that my mother gave me a long time ago. He went to reach for it, but again, I stepped back. It's dear to me. It used to belong to my mother. Silvanus dropped his hand. It's more than that. Let me see it. I felt reluctant to show him, but he continued to gawk until I slowly pulled it from underneath my clothing. He stared at it for what felt like hours before speaking. You don't feel it? His eyes moved to my face. You don't feel its power? I looked down at the amulet. No, it's just a family heirloom. It's much more than that. He snapped out of his stare by shaking his head. It will protect you. It didn't protect me from vampires. Now interested, I took a closer look at the amulet. I don't feel anything or any power coming from this. Not vampires, Deamhan. Just keep it close. Don't tell anyone what it can do, not even your siblings, and definitely not Anastasia. Still yearning to know what he sensed from the amulet, I stepped forward. How can this protect me from Deamhan? It didn't protect me from Anastasia when she sired me. He quickly moved back from me. It's time for you to go. For the first time I saw fear in his face, which caught me off guard. He waved me away. Take your trinket far from me. I don't like being in its presence. I didn't want to leave, but he gave me a fierce look that made me quickly leave his chamber without question. Still befuddled, I found myself at the fork in the middle of two long, dusty roads, with one road calling at me to run away from this new life, and the other to embrace it. Maybe Anastasia wasn't the only mother figure in my life keeping secrets. Maybe my own mother kept secrets from me, and if so, why? I desperately wanted to know what my life now meant. Everything I witnessed felt like a confused family tragedy, played out in dishonor, murder, and betrayal. Was this the new life that I now lived? How had I turned from just one unimportant whore to an important individual in the eyes of Deamhan? I didn't want that burden, and I blamed Anastasia for forcing it on me. I damn well didn't want to be bonded to her anymore, but a part of me couldn't imagine my Deamhan life without her and my siblings. Chapter 4. Ethel. My feeling toward Anastasia was almost immediate. When the sun rose, I remained up, thinking about everything I had seen and what Silvanus revealed to me. I wanted to desperately tell my other siblings and warn them, but I knew they wouldn't listen. They didn't trust or like Silvanus. To them, he was just another demon who used power to dominate over everyone in the vicinity. So, I kept my mouth shut, and eventually I fell asleep, cradling the amulet in my hand. In the days that followed, he ordered that my siblings be kept on a strict feeding schedule, while I had the luxury to eat whenever and whomever I wanted. He ordered the humans to stand in front of me, and he showed them off like cattle at an auction. I picked out the most delicate ones, average-size males with brown hair and darker skin. I found their blood easier to devour, unlike the paler males whose blood tasted watered down. During one of these auctions, Silvanus had his minions bring in a girl with long dark hair and big brown eyes. He called her Ethel, and he offered her to me as something to snack on between my meals. I examined her bite wounds, and I briefly mentioned to Silvanus that she'd fit Finley's desire more than my own. However, Ethel belonged to him and he bluntly refused. My siblings were given one orphan girl a week. Weakened by lack of food, I knew that her blood wouldn't satisfy their hunger. By the end of the week, they all had become so ravenous that Branda lost control and killed the girl before the rest had their turn. This angered Silvanus, and he barred them from eating. This didn't sit well with Finley, and one night he left the room and returned with 5 rats he'd caught in the horse stables just behind the sanctuary. Feeling pity, I secretly shared my male meals with them, and during one feeding period, I traded my human for their rats. Rat tasted terrible. The blood was cold and I fought against my body's attempt to regurgitate the liquid. Afterward, Finley discarded the rat carcasses and we promised to never tell a soul. They continued to eat rats and mice until Sunday, when Silvanus brought them a fresh meal, another orphan girl. I begged Silvanus to be lenient. I missed my family, even Anastasia, whom I rarely saw. I couldn't find any bravery inside me to tell my siblings that I would soon leave them for America. I badly wanted to, but Silvanus said I had to keep quiet on the subject. If they found out, They would do something drastic that would jeopardize their own lives, and I didn't want that. By the 3rd week, he allowed them to leave their room and to go outside, but not far. That week went by without any problems. I began to spend more time with Finley and I felt our bond growing stronger. I refused to let my feelings toward our sire ruin the last month I had with him. We got to know the majority of the Deamhan in the sanctuary. Silvanus continued to warn me about my bond, but what better way to sever the relationship I had with my sire than by growing closer with my sibling? Anastasia also noticed the growing bond I had with Finley, but she never said a word. She didn't have to. I saw it in her eyes when I was able to find her. Soon the tension between Silvanus and my siblings decreased, and our new lifestyle consisted with an endless supply of humans to feast upon. This also meant that we had the privilege to attend his parties, called gatherings. Deamhan from all across England came in droves to see me, the most important Deamhan in the Deamhan world. During these festivities, which sometimes lasted for days, we gorged ourselves on humans and ran around the vicinity carefree. There wasn't any reason to worry about anyone or anything. Silvanus instilled in us how special, beautiful, and dangerous our species could be, and together we were strong and untouchable. During this particular gathering, Finley and I stood in a corner and watched the Deamhan as they mingled. Silvanus turned his meeting room into a lounge, complete with large cauldrons of blood for the Ramanga. His minions stood silently against the wall for the Lamia, Lugat, and Matuspa to handpick them. He also brought in other humans that Deamhan caught and chained them against large posts located in the middle. Finley's quietness began to bother me. I pulled on the sleeve of his shirt to get his attention. "What's troubling you?" He continued to sip on his bloody drink and he licked his lips. "Nothing, I'm fine." "You're lying, Finley." He turned toward me with hostile eyes. "This whole place troubles me. I don't like it here." "It isn't the most welcoming of places, but there is still a roof over our heads." "I'd rather starve on the streets of London than spend one more day in his house under his control," Finley replied. "He's breaking our family apart, Maris. We're barely holding together as it is. I rarely see Anastasia and the twins. They don't even acknowledge our family's connection. They hate it here just as much as I do, and they also want out." As Finley and I sipped on our chalices full of blood, a rosemary scent filtered into the room, suffocating us in its enchanting smell. Looking toward the door, I saw a medium-sized woman with hazel eyes and auburn hair entering slowly. Several Deamhan standing near the doorway also noticed her entrance, and they nodded to her and moved out of her way. She walked around, looking like a lost child at first, until Silvanus greeted her with a hug. Her age interested me. Like Silvanus, the scent coming from her indicated an old Deamhan. I watched him take her hand gracefully and lead her toward the chained humans in the center of the room. "I wonder who she is," I said to Finley. He wasn't interested. "Just another Deamhan who has come here to order us around." He sipped from his chalice. "Not everyone is like that," I replied. "You'd be surprised how many are just like that," he said back. I understood his frustration, but I didn't have any way to console him. "Let's go outside, away from all of this," I whispered to him. "We can gaze at the stars like we did yesterday." "I don't want to gaze at stars," he looked at me. "Maybe we can just walk somewhere." "Where could we walk to, Maris?" Now annoyed, he glared at me. "Within seconds, Silvanus would have his minions searching for you. His precious darling Ramanga." He placed his drink to his lips, and this time he finished it. "I'm going to get some more." He walked toward the large cauldron, and I slowly followed him. "This isn't how I want things to be," I said to him. "It doesn't matter. This is how things are now." "I don't want you to be cross with me, Finley. I did what I could to make sure that you were treated better." "Yes, you have." He stopped and looked over his shoulder. I guess we should be thankful that Silvanus hasn't kicked us out of his sanctuary. Yet. Oh, and while I'm at it, I should also be thankful that instead of eating orphan girls, we now survive off sloppy seconds. His voice carried a sarcastic tone. You don't get it. We know that Silvanus has you where he wants you. He has his prize. Now nothing matters to him. So you are upset with me? I'm not upset with you, Maris. Just the pedestal Silvanus and other Deamhan have placed you on. We made our way through the crowd, and for a moment I saw Brandy and Branda together, near the opposite side of the room, standing quietly. I waved to grab their attention, but they didn't return the gesture. They too looked annoyed, and after a few moments they walked out of the room. After making it to the cauldron, I saw Silvanus and the woman in conversation. He looked at us from the corner of his eye before speaking. Ethel, I'd like you to meet Maris. The woman turned to me and her eyes gazed into my own. Feeling uncomfortable, I smiled briefly and turned back to the cauldron. It's a pleasure to meet you, Maris. She eyed my scar. The vampires really did a number on you. Finley refilled our cups with blood. She's the one who will change everything, Silvanus said to Ethel. Yes, be it good or bad. Are you sure that the information has survived her transformation? She asked. I got a glimpse of it. It's still there. This is a risk, Silvanus, she replied. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Silvanus nodded. I couldn't be any clearer. Ethel moved toward me. Maris, may I ask you a question? I had no reason to deny her, so I nodded. What do you think Deamhan should do against the vampires? Not being able to think of an answer to her broad question, I shrugged. I don't know. Silvanus chuckled. Why even ask? I'm curious, she replied. If it was up to me, I'd kill every last one of them. But it isn't up to you. Silvanus sipped his blood. She grabbed his wrist and dipped her finger in his chalice. It should be. She licked her finger and almost immediately she grovelled. That is so disgusting. I don't know how you Ramanga can drink that stuff. Tastes like metal. Acquired taste? I guess so. She wiped the blood from her finger onto his wrist. You have to admit, it would be easier to just kill them all off. You wouldn't need to worry that they would come for her or for us. We don't need another war, Silvanus replied. The ancients have made that quite clear. Not all, Ethel said with a smile on her face. This ancient Lamia doesn't agree. She pointed to herself. I wasn't comfortable being shown off as some trinket that needed to be protected, so I tugged at Finley to leave. You aren't an ancient, Silvanus replied as his canines dropped from his gums. I should be. Her voice carried a sexual tone that put even me on edge. She gently swiped her hand against Silvanus's face and slowly walked away. He watched her quietly pick one of his minions from the wall. She took his hand and led him out of the room. Ethel is overbearing at times. He sipped his drink. She thinks too highly of herself. Finley retorted before sipping his drink. Like most Deamhan do. He walked away and melted back into the crowd. I stepped up to Silvanus so that he wouldn't react to Finley's rude statement. You're wearing your necklace, Silvanus said as he stepped back. I'm always going to wear it. I placed my hand over my chest. It's underneath my clothing. Standing tall over me, he leaned slightly forward. Please do. It would be a shame if something happened to you. His tongue moved over his teeth. Will you excuse me? I searched the entire sanctuary for Finley. I went outside, interrupting a few Deamhan, and then I headed back in and up the stairs to my room, finding him not there either. Eventually I made my way to his room, and before I reached the door, I heard a familiar female giggling, and Finley laughing with her. Maris, come in. He smelled me before I opened the door. He sat in a reading chair with a human sitting at his feet. He had her wrist in his mouth, and he fed from her like a suckling baby. Upon realizing that it was Adele, I angrily pulled her wrist away from him. "Leave," I growled at her. "No, this is my room." Finley stood up and licked the blood from around his lips. "She doesn't have to leave." The female moved back. "She shouldn't be here." "Why? Because the only person that can have her besides Silvanus is you?" Finley smiled. "Taste her. Her blood reminds me of when I used to eat strawberries. You remember how strawberries tasted, right?" I stood over them. "This is dangerous." Finley stood up and lifted her to her feet. They began to dance. He spun her around, then pulled her into him as their bodies rocked back and forth. Her silk, flowered pattern dress hugged her hips as they danced. Why would any demon keep such a tasty treasure away from anyone else? He pushed her toward me. "Why didn't you tell me she tasted so good?" I heard Finley speak in my mind. "She smells sweet." I nodded. She did smell sweet. "Taste her, Maris." I shook my head. "She isn't yours to eat." I noticed that her eyes moved to the left side of my face and to my scar. "I promise I won't tell Silvanus," she replied, looking at Finley. "He won't ever find out." "He always finds out." I pointed to the door. "Go, now." "I've claimed her." He pulled her back toward him and he gently lifted her head to the side, revealing her long neck. "She's mine." "She isn't yours to claim." "She isn't yours to claim either." He rocked back and forth with her. "But here you are, trying to make her do what she doesn't want to do." He turned Adele around to face him. "Do you want to go?" "No, I like it here." "As you can see, Maris, she's perfectly fine with me." They continued to dance, but I had had enough. I forced her away from Finley, and I pushed her toward the door. "You won't meet Silvanus's wrath because of her. I won't let you, Finley." I pointed to the door. "Leave, Adele, and don't make me ask again." Adele nodded, and she left the room. Finley grabbed a towel from his nightstand and began to dab away the blood from his lips. "Did you have a nice little talk with Silvanus and Ethel?" I sat on his bed. "Please, stop being angry with me." He sat next to me. "Did they tell you how precious you are to all Deamhan?" He mocked. "I didn't come here to talk about them. I wanted to make sure you were fine," I replied. "Obviously you were more than fine. You seemed happy breaking one of Silvanus's rules." "And so?" He tossed his towel to the floor. "He will kill you if he finds out. That doesn't bother you." "No," he replied. "Are you on his side now?" "What do you mean by that? I've bonded with you, Finley. I deeply care about you." "I can look out for myself." His fangs retreated into his gums. "There is no need for you to be bothered by my well-being." "That's not the point." "What is the point then, Maris?" He stared out his bedroom window at the darkened scenery. Not knowing what else I could do, I wrapped my arms around his waist. "I don't want to leave for America. I want to stay here with you." He turned to face me. "You're going to America?" "Yes, he is sending me there." I hugged him tighter. "There's another ancient." No. He shook his head. "I'm tired of these ancients. They can't force you to go where you don't want to go." His jaw tightened. "I'm telling Anastasia and the others tonight, and then tomorrow we'll leave this place for good." I moved my chest closer to his, unaware that my amulet began to singe his skin. He quickly pushed me back, and a look of fear covered his face. "What was that?" He pointed at my chest. I froze, unsure to tell him the truth behind my mother's family heirloom, but he asked again. "My amulet." I pulled it out from underneath my clothing. "Silvanus says that it protects me from any Deamhan." I looked up at him. "That's impossible." "I thought so too until a few seconds ago." The skin on his chest healed immediately, and I slowly took the amulet from around my neck and placed it in the palm of my hand. "I don't know exactly how it works. It doesn't work on me, and it didn't work on Anastasia when she sired me." By touch, he replied. Please don't tell the others. No one is supposed to know. Why? He tilted his head to the side. Did Silvanus tell you that? I nodded. He only said that so you wouldn't use it on him, Finley spoke. That's exactly what you should do. He isn't the enemy, I replied. He's told me a lot of things, Finley. He showed me so much about Anastasia and who I am. What did he tell you? I began to explain the images to the best of my ability. However, I didn't tell him what Silvanus said about me. I didn't think he was ready to understand everything yet. After I finished, Finley lay back on his bed and held out his arms to me. Lay here with me, Maris. I joined him and buried my body into his side. Staring at the ceiling, I could hear the distant chatter of the gathering still going on in the meeting room and the gentle human screams as the Deamhan devoured them. We remained there listening, and soon I wanted to know what he thought about my revelation. He kissed me gently on my forehead and answered my thought. I don't care about what Silvanus showed you. It isn't something that I don't already know. You know about Anastasia? We all know, but she is our sire. His point had torn into my core. I had to make him care. I wanted to make him see sooner or later, but for now I ignored my feelings toward the whole situation. I just wanted to lie next to him, away from everyone and everything. I emptied my mind, and until the sun rose, not once did I think about the problems we would potentially face in the upcoming days. Eventually silence swept over the sanctuary as all Deamhan closed their eyes and fell asleep, waiting for the following night to come. Chapter 5. To Condemn or to Save. I now understood why Silvanus demanded respect. He ruled his sanctuary with an iron fist. He proved to us that we could maintain our Deamhan nature without bringing attention to ourselves. We just needed to remember that our actions affected our brethren and our kind around the world. Instead of allowing our animal instincts to take over, we had to control it. If we had to kill, it was our responsibility to dispose of our victims in the proper manner. We fed discreetly, but only on humans who knew our true nature, never on those who remained clueless. These rules contradicted Ethel, who believed that not only did we not have to fear anyone, but they had to fear us. She didn't care about the consequences of leaving our victims in the open. She hunted in the cities, taking a large group of Deamhan with her, and they wreaked havoc among the cobblestone streets. Some Deamhan considered her an ancient, and now, with two ancients staying under the same roof, no one could stand up to us, including the vampires. Content with the humans that Silvanus provided me, I didn't leave the sanctuary in the following weeks, unlike my siblings. Finley often went with Ethel, and when he returned, he told me stories about how thrilling it felt to eye his potential victims from the shadows, picking out what scent soothed his hunger at that moment. He enjoyed the young Irish girls while Branda and Brandy hunted whoever smelled good, and they shared their meals together. Anastasia proved to be more particular, and she took her time in choosing whom she wanted. Older women who smelled and looked like they had suffered in life. Still, Finley's nighttime activities didn't stop him from secretly feeding from Adele. I warned her to stay away from him, but that only made her want to be around him more. To protect their secret, I lied to Silvanus when he questioned the extra bite marks on her neck. News had spread among us that the vampires now knew of my location, and they would soon come to the sanctuary to kill us all. Silvanus and Ethel didn't tremble at this news. She volunteered to go to London and smite any vampires that crossed her path. Bent on avoiding a war and making things worse, Silvanus forbade her to go, but she went anyway, and returned with the news that she had slain a nest of vampires, and that one of them revealed to her that a traitor lived among us at the sanctuary. This news angered Silvanus, and for days he questioned all Deamhan, including Anastasia, whom he believed to be the traitor. During one night, I went to Finley's room and planned on begging him to stop feeding from Adele. When I walked in, I saw that Adele had taken her shirt off, and now, instead of feeding from her stomach, Finley had moved to her inner legs in an attempt to hide her bite wounds from Silvanus's eyes. I violently pushed her away from him. Finley didn't like my reaction, and he began to scream that I had no right to interrupt his feeding. "Do you want to die?" I screamed back. "She will be the death of you, Finley, mark my words." "You don't feed from her anymore," he said to me. "Why do you still continue to care? Are you deaf, or are you just refusing to listen to reason?" Adele tucked her hair behind her right ear and she opened her mouth to speak. Before she could, I snapped my head in her direction. "Say another word," I warned her, "and I will kill you myself." Adele instantly drew quiet. "Now leave this room and don't come back here. This is your last warning." I grabbed her arm and shoved her out of the room, closing the door behind her. "Please don't speak of my wrongs and how you're trying to save me." Finley eyed me. "I don't think I can take it anymore." "I'm going to keep telling you until you understand and stop your nonsense." "I don't want to stop what you call nonsense, Maris." "Remember what Anastasia said before we arrived here? All the minions belong to Silvanus," I said. "Oh, so now you're quoting our sire, someone you no longer trust?" I sighed. As we speak, Silvanus is out there trying to find the traitor. "And so?" "You have to tread carefully these next days. He's on the hunt." "Who bloody cares?" He raised his voice at me. "I'm tired of hearing about his wrath. I'm tired of your blind trust in him. I'm not afraid of him. He isn't the one holding our future by a string. You are." I stopped. "What are you saying?" He looked away from me. "No, tell me, what are you saying?" I asked again. "Never mind I said anything." "No. I want to know what's on your mind. I want to know what you think of me." His outburst now weighed me down, pushing my feelings for him to an all-time low. I wanted to believe that he stood by my side and that our bond was strong enough to stand up to anything thrown at us. In that moment, though, I felt it stretching, and soon it'd snap like a rubber band under pressure. "Ethel spoke about you on our feeding nights in London." He remained still, and I felt his eyes move back and forth. "She said that you had the knowledge, the power that would either condemn us or save us. She told us everything, and you know what?" His eyes finally locked onto me. "It made me angry. It made me wonder why Silvanus, why any of us, still allow you to live." I sat next to him and I placed my hand on his leg. "She said if the vampires had you, they would use you to end us. She also said that Deamhan could use you to secure our future, but whatever is inside you has most ancients fearful for their lives and safety. It is not stable. That is why Silvanus keeps you close to him." "I know." I placed my hand on his cheek and I smiled briefly. All of us ate up her words without a doubt. Then I saw it in Anastasia's eyes. It was the same thing I saw in Branda and Brandy's eyes. I knew they had subconsciously reached a decision that you are too dangerous to let live. He turned toward me. "Ethel will kill you, Maris. If not Ethel, then maybe the twins, maybe Anastasia, maybe even myself. You won't harm me, Finley." "Don't be so sure about that." He lowered his head. "I wanted to rush back here and rip out your heart in your sleep." He rubbed his hands together. "Last night, after returning from the city, I stood in your room as you slept. I thought that this was the moment where everything would change for the better, but seeing you there, I just couldn't do it. All I could think about was protecting you from all of this, and taking you far away from here, regardless if it meant my death, or the death of all Deamhan." He pointed to my chest. "I'm afraid to say it, but that trinket, whatever it is, will save you one day." I felt his remorse, and I understood his confusion about what to do. He stood at a crossroads, afraid to decide and take sides. I felt it in my blood that our bond was now stronger than it had ever been up to that moment, and I was sure he could feel it as well. "Tell Silvanus," he said to me. "Maybe he can send you to America as soon as possible." "I want you to come with me." "Deamhan, don't cry. It's not that we don't want to, but there isn't an ounce of liquid in our bodies to create tears of any kind." However, his face trembled, and he forced himself to show emotion, another thing that we had a hard time achieving. "I don't think you'd want me to, Maris. I don't know if my instincts to kill you would prove stronger than my bond with you." Suddenly we heard a loud scream coming from the first floor of the sanctuary. We locked eyes, and I sensed that Finley knew the heart-wrenching yell came from Adele. I immediately latched on his arm. "Don't go out there." "Let me go." He growled and slapped my hand away. He immediately left the room, and I followed. We rushed down the stairs just in time to see Brandy heading toward the meeting room. Finley placed himself in her way. "Brandy, what's going on?" When she saw me, her eyes narrowed. I remembered what Finley said just moments ago, and I stood behind him to hide myself from her stare. "Brandy, why is Adele screaming?" "Why do you care?" she questioned him back. "I'm curious." Finley's weak reply only made her more suspicious. "She's the traitor," Brandy finally answered. "She is now our enemy, just like that one hiding behind you." Chapter 6. Traitor. We walked toward the meeting hall, stopping just short of the entry. "Finley, don't go in." I tried to warn him again, but he didn't listen. "She can't be the traitor," he said. "I would have known." He pushed the doors open. We saw Silvanus sitting in the center of the room on his ridiculous throne, but Adele wasn't anywhere in sight. Soon Deamhan began to fill the room, including Anastasia, who walked by me silently. The harsh stares of my brethren made me feel uncomfortable and unwanted in their presence. When Ethel entered the room, the environment changed. She had their respect. It was different from Silvanus, who demanded their respect. He looked up in our direction while he flicked small pieces of dirt from underneath his fingernails. Only when the collected crowd quieted down did he speak. He started his dialogue with a humble question. "We are strong together, are we not?" The crowd mumbled in agreement. "I've heard terrible things these past few days," he said. "Things that make me question if some of you are worthy of remaining under my roof." Finley folded his arms across his chest and planted his feet firmly on the ground, as if he waited for Silvanus to rat him and the others out. Silvanus continued. "There is not only one traitor among us, but several." The Deamhan around us remained quiet. "I have no patience for traitors, human and demon included. I also have no tolerance for those who do this blatantly in front of my face or secretively behind my back." Ethel stood next him. Dressed in black slacks and a black jacket that only men would wear, she leaned against the throne and her hazel eyes moved around the room. "We are strong as a community, but only as strong as our weakest member," Silvanus continued. "Back in the day, if a Deamhan disobeyed the rules, he or she was dealt with severely." He looked at Ethel. "How would you punish a human traitor?" Ethel blinked slowly. "I would bring her among Deamhan in the sanctuary to be devoured." Silvanus settled back in his throne and crossed his legs. "Bring the human in here." Two Deamhan hurried and left the room, leaving the door opened. I grabbed Finley's hand, and instead of shunning me away, he squeezed it and looked to me. I looked over my shoulder, smelling Adele's scent. Deamhan dragged her, gagged, into the room with a rope tied around her wrist. Her tear-filled eyes looked into mine, then to Finley, who snarled at her. More puncture wounds covered her neck and dark purple bruises scoured her flesh. She looked weak, defeated, and scared. All the Deamhan in the room started to heckle her. I couldn't pick up on her thoughts as if she blocked them from us, which made the woman all the more interesting to me. Silvanus raised his hands for silence and the crowd hushed. "She will be made an example to any minion who crosses a Deamhan." The crowd erupted into cheering again. This traitor who works with the vampires to end our existence will die tonight. He pointed to Adele, and the crowd's cheering turned into hissing, growling, and booing. A demon ripped the rope from Adele's wrist and joined in a newly formed circle surrounding her. Some demon lashed out at her, scratching at her legs and arms, drawing blood. Like a caged animal, Adele attempted to fight her way through the circle, but they pushed her back. The smell of her rich blood made my senses tingle and my eyes revert. Her hot breath mixed with sweat and fear wasn't something I could ignore. I wanted to move back in, to get a good look at her, and perhaps take a swipe at her, just to suck the blood from my fingertips. "Please let me go," Adele screamed. "Why should we let you go?" Silvanus asked. "So that you can run back to your vampires and tell them everything." "Help me! Someone, please!" Adele screamed again. Her eyes scanned the crowd for a saviour, and when she saw Finley, she held out her hands to him. "Please, I'm yours. I don't want to die." From the corner of my eye, I watched Finley, who joined the circle and began to taunt her. His face filled with rage, and I understood the complications of his actions. He felt that not only did Adele use him, but she did so at the word of our enemies. His fangs dropped at the ready, and he moved into the circle and grabbed Adele by the throat. "Silvanus, let me do it," he said. "Let me kill her." "Why should I?" Silvanus smiled slowly. "Do you no longer want her?" He laughed gently. "Did you think I didn't know what you two did behind my back?" Finley slowly began to choke Adele. "I didn't do anything wrong." I heard bravery in his voice, which also made me anxious and fearful that Silvanus would kill him on the spot alongside her. "You fed from my human without permission," Silvanus answered. "You disobeyed my rule." I was tricked. "So you're weak?" Silvanus placed his finger over his mouth. "Be quiet, Finley, before I change my mind and decide to kill you." Finley grinded his teeth and he obeyed. From the way he looked at Ethel, he hankered to speak out against what was going on. He held her tight with one arm and raised his other arm to grab everyone's attention. Surprisingly, Anastasia stepped up to defend Finley. "He isn't weak, just misguided." Finley held Adele tightly with one arm and raised his other arm to grab everyone's attention. "I'll show you weakness." He then forced Adele's arm up to his mouth. In full Ramanga regalia, he chomped onto her wrist. He didn't drink from her. Instead, he began to tear at her flesh, ripping it from the bone. A blood-curdling scream escaped her mouth, and the smell of her blood became too much so that not even I could resist. Soon all Deamhan in the room, including Anastasia, dove in, feasting on her. I watched as they ripped her body into pieces and sucked on her flesh like soup. Finley tore her head from her shoulders, and with his own head held back, he let her blood drip into his mouth. I saw Branda, who managed to grab her arm and tear it from its socket, sucking the blood from her fingertips. Another Deamhan disemboweled her. When it had finished, they all stood around, covered head to toe in her bloodied remains. Silvanus, who didn't participate in the carnage, raised his hands, and the demons stood facing him, as if he prepared to tell them a bedtime story. Instead, he turned to Ethel again. "How would you punish a Deamhan traitor?" Ethel blinked slowly. "I would tie that demon to a tree and leave them there until sunrise as a reminder that no demon is exempt from punishment." Silvanus nodded. "Yes, no Deamhan is exempt." Without warning, he grasped her by the neck and I heard her gasp. "After all these centuries, you, Ethel, have yet to learn that." His brisk movement made all of us cower in fear. With one hand, Silvanus lifted Ethel off her feet. "How dare you try to start a rebellion in my own sanctuary?" Ethel grasped onto his hand, trying to remove it from her throat. Her eyes turned dark, and Silvanus acted by showing his fangs that suddenly appeared from his gums. "This is my home," he said. "You live under my rules, and if I declare Maris to be protected, she remains protected." He released her and she stepped back, rubbing her throat. This isn't how it should be done. Her cold eyes turned to me. She is a threat to our existence. She shouldn't live. Your opinion doesn't concern me, he replied. Maybe it should. She glanced around the sanctuary. I'm not the only Deamhan here who feels that way. Most of us see her as the enemy. Only you and the other ancients are unaware of that fact. Then any demon who believes she shall die will have to go through me, Silvanus said. Silence closed in over the room, and we waited and watched for anyone to make the first move, but no one did. Even Ethel seemed reluctant to be the first to test Silvanus. No one will touch her, he said. Do you hear me? None of you will touch her, or I promise you that I will kill you slowly. None of you will even think of harming her. Finley's interjection surprised us all. He stepped forward and wiped Adele's blood from his mouth and lower face. Do you think you can stand up to everyone here? Ethel asked him in a cold tone. There are many Deamhan older than you, boy. They would crush you before you have time to move. I'm not afraid of them, nor am I afraid of you. Close your mouth, Ethel, Silvanus said in a raised voice. You always have had a soft spot for Deamhan, Ethel chuckled. Silvanus pointed to the door. Leave my sanctuary and don't come back here. He raised his voice. Any Deamhan who agrees with her should leave now as well. This is your only chance. At first no one moved, but soon I saw a Matuspa head toward the door, followed by a Ramanga. More Deamhan began to leave, and I looked over my shoulder, seeing Anastasia also headed for the door. I found Brandy and Branda standing still, watching our sire leave with fearful eyes. Your Deamhan have dwindled. Ethel walked across the room and toward the disfranchised crowd. How can you protect your sanctuary from vampires when half of your army is now gone? Ethel, you may be of age and some may consider you an ancient, but you and I both know that you are too rash and foolhardy to be one, Silvanus said as he laughed. His reply was met with a quick retort from Ethel. Rash? You are joking, right? You're the only one here that's being rash when it comes to Maris. You don't have all night. Ignoring her reply, Silvanus stood up from his chair. You and your delinquents only have a few hours to find shelter before sunrise. Abashed, Ethel's mouth dropped. Let her live for all I care. The crowd parted as she stormed out of the room. The group of Deamhan followed her, but Anastasia and the twins remained. Finley, come with us. She held out her hand to him. He looked back at them. Regardless of how I felt about his confusion about if I should live or die, I just couldn't stand by quietly and allow him to walk out of my life. I grabbed onto his arm and I stood close to him. Even if he decided to leave me here, I wasn't strong enough to intervene. We've bonded, Anastasia, he said to her. I'm not leaving. You'll die if you stay here with her. Anastasia dropped her hand. I'll die out there without her. We should stick together, Brandy said. We should all leave. Yes, I agree that we should stick together, Finley said. And that means standing by our sibling. He placed his arm around me. This is about family and protecting one of our own. Anastasia's eyes turned dark. He's made his choice. She turned to the twins. Let us go. But Brandy and Branda didn't follow her. Anastasia stopped in her tracks and she eyed them briefly. Without saying a word, she walked out of the room. We should go with her. Brandy wrapped her arms around her waist. She is our sire. Then go if you want. Finley dropped his hand from me. I placed my head on his arm. Thank you. Please, don't. He walked toward the huge windows and pulled the blinds back. Quietly he watched as Ethel took her new band of Deamhan and they rushed into the night. The sanctuary felt empty. The Deamhan that remained still outnumbered those who left, but the mood had changed. Everything would be different. My worry mounted about our future, and if Ethel would return to slaughter me. It isn't easy to break sire bonds, Silvanus said to us. But what now? Branda spoke. I don't agree that she should be protected. She pointed at me. Neither do I. Finley looked over his shoulder. Yet here I am, vowing to protect her with my life. Chapter 7. Dorvo Vampire. After the massacre and Ethel's banishment, I headed back to my room to be left alone. When I noticed that pieces of Adele's flesh had littered my clothing and my skin, I quickly undressed and showered to wipe away what I just witnessed from not only my body, but my mind. The warm water soothed my skin, and afterwards I rested on my bed, staring at the ceiling, as her death replayed over and over in my mind. Yes, Finley had stood up for me along with the twins, but at what cost? It was my fault that the sanctuary now stood half empty, and those who remained behind didn't know what the future held for them. I wanted to thank Silvanus, but I felt that I also had signed his death warrant. What price did they pay to secure my future? Finley's pungent odour travelled from the hallway and into my room before he appeared, standing in the doorway with his blood-covered head lowered. He picked at the pieces of flesh peppering his hair, and he dropped them to the floor. "Can I come in?" I raised myself from my bed. Of course. He stepped into my room and shook his head in disgust. "I'm sorry for the way I acted to you." I shook my head. "It's okay, I understand." "I don't think you do," he replied. "I just don't like being here just as much as the twins don't, but I couldn't just allow Ethel to rally up the others to kill you." His tongue slithered out his mouth, gliding over his stained lips. "She's right," I replied. His face filled with discontent and sadness. "No, she isn't. Like all of us, she's frightened of you because you're so important." Finley quickly looked at me, whispering, "Whatever we do from here on doesn't matter because you control our future." He sat on my bed. "But I don't care, Maris. I would never allow anyone to take you away from me." He wiped his face and stared at the blood on his palm. "Our bond is stronger than that. I would give up my life for you." "You almost did tonight." I wanted to tell him badly about my feelings toward leaving for America, but I feared that would only give him an excuse to make more irrational decisions. Would he let me go if he had to? Did he even have a choice or say in the matter? His eyes had turned black and he spoke with stained teeth and the smell of blood on his breath. "I'd do it again if I had to." I wanted to freeze his image in my thoughts so I would never forget him and he would never forget me. Believe me when I say this, Finley. I want to be alongside you, forever. He eyed me suspiciously. "You're saying this as if we won't be." "Have you forgotten about America?" I asked him. "Our time together won't be forever." "It will be forever," he spoke in confidence. "I will find a way." He opened his arms to me. "Come here." I nestled my body close to his blood-soaked shirt. "I've bonded with you, Maris." He kissed me on my forehead. I looked up at him. "And what about your bond with Anastasia?" "That's a sire bond," he replied. "Lay with me." He climbed into my bed and I wrapped my arm around his waist. He began to play with my hair, and he kissed me on my forehead again. "I have the right to fight for what is dear to me, and you mean so much to me." His human features returned. I think I love you, Maris." My smile disappeared at the thought. Love? What did Deamhan know about love? How could he, who had just slaughtered a human, talk about love? Whatever the case, I didn't question it. I just wanted to cherish my next moments with him. I could smell the sun rising, and the fear of it overcame me. I felt it every sunrise since I was turned. Our blood feared the sun just as much as it feared sharp wooden objects. The sun had risen. On the floor, a few feet away, I saw a sliver of sunlight that managed to peek through the window curtains. Instead, I forced myself to continue to stare at it. Maybe by looking at it, I could learn how to not fear it so much. I continued until the sliver slowly disappeared. Clouds set in, blocking the sunlight. I don't remember what time I actually fell asleep. When Finley told me he loved me, I should have felt something. Anything. I expected warmth or the excitement of a potential relationship. I questioned and doubted the concept. I didn't want to believe it. No one ever loved me except for my mother, and even to call the way she felt about me love was asinine. I felt our bond strengthen while we slept that day. I guess a bond between two Deamhan was like love between two humans. What he said didn't leave my bedroom. Days came and went, and soon only 1 week separated me from the day that Silvanus had scheduled me to leave for America. I wanted our remaining days together to be perfect, and without drama and disruption. After Silvanus followed through on his word, sending Adele's remains back to the vampires in tiny chests, everything in the sanctuary calmed down and returned to normal. No one heard anything about Ethel nor Anastasia. Hunting resumed, and Finley and I spent our nights outside, lying on the lawn and gazing at the stars. He frequently spoke about what he wanted to do once the drama settled. He wanted to leave London and visit other places in the world like India. One weekend night, shortly after sunset, we walked down the staircase, eager to head out and spend our night under the stars. Before we reached the main floor, we saw a man and a woman standing next to each other, with their arms chained behind their backs. As I got closer to them, it dawned on me that they weren't human. They smelled ripe, and I covered my nose. I realized that I had smelled their stench before. Blood streamed down the side of the male's face and onto his clothing. The woman didn't look any better. She had stringy, waist-length dark hair, which matched her caramel-coloured skin. She wore a tattered and dirtied white dress. It wasn't her appearance or smell that garnered my attention. The colour of her eyes impressed me. Her left eye was blue, and her right eye was brown. I turned to Finley. "Are they—" I caught my whispered question. Silvanus appeared from down the hall, accompanied by a female Metuspa. They stopped short of the two individuals, and he pulled out a white rag from the breast pocket and covered his nose. "Ugh, they always smell atrocious up close." Silvanus turned to her. "Are you sure these two are Dorvo vampires?" The Metuspa nodded back to Silvanus. "I'm sure of it." "Well then, shall we start?" The Metuspa carefully walked around the vampires and opened the front door. Slowly she reached out, as if she didn't want to touch them, and she freed the male. "Go! Run!" She stood aside. I didn't bother blocking any Deamhan from my thoughts, which questioned their identities. Finley and I watched as the Metuspa then freed the female and told her to run. However, the captives didn't move. "You're free to go," Silvanus said to them. By this time, Branda and Brandy appeared to our left, and they also took notice of them. The male vampire retreated, and he pushed his female companion out of the way. Soon he ran out of the sanctuary. Brandy's eyes turned black, and she launched herself at the female, pinning her to the floor. Silvanus grabbed her by her shoulder and tossed her off. "No cheating," he said in a calm voice. "That's rude." "Why are you letting them go?" Brandy lifted herself to her feet. "They're vampires." "Because these vampires are our entertainment for the night." Silvanus nodded to the female Metuspa, who walked away and returned later, carrying a glass of blood. She placed it on the floor in front of the female vampire and stepped back. We all watched and waited patiently until the woman grabbed the glass and placed it up to her lips. Her eyes cautiously moved around the room, watching us, and she finally began to drink, consuming the remaining liquid. "I refuse to be your entertainment." She then stood up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "This one, she has the pride of a lion," Silvanus said. "And maybe the bite of a jackal." He pointed to the door. "But pride won't help you. Only your speed will. Now run. This won't be any fun if you don't run. By now, more demon had made their way over to see the two vampires. The vampire opened her mouth, exposing her fangs. They didn't appear like the fangs of a Ramanga. They came out quickly and they were a bit longer and sharper. In return, Finley hissed back at her. "Are those fangs supposed to frighten us?" Silvanus laughed, and soon every Deamhan watching the spectacle laughed along with him except us. The vampire slowly closed her mouth. "I'm not running." Silvanus hastily approached her. "You'll run." He grabbed her wrist and yanked it up to his mouth. "Or I'll keep you here and torture you every night for the rest of your immortal life." He bit into her wrist and pushed her back. He then spat the blood from his mouth. "The Brotherhood and your Dorvo vampires can't protect you now." With his foot he kicked her in the ribs, pushing her body out of the front door and onto the porch. "You're letting her go?" Again Brandy questioned his motive. "No." Silvanus then turned around to face us and he held up his hands. "We're going to have a vampire hunt." Chapter 8. The Dorvo Vampire Hunt. Silvanus laid out the rules to the Dorvo vampire hunt. We had an hour to catch our prey and bring them back alive. Whoever did so would be rewarded with money and the chance to kill them. After the female vampire fled from the front porch, we waited for a few seconds before Silvanus signalled all the Deamhan to go after them. They ran from the sanctuary into the night, howling like werewolves. Finley stood at my side on the porch as we watched Branda and Brandy run off with them. Some lowered their bodies close to the ground, taking in the scents before disappearing in a blur across the vast open plain. Silvanus approached me and he placed his hands on the railing. "Are you both not going to join them?" "I don't understand the reason behind this," I asked him. "Why not just kill them? Why did you feed her blood, then bite her?" "Well, it's not fun if they're too weak to run," Silvanus replied. "We must have some competition, right? Do you like prey that won't fight back?" "And what if they escape?" Finley asked. "They won't," he tittered quietly. "I will make sure of that." Finley also leaned against the railing, taking in the cool breeze. "How often do you host these vampire hunts?" "Just when we have Dorvo vampires," Silvanus replied. "These vampires claim a direct ancestral link to a vampire by the name of Dorvo. He was just one of the many vampires we owe our existence to. If it wasn't for him, your ancestors would have never created us Deamhan in the first place. We're bred to hate them." I stood quiet at his revelation. "Your ancestor was a smart human," he said. "He believed that to deal with vampires, the humans needed their own supernatural force, and he used magic to create it. You know, Deamhan weren't always bad. The very first four were loyal and protected the humans." Puzzled, I asked, "What happened?" He shrugged. "Nothing good can ever come from dark magic, Maris." Dark magic? I became drawn to his explanation, and I started to search my mind to remember anything my human mother may have said about our family. The only thing I knew was that her parents were migrants, and of course, the amulet was handed down in our family. She never went any further back than that. "The first four Deamhan turned on the humans, so another four were created," Silvanus said. "And when they also turned on the ones who created them, the humans then created a magical space to trap them in, limbo. They succeeded, but not before the 8 Deamhan had sired humans to spread their seed." I looked straight ahead, watching Deamhan in the distance scouring the land for the 2 vampires. "So how does Maris fit into this?" Finley asked. "Why is she so important?" I started to think. I don't practice magic. I know nothing about that. "It's in your blood." Silvanus smiled at me. "Literally, it has the power to release them from limbo." "So you want to free them?" "Oh God, no," Silvanus immediately replied. "They can never be freed." He ended our conversation. "Both of you go and join in the hunt." He clasped his hands behind his back and descended the stairs. You don't want to risk having another Deamhan win the prize. He ran in a slow pace, then he picked up speed. Soon he quickly moved in a blur, disappearing before our eyes. By now all the demon had left the sanctuary, scattering to search for the two vampires. I didn't want to leave the comfort of our home, but Finley encouraged me, and instead of following them, we walked to the horse stables near the back. Cautious, he told me to wait as he searched. The cool wind picked up and the sounds of birds and animals around us began to drown my hearing. No vampires here, Finley returned. We're not participating in this hunt, are we? I said to him as we continued to walk. Do you want to? He asked. I don't want to admit it, but what Silvanus said makes sense. They hunt us, we hunt them. I declined the offer. He didn't say anything about the history lesson we learned from Silvanus. That troubled me. I wanted his opinion. If you're afraid that the scary vampires will get you, don't worry, he joked. I'm here to protect you. He rubbed his fingers through my hair. I pushed him away and laughed. When I tried to reach for his hair, he took off in Deamhan speed across the landscape and I ran after him. I caught up to him and he turned around quickly, grabbed my right arm and tossed me into the air. I landed, unhurt on my feet, and when I tried to throw him, he maneuvered around me. He managed to always be one step ahead. I'm older than you, Maris, so I'll always be stronger. I smiled back at him and noticed that he pulled out a small book that had been tucked in the waist of his pants. What's that? He sat on the grass. I took it from Silvanus's library. He began to flip through it. I think it's called a dime novel. A dime novel? I questioned. Humans in America write all their exploits in these books and they sell them. He patted his hand on the ground next to him. Sit. I want to show you something. I sat next to him, looking over his shoulder as we began to read up on cowboys and Indians. This book had stories of Billy the Kid, a person no older than my human self, who was a desperado and wanted for murder. I didn't know much about America besides the Civil War and slavery. Still, this mysterious land excited me, however, I didn't want to leave Finley here and all alone. I mentioned the city of San Francisco and he cringed. I know nothing about that place. The more I thought about America, the more I wondered why it was taking Silvanus so long to send me there. I knew he followed the orders of an ancient female that I had yet to meet, but it still didn't make any sense. My smile faded away from my face as I dwelled deeply in my thoughts. What's wrong? He eyed me. Nothing, I'm fine. Are you certain? His right eye twitched. Don't make me read your thoughts, Maris. I nodded and told him a lie. I just don't like this vampire hunt, that's all. Well, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about America. He closed the book and lay back on the grass, staring at the clear night sky. I can't wait to go there. He laughed under his breath. What other places in America would you like to visit? He placed the book aside. What about the Black Hills? You told me we have eternity, remember? There's no need to rush. I wanted to comb through his thoughts. Finley, I've been wondering about something you told me a few days ago. He looked at me. What is it? What you said the other night. You said that you loved me. Do you really believe that? I do. I guess I think I do. He continued to stare at me. I can't explain it. I want to love you, but... But what? It's not normal. It doesn't feel right. Would you feel the same if I were a human? Maris! His voice pitched high and his mouth remained opened. I don't mean to surprise you, but I was curious. No, there has to be something behind these questions, he replied. Did Silvanus put you up to this? Why would you think that? Because your question doesn't make any sense. Neither does the fact that you're confused about love. He closed his mouth. Would you miss me while in America? Would you remember me? I don't like these questions. The nighttime breeze picked up, and it carried a scent that we hadn't smelled before. With his attention now aimed at figuring out the intrusive scent, he sat up and eyed the area around us. You smell that? He sniffed the air. I think we just found the female vampire. He hastily walked away to the back near the edge of a line of trees, and I joined him quickly. The farther we walked, the stronger the smell became, turning into an overbearing stench that stung my nostrils. Stay here, Finley continued walking forward. I heard rustling to my left, and the smell returned with it. Making my way through the bushes, I came upon the female vampire lying on her side on a bed of twigs and brush. I stood motionless and her eyes opened, staring back at me. My fangs extended. I should have yelled out to Finley, telling him I had found her, but part of me wanted to question her first. She looked weaker, due to the bite wound from Silvanus on her wrist, and her different-coloured eyes still mesmerised me. Don't come any closer, she whispered as she sat up. There wasn't any force in her threat. I personally didn't want to harm her. My human mother used to say I was a curious child who had to know everything. As a demon, that didn't change. Why do you vampires smell bad? I knelt next to her. She moved away from me. Deamhan don't smell any better. I sniffed my arms, smelling nothing. No, that's you. I'm sure of it. You all smell like dirt and rotten flesh. My mouth opened slightly. I had so many questions for her, and I didn't know what to ask first. She looked to her left in the direction that Finley walked. You've come to claim me? Well, what are you waiting for? I don't know what you mean by that, I replied, but if you answer my questions, I promise that I will let you go. And why should I believe you? I don't know, maybe because I'm your only option of escape. Again, she looked to Finley. Fine, make your questions quick. She nodded. Silvanus said that Dorvo vampires hunt us. Is that true? You know nothing about them. So you are a Dorvo vampire, I said, and you kill Deamhan. We all kill Ramanga. Would you kill me if you had the chance? If I had to, yes. Her eyes moved back and forth from me to Finley. But I wouldn't because you're the descendant. Her reply sounded like a question and a statement. So you don't want to kill me? The air carried the voices of other Ramanga near the front of the house. I looked back quickly. I think they found your vampire friend. She stared at me for what felt like a lifetime before saying, Every part of me wants to kill you still. My eyes wandered over her body, examining it. I know why Deamhan want me, but I don't understand why vampires want me as well. She turned her attention to Finley, who remained far from our location. Because you can decipher it. Decipher what? The spell. You can decipher the spell your ancestor used to create the vermin. I sensed her fear starting to mount. Like I told my kind, I don't know anything, especially magic that would release the first 8 demon from limbo. She laughed suspiciously and tilted her head to the side. It's part of you. She swiped her hair from her face. It's inside you. This isn't a laughing matter. I'm sure you heard that together. Deamhan can be an unstoppable force, but do you know what's stronger than that? I didn't know. An unstoppable supernatural force, she answered. Deamhan and vampire are not that different. We both fear nothing, we are both taught to live as we please, and we do what we want. The problem with that elementary philosophy is that we supernatural creatures, in fact, should fear everything. We should fear being known, we should fear attention, ourselves, and what we're capable of. The difference between our species is how we handle that fear. I didn't quite understand where she was going with her speech. Out of fear, Deamhan were created to balance the vampires, and vampires balance ourselves. I thought, that doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't make sense to you because you are a Deamhan, she answered. We vampires can control our nature because we are a natural creation. We have balances. Deamhan are not balanced. You are abominations. You aren't supposed to exist. But we do. We're here. You can't just annihilate us. We can and we will, and you, Maris, are the key to that, she replied. You have the ability to end or continue the madness that your kind creates by just being. I looked at Finley, who continued his search in the distance, trying to locate the origin of her scent. I can prove it with just one question, the vampire continued. And what question is that? I faced her. Are you happy? I shot her a confused stare. What does my happiness have to do with this? Are you happy? She asked again. My happiness didn't matter to me as a demon or as a human. Before being sired, I didn't think about happiness as being something I'd take a special notice to. Sure, Samantha knew how to cheer me up on my down days, and we had joyous times together, but never did I make a mental note of it. Now, as a demon, I thought that Finley brought me that happiness. He filled my void, and he did a great job in doing so. But being happy with him wasn't the same as being happy with Samantha. Suddenly, the taste of warm blood came to mind. Not Finley, Samantha, and certainly not anyone else. Tell me, Maris, you must know your answer by now. Blood makes me happy. No, blood makes you content and satisfies your hunger, she interjected. What is the key to your true happiness? I thought again, and this time I said Finley's name. Another Deamhan? No, that's a bond. But he makes me happy. He can only provide artificial happiness. You're wrong. I stared at her. I am happy. The words sounded archaic as they exited my mouth. Deamhan don't know happiness, she said to me. They can learn it but never achieve it. Anything created out of pure evil and wickedness can never know happiness. Demon only know darkness and hunger. He loves me. Love? Her tone suddenly changed and she began giggling. He loves you as much as he loves his next meal. Enough of your trick questions. I couldn't decide whether or not to continue along with her philosophical talk. Thus I've proven my point, she replied. You lost your ability to feel love, happiness, the moment they sired you. Look around you. Quickly, she reached out and grabbed my hand. I tried to move, but even in her weakened state, she was much faster than me. You aren't normal. You and your kind are a plague in this world. You don't fit. Her skin felt so soft and yet so cold. I pulled back. You're only saying this because you're my enemy. I rubbed my hand as if it had been injured. I only offered you the truth. She placed her hand on her chest. I had enough, and I began to decide her fate. She angered me, and I wanted to slaughter her that very moment. However, I didn't want to fit into the stereotype. I didn't want to follow through in my nature, and she had to see that I was different. You can go now. I quickly glanced behind me. She stood up but kept her body low enough to the ground to blend in with the bushes. You know I will come back here with others. Stop talking and just go. I stared ahead, seeing Finley in the distance. She took off and faded from my sight. I waited a few seconds before I stood to my feet and walked out from the brush. I called Finley's name and he ran back over to me. Did you find the vampire? I hesitated, then nodded. Where is she? He looked around. Did you kill her? I let her go. You what? She's gone. I saw disappointment in his eyes. Why would you do that? Because I had to show her, I replied, not knowing if what I believed was the actual truth. I had to make her see that we aren't the evil creatures that they've made us to be. She's a Dorvo! He raised his voice at me. She will come back with more of them. He looked to our left. Did she go this way? He prepared to go after her, but I gripped his arm, stopping him. He looked back at me. "What's wrong with you, Maris?" He rudely ripped his arm from my grasp. "I'm Deamhan." I turned around and began to walk away. "That is what's wrong with me." Chapter 9. The Great Sanctuary Fire of 1898. 2 hours after the hunt began, a Ramanga had found the male vampire and dragged him back to the sanctuary. They continued to search for the female until sunrise. Angered, Silvanus killed the male himself, and the next several nights they scoured high and low, trying to find the female. I begged Finley to not tell anyone about the vampire in fear of being reprimanded. Silvanus wouldn't kill me for my disobedience, I knew that much. However, the situation didn't help the predicament that we all faced. Some demons still remained wary of their decision to stay at the sanctuary under the same roof as me. If they ever found out, they'd take their frustrations out on me, or better yet, Finley. Against his better judgment, Finley agreed, but on one condition. After I left the sanctuary, I would wait for him before boarding my ship. It was an easy agreement. Of course I'd wait for him. Yet I didn't know what would happen once we arrived in the foreign land. Though I broke my bond with my sire, the bond between he and I remained strong, and Silvanus disapproved. I decided it was best that no one found out about it. We would act as if nothing changed, and on the night of my departure, he would meet me by the docks, and we would be on our way. There's this strange feeling, circling within the Ramanga blood in our veins, which must be the reason behind our addiction to betray our own. I believe that Anastasia had this disease. It made her rabid, uncontrollable, and it pushed her to do things that I would never think she'd do to our family. The night before the trip, I awoke to the smell of smoke and to the sounds of screams. I felt Finley's body settled behind me and his arm draped over my side. I had no reason to suspect anything until my bedroom door came crashing down and Silvanus grabbed me by my arm, yanking me from my deep sleep. "You must get up, now!" I opened my eyes to see his face covered in blood that wasn't his own. He pulled back my covers, waking Finley. "What's going on?" I asked in my groggy state. We smelled burning wood, and thick white smoke billowed into my room. We heard kindling fire. "Dorvo vampires," he replied. "They're here." "How many?" Finley jumped out of bed. "All of them." The female vampire had returned and she didn't come alone, just like she said she would. Almost immediately I felt solely responsible for what was occurring around us. I didn't bother to hide my thoughts about it from Silvanus. "Don't concern yourself with that." He tossed an envelope at me. "Maris, you must go back to London, to St. Catherine Docks. There is a human, Russell. Tell him that I sent you and he will get you on the next ship bound for New York." "Wait, I don't understand." I stood up from my bed. "Don't question me, just go." He eyed Finley. "Go with her. Do not stop along the way for anyone or anything. Do not trust anyone." Suddenly excitement replaced worry. I was delighted that Finley would accompany me to this strange new world. However, I didn't know who would greet us there. Silvanus answered my thought. "When the time is right, she will find you." His voice filled with urgency. "Until then, be careful and trust no one." He rushed out of my bedroom in Deamhan's speed. I looked at the envelope and opened it. Inside I saw more money than I'd ever seen in my life, and I looked at Finley. "We have to find the twins. We must take them with us." "First, we have to get out of here." He walked to the door and peered out. "We can't go down. We have to go up." He urged me to get dressed and to leave all my belongings behind. "The sun has yet to set. We'll burn." I quickly looked out the window. If the sun is still out, then how did the vampires get here? Someone, a human, must have brought them here. He also looked at the window. "But the sun!" I shivered at the thought. "They aren't immune to the sun, right?" "Maris, I don't know. Now get dressed. He pulled the sheets from the bed. We'll be fine. We can use these to protect ourselves. Sheets won't stop the light? Sunset is soon. Now get dressed. His plan wasn't the best, but it was all we had. I grabbed whatever clothes I could, and before I left my bedroom, I grabbed my amulet and placed it around my neck. We rushed up the stairs, passing by the bodies of dead and dying Deamhan. I heard a scream followed by the sound of bone crunching. I heard it over and over again. The dishevelled thoughts of my brethren poured into my mind. Some of them had jumped out of the windows and into the sun in fear of being killed by the vampires that outnumbered us. Those who did jump didn't make it far. The entire downstairs was engulfed in flames. We reached the top floor, and ahead we saw Deamhan standing in front of a large paned window. I then heard another body jumping through a window, followed by Branda's frantic voice behind us. "Finley!" She came running over to us with Brandy close behind. "The vampires are here. What do we do?" Along with the smell of burning wood, I also managed to acquire another familiar smell, which I didn't question at first. However, my footsteps slowed when I felt that we were being watched by a vampire. We all turned around. On our left, I saw a man with short blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smooth face wearing a dark suit with a white waistcoat and a dotted black and white necktie. A thick cloud of smoke blocked the image of a person standing next to him, but not their scent. Instantly, every inch of me froze. I tapped Finley on his arm to get his attention. "It's her," I whispered. The cloud lifted, and I saw the female vampire I had let go standing vigilant with her legs spread slightly apart. She held a long, sharp machete in her left hand. The other male held a stake in his right. They didn't flinch as a piece of wood, burning from the fire, fell from the ceiling and landed beside them. Suddenly we heard more sounds of shattering glass behind us, as a few Deamhan jumped through the window to escape. "Maris!" She called out my name. "I told you I'd come back with others." I heard the jumbled thoughts of my brethren, some surprised and some angry at the revelation. I betrayed them for letting her survive, and now we were all paying for my grave mistake. Finley showed his fangs, trying to place their anger and doubts to rest. Even the twins, who now looked at me as if I were unknown to them, wondered why I had done such an awful thing. "Ruby, is this the Deamhan who let you go?" the male vampire asked. She nodded. "Yes, it's her." The other Ramanga wasn't lying when she told us that we would find all her offspring here. How Deamhan of her. I tried to keep as calm as possible while Finley slowly stepped forward. "What Ramanga told you this?" "Your sire, Anastasia," the female vampire replied. "The one I've been tracking for centuries." "You're Ruby," Finley snarled. We all knew the name quite well. I covered my mouth, marvelling at how stupid I was to have let her go. If only I had known that this was the very same vampire Anastasia spoke about, I would have killed her on sight. "Anastasia would never do that," Brandy barked at him. "Foolish demon, of course she would," Ruby said. None of us could imagine it. Even fearless Branda seemed taken aback by this startling realization that our own sire would betray us. I could feel Finley's anger rising, and I grabbed onto his arm to comfort him. "Ruby has told me much about you, Maris," the male vampire smiled, "like how you saved her in your little vampire hunt." "Let's get this over with," Ruby spoke. "Why hurry?" he asked. "We have all the time in the world." The fire continued to rage and flames ate away at the ceiling above us and the walls around us. "We came for her," Ruby pointed at me. "Step aside and let us have her." Finley placed himself in front of me. "You don't have a choice, Demon," she said to him. "You can either die for her or leave. We'll even give you all a head start." The twins made their choice. Branda grabbed the bedsheet from Finley, and covering both herself and her sister, they ran for the broken window. Ignoring the head start offered to them by Ruby, the male vampire moved just as quickly, placing himself in their way. He swung with his stake, missing Branda's heart by inches. Finley went in on the attack and he tried to grab the machete from Ruby. Before the twins could jump through the glass, the male vampire grabbed the sheet, pulling it away from their bodies, and he pushed them both, uncovered, out the window and into the sunlight. They screamed on their way down, but I heard nothing after that. He'd killed them, right in front of everyone without breaking a sweat. I didn't dare imagine what he'd do to the rest of us, especially my Finley. By now Finley's brown eyes turned full-blown dark. Upon seeing what happened to the twins, he turned his anger toward him. I also wanted to kill this monster, but we couldn't fight him and Ruby both, and we couldn't rely on the few Deamhan who remained. They too ran for their lives, some out the window, and others out the room and back into the fire. "Don't fight, Maris," Ruby said to me. "I let you go," I yelled at her. "That should mean something." "It means that you're gullible and weak." I watched Finley launch his body, with his arms extended at the vampire. However, his enemy was a lot faster and more skilled than he could ever be. He grabbed Finley's throat with his right hand and a fistful of his hair with the other. He began to pull, and I heard Finley scream in pain. In breakneck speed, I rushed over to help him, but Ruby, who proved to be just as fast, caught me and pushed me to the floor. Pain seared through the right side of my head, yet I managed to stand to my feet. "Make no mistake," she said. "You are coming with us." I rushed as quickly as I could, gnarling with teeth exposed, trying to get back to Finley, but the faster I moved, the faster she blocked my path. Eventually, I managed to get past her, making my way to him. I jumped onto the male's back, sinking my teeth into his neck. He twirled around, trying to throw me off. At the same time, he managed to avoid Finley's attack with godlike precision. I lost my grip and fell onto my back. He then jumped over me, tucked and rolled, grabbed his stake, and aimed at Finley's stomach. I watched in sheer terror as Finley grunted and dropped to his knees in agonizing pain. I felt Ruby's arms pinning my own from behind. "Don't kill him, Boyd." Helpless, I watched Boyd push the stake further into Finley's stomach. "Not yet. Make him suffer first," Ruby said. Boyd stood over Finley. I'd rather put him out of his misery. I struggled, and Ruby quickly forced my head to the right. "Continue to fight, and I'll snap your neck." She shook me again. I searched around, trying to look for anything I could use to free myself from her and to get us both out of there, but the only thing I saw was the stake in Finley's stomach. "We should kill them both," Boyd said to her. "We need her. She's the descendant," she replied. "Please," I pleaded with them. "Please let us go." Finley looked up at me with weak eyes. I had to do something, and fast. "A Deamhan begging?" Boyd laughed. "You're right, this one is different." "Take me and let him go," I cried and continued to beg. "You have me. You have what you came here for. He's done nothing to you." "There is always something that Deamhan have done." Boyd hounded me. "Do you know how many families he's harmed? How many of your own kind he's slaughtered?" He stood close to me, and I saw another stake in the inner pocket of his jacket. A burst of wind interrupted our fight, and Boyd and Ruby immediately looked around the room. The wind picked up again, and suddenly we saw Silvanus standing behind Boyd. I acted quickly. I grabbed Boyd's stake and drove it just below his solar plexus, driving it upward until it pierced his heart. I didn't know much about vampires, but I assumed that, like Deamhan, they could also be harmed with a stake. I remembered how Anastasia killed the vampire the night I was sired. Whatever the case, Boyd let out a terrible banshee scream. Ruby pushed me to the floor and she ran to his side. I didn't look back to witness his body melting. I removed the stake from Finley's stomach and he bellowed in pain while I lifted him to his feet. "I thought I told you both to go," Silvanus said as he helped me by dragging Finley to the window. We were 3 stories up, and the sight of the still bright horizon scared me momentarily. "We will die out there," I said to Silvanus. You will die here if you don't leave. Now go. Finley drifted in and out of consciousness, and I slapped the side of his face. We have to run. A trickle of blood travelled from the corner of his mouth to his chin, dripping to the floor. I can run, he said between grunts. I looked to Silvanus. We will wait for you at the pier. Maris, you get on that ship and you will go. Just then he pushed us out the window. I held tight onto him as I felt my skin beginning to heat up. I landed first on my back and I heard my ribs crack. Finley landed on top of me seconds later. Our skin began to boil and bubble and dark smoke rose from our faces. Dragging Finley along, we made it to the shade of a tree. My uncovered legs started to blister and bubble like liquid metal. Leave me, Maris, he whispered. I ignored him. Using whatever strength I had left, I quickly moved to the shade of another tree. I continued this until we were far from the sanctuary. We fell to the ground and I looked at Finley, finding his beautiful face now blackened and tarnished with small bubbles and cysts. I rubbed them, thinking that'd help him heal faster. We're safe. We're fine. Don't die on me. He grunted again, holding his stomach wound. I looked back, seeing the dark, thick smoke rising from the sanctuary. Anastasia led them to us, Finley spoke in between ragged breaths. No, I did. I was foolish to let Ruby go. I was so stupid. They would have come anyway, Maris. Why didn't I see it now? He attempted to lift his hand to my face. You were right. We should have never trusted Anastasia. I hushed him and held him close, whispering to him that I would find him a meal as soon as the sun set so he could regain his strength. We had to make it to the ship that night. He nodded, closed his eyes, and his head dropped into my chest. Anger clouded his thoughts, mixing in with his desire to avenge Brander and Brandy. Never trust a Deamhan. So much truth existed in that statement, which now became my motto. Under that tree, I broke my bond with Anastasia for good. The only Deamhan I cared for now lay in my arms, clinging to life. I felt belittled and betrayed, watching the only home I knew burn, not knowing if every Deamhan, including Silvanus, who trusted in me, escaped death. Chapter 10. 1898 to 1910 New York. The blood from birds, mice, and other small animals helped Finley regain his strength. Moments later, we made our way to St. Catherine Docks, and I searched for the human Russell. I found him sitting in a small shack a few feet from the pier, immersed in paperwork. When I told him that Silvanus had sent us, he tensed up and stumbled out of his chair, moving to the corner of the shack. I didn't question his mortified action, but I assumed my appearance at the pier was earlier than he expected. Still, this human somehow managed to arrange for us to board the next available ship heading to America. Lucky for us, there was a ship preparing to set sail for New York the next morning. He wasn't much for conversation, and after he helped to get us on board, he disappeared. Finley and I made our way to the lower decks and secured an area in the back near the storage area. We used a thin white sheet to separate ourselves from anyone with prying eyes. I covered the small peephole to block out the sun while Finley scoured the area, retrieving a small wooden crate where we could store the rats we caught for the entire voyage. Later, we made our way back to the main deck. The next morning, the ship pulled away from the harbour and we said our goodbyes to London. Maintaining our diet while out to sea became a challenge like no other. First, we started with humans, using our keen sense of smell to pick out potential meals who had become sick during the voyage. Although their blood wasn't the tastiest, it satisfied us for the evenings out to sea. After we finished, Finley later would throw the bodies overboard, and they went unnoticed for a few days. However, when the human crew began to keep record on all passengers, we had no choice but to turn to the rats storing aboard. They were plentiful and we never ran out. On some nights, when the moonlight glistened over the top of the still ocean water, I stood out on the deck, staring into the horizon. There I found peace, and I could allow myself to think without being disturbed. What awaited us in New York should have scared me, but I thought about the possibilities that maybe Finley and I would no longer be involved in this demon and vampire fiasco. Instead of waiting for this ancient to appear and greet us after our arrival, I wanted to secretly leave the ship and disappear into the city. My superb hearing picked up nothing, but my sight narrowed in on darkened images below the dark blue waters. About 50 feet down, I saw pools of fish, what looked like a shark, and another fish I couldn't make out. A large whale swam underneath us, heading south. I headed back to our sleeping area an hour before sunset, and Finley and I sat across from each other, communicating telepathically about what we planned to do once we reached the American shore. We also thought about how to react if our Deamhan contact found us, or if we stumbled upon Deamhan sanctuaries. Finley had had his fill with sanctuaries, and he decided that if we ever did run into more of our kind, we would leave the city immediately. Silvanus gave us enough money so we could go anywhere. As the days turned to weeks, I became bored and befriended a teenage human girl who later joined me on the decks shortly after sunset. She told me about her father's death and how her mother decided to leave London for America in search of a new life. I found her to be relaxing to talk to, and her scent addicting. Finley found out about her, and angrily he told me to stay away. "They are our food, not our friends," he said. I agreed, just so as not to make him angry, and the next night I'd learned that the human girl had died. He killed her, but I had no proof, and I didn't want to confront him about it. Our ship arrived in New York City at night with 30 people less than when it left London, and with no Deamhan to greet us on the shores. We disembarked at Castle Clinton, and in demon speed we lost ourselves through the crowd, bypassing immigration and entering the city. Finley decided to move to the Irish slums, and there we found a tiny apartment right smack in the middle of other humans. We could afford the payment, but the smell of our food walking around us kept the notion of blood on our already fragile minds. Still, we prepared the small room for morning, and that night, with empty stomachs, we left to explore the city. "This place is bigger than I imagined. I don't like it," he said to me. But I loved the city's vastness. We walked along the streets, pointing at the awe and wonders of the tall buildings and the plethora of people. The air smelled of a mixture of smoke, mud, body odour, and human sweat. Humans were everywhere, young and old, short and tall. They came from all walks of life: Ireland, England, Germany. I thought that after a while he would become comfortable in the city, but Finley never did. We came across an intersection of horse-drawn buggies and crowds of people. "It wouldn't make sense if there were no Deamhan here." He paused and stared at the bustling city and its inhabitants. "I'd rather there not be." I held onto his arm. "I'd love it if it was just us." "It will never be just us," he continued to gaze. "How long do you think we should stay here?" "The demon who wants me was supposed to meet us here." "Maris, I've had enough of ancient Deamhan. I'm asking you, how long do you think we should stay here?" I thought for a moment. "For as long as we like." "Then we should fit in." He examined his clothes, and then he examined mine. "We need better clothing. My trousers are tattered. We look like orphans." "We are orphans." "Not in that sense," he replied. "There are clothing shops on every corner. We can break into one and take what we want." "Why not steal the clothes from our victims?" I suggested. "Because for once in our life we should have the best of things." He nodded. "We will look our best." I'd never seen this side of him, and I wanted more of it. As the nights passed, finding a meal became easier and easier. Soon any thought of the Deamhan we were to meet and Deamhan in general faded from our minds. It came to a point that I no longer felt that my life was in danger, and I purposely lost myself among the city's architecture, spending hours during the night standing just outside of taverns, listening to human interaction. At one point I followed a large, overweight man who stumbled home, drunk and incoherent. After robbing him of his money and his blood, I left his body near an abandoned building next to a stack of rotted wood. Finley didn't like my nightly activities alone without him. He still stressed the importance of being together, but again, we still hadn't seen any Deamhan in the city. For years I did this, and not once did I think that the vampires would come to get me, and I had long given up on the female ancient Silvanus told me about. I finally felt free to live my life, but at the price of knowing that at any moment, things could take a dramatic turn, and they did. At the turn of the century, we watched New York transform from a city of immigrants to a bustling metropolitan monster. Machines with 4 wheels began to appear on streets now paved with red bricks. Streetcars appeared attached to a thick cable that covered the city like cobwebs, moving up and down the streets. More humans turned to the subways underneath the city as means of travel. We had no choice but to adapt and intermingle among the humans if we wanted to survive. We moved from apartment to apartment, with each one being better than the last. We handled our first few kills in the city with care, but after realizing that deaths happened quite frequently in the city, we relaxed and did what we did best. My requirement for a perfect meal consisted of an adult male in his mid-20s, strong, single, and preferably Irish. If I couldn't find one, I went after young Irish boys. Finley liked the single upper-class women. How he managed to get them to trust him proved beyond my comprehension. All I knew was that he'd pick one out. Nights later, he had her wrapped around his finger, and a week later, her body was found drifting in the bay. He took their money and jewellery, offering it to me like some prize. He didn't want me to wear my mother's amulet, but I vowed to never take it off, so he sold his stolen lockets, rubies, diamonds, and emeralds, and bought me various things, including a face massager and makeup, so that if I wanted, I could cover the scar on my left cheek. He learned from the women he slaughtered that lemon juice worked to tone human skin, and perhaps it would work for me. However, I accepted my scar and rarely covered it. The longer we stayed in New York, the more I noticed a drastic change in Finley's behaviour. He began to do terrible things to his victims that could haunt even the strongest Deamhan. He no longer stopped after killing his victims. Later he'd go on to kill their mothers, fathers and siblings if they had any. He wiped out entire families just because he could. Some of his deeds made the front-page news, and he kept the articles like trophies. He started to talk about sanctuaries and the thought of siring offspring. I urged him to calm down in fear that his actions would bring too much attention to us, but he didn't care. After 5 years of non-stop killing, I begged for us to leave New York. The glitz and glamour had waned. I didn't fear that we would be caught, but that he would go so far that not even I could bring him back. His behaviour reminded me of the conversation I had had the night of the vampire hunt with Ruby. My ancestor created Deamhan to keep the vampires in line and vice versa, but in New York there wasn't anyone to do that. Thus, Finley continued to do whatever he wanted, without fear of reprisal. No one was around to keep us in check. He also continued to profess his love for me, yet as I watched human couples holding hands and kissing, the concept of love confused me. For him, love meant sharing his meal and wiping the blood off my face after feeding. It meant breaking the arms of humans who pointed and gossiped about my scar. That couldn't be love. I remembered love as being unconditional. Love was something that couldn't be proved in acts of violence. But I didn't doubt his attempt. I wished that one day it would just make sense. However, one fateful night in January of 1910 made me realize that it just couldn't happen. The cold air from the north brought snowflakes clouding the air. I wanted to be out in it, so I urged him to join me. I dressed myself in a white hobble skirt with a straight black jacket and a medium-size white-brimmed hat to match. He lazily dressed himself in dark trousers and a striped navy blue blazer. Walking down the street, I held out my hand, and a few flakes landed on my palm. I eyed them, seeing the detailed patterns that made up their little bodies. With every passing winter, the snow count changed, and I loved that not even we, as godlike as we thought we were, could predict it. I cherished the cold, fluffy stuff, and played in it whenever I could. After I showed Finley my captured snowflakes, he swiped them off my hand. "You do that every year. Don't act like you haven't seen snow before." I caught another snowflake. I like it when they don't melt against our skin. I showed him the tiny flake as it sat still in my chilled hand. Again he slapped it out of my palm, just like every other cold thing in this world. He caught one himself, then made a fist, crushing it. I stopped walking, and I looked up at the cloudy sky. "Do you think it also snows in other American cities?" He dropped his hand. "Perhaps." "I'd like to go to one of those cities, soon." He pouted. "Please, Maris, don't bring up this subject again." But I wanted to bring it up. "We've never been to San Francisco. We should go." "All of these human-made cities are the same." His facial expression turned stark. "How would you know that? We've never been to any city but the one we are in now." "Although I couldn't care less for New York, we're safer here," he replied. "We're the only demon in this city. For years we haven't had any problems. Why would you want to risk that now?" Before I could reply, he grabbed my hand. "I know what will make you feel better." He led me down the street. The other night I saw these human males standing about a tavern. They're different from other German immigrants we've seen. We should taste a few of them. Maybe they're more to our liking. I pulled away. I like Irish. You might like German as well. He motioned for me to follow him, and I had no choice. We continued to walk down the street and turned the corner, coming upon two males standing in the alley. They didn't look German. They looked back at us, surprised that we had encroached upon them without noticing. Finley also seemed surprised at their appearance, and he stood still. "These are not the humans from the previous night." "Well then, let's be on our way," I replied back through our telepathic connection. However, something did not seem right about them. The way they stared at us was different from the way most humans stared at us. "They look interesting enough," his thoughts answered mine. He moved forward then, in a movement that amazed me, and then he took quick steps back and away from them. "Maris, they're blocking their thoughts from me." It didn't resonate with me at first, but I thought about the situation a little more. Humans didn't know anything about Deamhan, so why did these two brace themselves for our mental attacks? I stared at the bulkier male with short brown hair, while he looked at his partner. I tried pushing through his thoughts, but he fought back, pushing forth an image of a brick wall. Finley rushed at the thinnest male, and he slammed him against the building by his neck. "Who are you?" he growled. The bulkier male had turned and began running from us. Finley quickly yelled at me, "Stop him!" I didn't know what to do, and without thinking I moved fast, blocking his way out. He stumbled and fell back in fear. Finley returned to questioning and threatening the other human, who remained quiet, refusing to answer his questions. "I'll kill you slowly if you make me ask again." The thin human trembled, and he reached into his pocket, pulling out a stake. This angered Finley, and he bit into his neck, pulling off bits of flesh. The human screamed, but Finley quickly snapped his neck, and the human's lifeless body dropped to the ground. I stood still in front of the other male, who now started to plead for his life. "They aren't vampires and they aren't demon." Finley moved toward him. "How do you know about us? Are you following us?" The human whimpered. "Please don't kill me, I beg you." Finley pushed him to the ground. "They have to be working for the vampires, I know it." Finley knelt next to him. "We should kill him now." Finley, not just yet. I aimed to calm him. It would be stupid of us to kill him without knowing who sent him. No one sent me. The human nodded frantically. They said she was dead, he whispered and looked at me. Interested, I approached the human. Who said I was dead? Dorvo vampires. They said you were killed in the fire back in London. I told you, he's working for them. Finley quickly stood up. No, I'm not working for them, I swear. Then who are you working for? I asked. The human hesitated, but when he looked at Finley again, he spoke up. I'm a researcher from the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood, Finley said in a low growl. Disgraceful humans who think they can control us. I didn't waste any time letting the realization sink into my brain. I wanted to know how long the human had been following us, and if there were others. How long have you been here? A few months. I asked the human, who else in this city knows about me? He didn't answer, so I asked again, but with a deep and more threatening voice. Tell me. Finley placed his foot on the human's chest. Answer her! No one, I swear. Finley turned to me. He's lying. Of course he's lying, I replied back. Finley quickly snapped the human's neck. We stood in the alley, contemplating our next move. We knew what we had to do. We had to leave New York. Any relief about being able to live my life without the thought of Deamhan and Dorvo vampires hanging over my head faltered in the wind. Years of joy and the thought of being alone in New York disappeared quickly, replaced with the thought of survival. Those damn vampires are here, Finley said. They will find us soon. Then we leave, tonight if we must. Where? He said to me in a sarcastic tone. San Francisco? Right now, I don't care where, Finley. We just have to take what we can and leave. If they are this resilient and can hide among us for months, there's no telling what else they can do, he replied, and nodded to his own statement. We need to send them a message, Maris. No, if we do leave, we must leave silently. No. They have to know that we aren't afraid of the Brotherhood and these vampires. We need to send the same message Silvanus sent to them back in London. His eyes turned stark. You know it must be done. He walked back to the body of the bulkier male he'd killed earlier. He grabbed a fistful of hair and tilted the human's head back. He began to pull, and I heard flesh tearing apart, followed by a loud snap. We can't run from them forever. He raised the human's severed head in the air. Will you help me, Maris? Will you help me send the bodies of these two humans back to them in pieces? Chapter 11. 1910 Chicago. Their dismemberment brought back the night I watched the Deamhan in Silvanus's sanctuary rip Adele limb from limb. However, against my desire, I helped Finley place each body part of our victims in large bags, and he dropped them off in front of the tavern that he assumed was a local chapter of the Brotherhood. The following night we left New York by train and headed west for Chicago. We made our way into the cargo hold. There we returned to eating rats, which gave us enough sustenance for the travel. The train made multiple stops, and each time we feared that we'd be seen. A week later we reached the city and waited until sunset to leave our cramped compartment until the next night, where we would continue another train to San Francisco. Yet the moment we arrived in Chicago, our plans changed. There wasn't any snow in this city. Instead, cold, icy rain pelted our bodies as we stepped out of the train station and onto the city streets. It was quite unusual to be welcomed with it at this time of year. We walked into the central business district of downtown Chicago, with our heads held back, glaring at the skyscrapers. The city looked like New York, only smaller. In the first few minutes, Finley had already eyed a potential meal, but I had to stop him from repeating his actions from New York. We had to tread carefully because we didn't know if there were other Deamhan in the city. Finley struggled with the idea of ignoring the humans all around us. By now, he believed that we didn't have to run whenever something drastic appeared. We need to eat. He didn't hide his thoughts, that were filled with revenge and murder, from me as we walked the streets, arm in arm. It plagued his mind more so than finding a place for us to sleep when the sun rose. How many do you think we should kill just because we can? I didn't want to mock him. I wanted to understand his thought process. For years I watched you lose control, and for what? Nothing has changed. Nothing. Maybe now is the time to think about our future, and to claim a place in this world, starting with this city. How do you suppose we go about that? We need a sanctuary. A sanctuary? Just you and me? And our offspring. You want to sire humans? Why not? Think about it. He placed his hands on my shoulder. Silvanus did it, and he had a powerful sanctuary. They were able to stand up to the vampires. Maybe that's what we need, Maris. We're stronger in numbers. But they will still come. I looked up again at the buildings, and the raindrops continued to batter my face. And that's why we should start immediately. It is what Anastasia did, remember? Yes, and maybe she was right in doing so. Here, in this city? Yes, here. I buckled and reluctantly agreed to eat and stay a while longer. Later that night, we had found an old man on his way home from work. We followed him to his apartment, and after Finley killed him, we stayed for a few days until his body began to smell. The following night, Finley decided that it was best for us to see more of the city, so again, we were on the move, scouring for another victim. Finley found an older gentleman whose thoughts he explored. He had just lost his wife and his kids in an accident, and now lived alone in a huge 2-bedroom house. He planned on selling it and leaving the city for greener pastures. We followed him down a narrow back street, walking among humans. Streetcars hustled by and newspaper stands stood on the corner of each city block. The sound of cheering from a building in front of us and on our left caught my attention. My mind moved away from the hunt and I approached a simple storefront with large stained windows. Maris, what is it? Finley followed me. A tall, muscular human stood outside, but just inside the doorway to protect himself from the rain. It's just humans drinking, he whispered to me. Let's go before we lose our meal. No, there's something else. I looked to him. I want to see what's going on inside. I went to walk in, but the human moved in front of me, blocking the entryway. This isn't a place for a young lady like yourself, he said to me. Any other time I would have easily pushed him out of my way, but I was so taken aback with the noise coming from inside that I had to question. What's happening in there? None of your business. Now go home, he said to me again. Finley stood behind me and he too became intrigued. She your gal? The male's eyes moved to him. Take her home, boy. He didn't say anything at first as he picked up on the same thoughts and noises that I did. Let us in, Finley said to the human male who didn't move. I said go home, don't make me tell you again. Finley grew tired of the male. He reached out, grabbing him by the neck and pushed him aside. The human fell to the floor, flabbergasted at Finley's strength. He quickly stood to his feet, pulled back his sleeves, balled up his fists, and he took an abnormal stance that we'd never seen before. If that's how you want it, he began to bob back and forth. Boy, I'm going to teach you a little lesson in courtesy. I'm not a boy. Finley eyed the man suspiciously. And there's nothing I can learn from you. The human's right hand moved forward to his face, and Finley moved back. He punched at him again, but this time Finley caught his fist and easily pushed him back. To our eyes, human movement looked slow and awkward. We were able to narrow our eyesight on the muscles underneath their skin before they flinched. Finley did just that, and finally, realizing that he couldn't hit him, the human dropped his hands and began to breathe heavily. You a pugilist or what? Pugilist? Finley gave him a bewildered look. Yeah, you know, a fisticuffs kind of guy. Finley looked to me and I shrugged. What do you mean? He asked the human. Boxing. I don't know what you're talking about. The human moved aside. Go on, head on in. We're looking for more boys like yourself. Finley took my hand and we walked in, seeing a flight of stairs heading to the basement. The closer we approached the area, the more aromas I managed to pick up. Alcohol, human sweat, and most importantly, human blood. We descended the stairs. A huge room packed full of humans came into view, standing around a square. In that square we saw two of them wearing brown shorts squaring off against each other. Their stances looked familiar to the stance of the man at the front door. They began to hit each other with the back of their fists, and with each hit, the smell of blood became stronger. Human fighting? Finley's eyes opened with excitement. I looked at him, seeing that he enjoyed the spectacle. I heard the man at the front door heading down the stairs and Finley turned back to look at him. That's boxing, he said to Finley. You interested? Yes. Finley returned his attention to the fighting. I want to fight like that. The male laughed. Maybe when you get more experience. I don't need experience, Finley replied. How do I get in that square? You have to sign up first and then they'll schedule you a fight, he replied. I couldn't believe that Finley wanted to participate in a human activity such as this. It was a waste of our time. Even I could handle the biggest human male in that room. I spoke in his mind. We need to eat and find a place to sleep. Instead of replying to me through a thought, he spoke loud enough for the human to hear. Maybe we can learn this so we can be prepared. Prepared for what? And why aren't you answering me in your thoughts? He ignored my questions and returned to the human. I was able to take you without hurting myself. I can handle anything given to me. I want to be in that square, now. The male's shoulders jumped up and down as he laughed. He then patted Finley on the shoulder. I'll see what I can do. He walked away. But don't say I didn't warn you. He disappeared into the crowd. You're going to expose us, I said to him. I want to try this boxing, Finley said. The human returned, smiling gleefully at Finley. There's another new kid, a little older than you, that needs someone to fight tonight. Without hesitating, Finley replied, I'll do it now. Whoa, slow down. First you need new clothes. You can't get into the ring looking like that. It's against rules. He looked around. I'll find you some trousers and a place where you can dress. He placed his arm around Finley and began to lead him away. The fear of being left alone filled me with urgency, but Finley quickly smiled, silencing it. When he walked away, I stood surrounded by food waiting to be eaten. I looked at the fight again, catching one of the humans taking a punch to his cheek, then falling back onto the floor. The crowd cheered, and the human who remained standing lifted his arms in triumph. I saw small wads of paper floating around, and a pudgy, short human male enter the ring and announcing that the human, Abe Slapjaw Williams, had won an amount of $30 American. Minutes passed and Finley hadn't returned. The short, pudgy man appeared in the ring again. He raised his arms and the noise from the crowd immediately ceased. We have a special event just for you, he told the crowd. A debut of a new fighter in town. The crowd cheered as a young-looking male with a brown buzz cut entered the ring. We have, to my right, our very own Jesse Starling. The human raised his arms and flexed his muscles for the crowd. His attractive features caught my attention, along with the fact that I didn't sense an ounce of fear emanating from him. And to my left, making his debut, a young man with no fear, Finley. The crowd booed as Finley entered the ring wearing brown shorts too big for his body. The pudgy man motioned for them to walk into the centre of the ring. Using my Deamhan hearing, I heard their quick conversation discussing where to hit and where not to hit. They had 7 minutes to knock each other out, and if they couldn't, the crowd would decide the winner. Finley and his opponent stepped back and the human immediately left the ring. He signalled for them to start and they began. Jesse put his hands up and Finley slowly approached him. Jesse swung twice and both times he connected with the side of Finley's face. I covered my mouth, wondering why Finley didn't hit him back. The crowd cheered with each punch Jesse threw. He struck Finley harder and harder until finally, one blow made Finley stumble back. I screamed at Finley through his thoughts. "Hit him back!" That was the moment that Finley finally reacted. Mimicking Jesse's previous punches, Finley retaliated with one of his own. His fist met the side of Jesse's face, and the human immediately fell back onto the ground. The crowd hushed, waiting for Jesse to move, but he didn't. The fat human stormed the ring and stood over Jesse. He looked up slowly at Finley. "Damn, kid, did you have to hit him that hard?" "I thought that was the purpose behind this," Finley replied. "To knock your opponent out. That is what I did." The fat, short human smiled at Finley. "Folks, we have a winner." He raised Finley's hands into the air and the crowd, still amazed, remained quieted. I pushed myself through the crowd and up to the ring. I watched the human place a wad of cash into Finley's hand. Fearing that Finley killed Jesse, I quickly glanced over the boy to find him still alive but unconscious. Finley walked over to me and handed me the money. Kid, where'd you learn how to hit like that?" the pudgy man asked in a quick voice. "For the last time, I'm not a kid," Finley said. "It's just a figure of speech," the pudgy man replied. "Where you from?" "London." "London?" His eyes scoured Finley. "You don't have an accent." "Do I need an accent to be from London?" "Fine, whatever. Come back tomorrow, we'll have a fight lined up for you." I didn't want Finley to do it, so I tried to answer for him, but he interrupted me. "I will return to fight, but only at night." "These fights are held only at night." "And I want to fight older people, stronger people like that man who won before I fought." "Slapjaw." The human shook his head. "That's impossible. He's way out of your league." He slapped Finley on the chest, a weird human behavior trait. "Just come back tomorrow around this time. I promise you I will get you in that ring." Finley nodded. The crowd parted for us as we walked back toward the stairs. The humans eyed us, and some congratulated Finley by slapping him on his arm and his shoulders. We reached the stairs and I eyed the money in our possession, not knowing what to do with it. The human we met at the front door approached us, and he handed Finley's clothes back to him. "Damn, you're good," he said. I held out the money to him. "How much is this?" He took a quick look. $20, he said. "Where can we find a place to stay for this amount?" Finley asked. "There's a place, Wilshire Hotel, just down the street," he replied. "A little too Italian for my taste, but that's the closest place from here." Finley and I walked up the steps and toward the door. The rain had let up and the air was filled with the smell of dampness. Finley looked to me as he began to dress himself quickly. He took his boxing trousers and placed them over his shoulder. "I learned a lot from that fight," he said. "There's a pattern to their movements. It's like listening to certain keys on a piano." He moved forward. "That human boy used all his energy in each punch he threw at me. I wanted to see how many I could take before it had an effect." "Are we purchasing a place to stay with that money?" I asked him. "We can use money like this to buy a building for our sanctuary." He looked back at me. "In no time we will have a place of our own here." "We're not leaving?" "No. I think I will like it here," he answered. "In the years since we left London, I've realized that money equals power among humans. We used most of the money Silvanus gave us in New York. If I can get more of this, then we can buy our own huge home and we can have Deamhan like ourselves live in it." "You're going to fight humans? For how long?" Deep down, I knew his answer to my question. "For as long as it takes." He opened the front door and we walked outside. They will give me more of this money, I'm sure of it, and you know I won't lose. I urged him to continue to walk, reminding him of the importance of blood. His new feelings toward how we had to survive changed overnight. I didn't want a sanctuary, and I didn't want him to sire humans. However, with the possibility that the Brotherhood and the vampires had followed us to Chicago, I didn't have a strong opinion in the matter. If our survival meant that Finley had to earn money by using his fists, then I promised him I wouldn't stand in his way for now. Chapter 12. Jesse. Every night thereafter, Finley fought. The first night he had only one human opponent, but as time progressed, he fought 2, 3, sometimes 4 a night. Known as the Raging Kid, he fought humans 5, sometimes 10, years his senior. The crowds loved his lack of fear, and soon they referred to him as the boxer who could take the punch of any adult man. The money continued to flow, and for the first time in our lives, we had so much of it that buying a home for our own sanctuary became a real possibility. In the beginning, I cheered his exploits and I promised him I'd never miss a fight. I did this to shut out the doubts I still had about remaining in Chicago. The more we moved away from doing the evil things Deamhan did, the more we seemed to embrace the ever-changing human world. No longer did we have to track our victims, kill them, then lounge in their homes for days. We now had a home of our own, and lavish at that. Human women threw themselves at him, and he chose 1, maybe 3 to eat after his fights. This wasn't typical Deamhan behavior, but what was? Silvanus had money and power, and how easy it was to obtain our own status. Still, there were things that, no matter what we did, couldn't change the fact that we were what we were, so to say. Finley still believed he loved me, but I knew better. He bought expensive things and I wore expensive clothes. He found the best makeup on the market and said it would cover my scar to the point that even I would forget about it being there. Humans who constantly bet and made money off him invited us to parties where I chatted with women about the right to vote and other human things that didn't affect me in any way. We pretended to be a young human couple, and we showed our affection toward each other in human ways like hugging and kissing. Tired of my appearance, I dyed my hair brown, then quickly changed it back. He even urged me to practice walking in shoes appropriate for women out on the town, so that I could blend in more. He became the main attraction, and humans from across the city came to see his boxing matches. As his popularity grew, so did my concern that the vampires and the Brotherhood would quickly follow. When I finally mentioned my distress to him, he reassured me that we had nothing to worry about, and he'd hand me money so that I could go to the nearest shop and buy the latest fashions all the way from Paris. I told him I didn't want the money, but he said that humans used it to keep their relationships stable. When I brought up his previous plan about having a sanctuary, his reaction surprised me. He waved me off and said that even if they did come, we had enough money to buy our own protection. Finley believed that a change of scenery would help curb my fear, which he blamed my boredom for. He moved us to a large apartment on the upper-class side of the city with furnishings he picked out himself. He bought more fancy gifts for me, like a red silk imported couch from China and a large ivory brooch. "It's time that you stop wearing that horrible trinket and put on something nice," he said, referring to my mother's amulet. "I told you I would never do that," I replied. "It's for protection." "You don't need protection. Not anymore." He stood in front of a full-length mirror, straightening his white shirt and his dark vest. "We're virtually untouchable now. Hell, we could start siring humans for our sanctuary tonight if we wanted to." "And why don't we?" He looked into the mirror at me. "I thought you were against it." "I was, but that was before all of this." He examined himself, dressed to impress, before retorting, "You're talking as if you don't like the new place." He looked around. I read from human thoughts that these are the best accessories for a woman of this age. "I don't want the best human accessories. I want to hunt." "Then go hunt." "By myself?" Why not? You're a big girl now. You should come with me. We haven't hunted together in a long time. Feeling nostalgic? He turned around. You know I can't. Not tonight, Maris. I have a fight. He immediately took a boxing stance and he smiled. They brought in an Irish boxer from New Jersey. He's been in over 20 fights, all of them ending with a knockout. He then stood up straight. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes that he can't knock me out. He returned to the mirror. How long are you going to keep fighting? He shrugged. I don't know, until I get bored. Or until they find out that you aren't human. I stood up from the couch. I know, you keep reminding me. He slipped on his jacket and finished his clothing with a brimmed tall top hat. Are you going to stop by and watch after you eat? No. He walked over to me. Maris, why so glum? He placed his arm around me. We have everything we wanted. Our lives are perfect now. He kissed me on the cheek. I promise, I will make this right for you. He then walked for the door. Don't wait up for me. It'll probably be a long night. He left the apartment. I walked over to the window and pulled back the magenta curtains. I watched the humans walking by. This new world had a grasp on my Finley and it wouldn't let him go. That night, I didn't wait up for him. Instead, I picked up a prostitute, killed her, and dumped her body in Staten Island. I missed walking under the stars with him, and when he returned from his fight that night, he bragged about how 3 humans volunteered to fight him after he had easily disposed of the Irish boxer. You should have been there, Maris. He leaned back in the couch. They all tried their hardest to beat me. Arnold said I didn't even break a sweat. Arnold? Finley looked to me. Yes, the human who hosts the events. You're on a first-name basis with him. Is he your companion now? Companion? He's nothing more than the man who makes sure that I fight and I get my money. He takes care of you? Maris, where are you going with this? I huffed. I don't like this life anymore. I hate this city. He kicked off his shoes. We came here because we didn't have a choice, remember? He quickly stood up and approached me. You told me you wanted to live your life, and I'm making sure that you have that opportunity. What more do you want from me? He held out his arms. You're no longer in danger. His eyes turned dark and his fangs dropped. We have money. We have means. We can take care of ourselves and each other. No longer do we have to worry about where we can shelter our bodies from the sun during the day. You don't want that. You'd rather go back to living on the streets in filthy clothes and running from city to city. This is just a cloak, hiding us from what we are, I said. No matter how many expensive or fancy things we buy, or how much money you earn, we will never be like Arnold or any of them. He took a step back. His eyes returned to normal, followed by his teeth. I don't want to be like them, he said. They are beneath us. He placed his hands on his hips. I know you're upset. I can make it right. Yes, by leaving this horrible place. No, he shook his head. You're lonely. You need a companion. No, I need you. You're afraid, he said, ignoring my previous statement. Don't worry. I know what will make you happy. His reply stunned me. Only later would I find out what he meant. The next night, after returning from a fight, he walked into our apartment carrying a large rolled Chinese carpet over his right shoulder. At first, I thought he bought the carpet to please me in some way, until I smelled the odour of a human body emanating from it. This should cure your fear. He placed it on the ground and unrolled it gently. I saw the body of a dead white male, face down, with puncture wounds in his neck. I don't need you to hunt for me. I folded my arms across my chest. He isn't a meal, Maris. Finley rolled him over onto his back. I recognized the face. I've seen him somewhere before. Jesse Starling, Finley answered. He was the first human I fought after we arrived in Chicago. He moved Jesse's head to the right. He's strong enough. He stood up and placed his hands on his hips. Strong enough for what? To survive the transformation. Transformation? I asked, confused. You sired him. I refused to believe what he just said to me. Yes, and he'll be the first of many, Finley replied. I grew angry and rushed at him, forcing his body onto the floor. Why would you do that? In Deamhan's speed, he flipped me over and now was on top of me. Why not? He let me go and helped me to my feet. You want protection. Here it is. In a few days, he'll either wake up as a demon or he'll begin to rot. And if he doesn't wake up, you'll just pick another one? Yes, that's how this works. He straightened his clothing. I looked away, refusing to eye him. You're still not happy? His eyes wavered. I won't be happy until we leave this place, I said to him. I've told you this many times. And I've never changed my answer. We aren't leaving. He wrapped his arm around me. Get used to where we are. This is our home now. I tried to remove myself from him, but he held on tight. Don't you love me? Don't you trust me enough to believe that I'm doing this for you? I remembered what Ruby said about love. You're doing this for you, not for me. Just like I'm fighting those humans because I have nothing better to do. He sighed and looked out the window. We can argue about this later. The sun will be up soon. But I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling while Finley slept soundly and quietly. Smelling the sun in the sky didn't scare me enough to close my eyes. My mind ran like a non-stop assembly line, thinking of how having a sanctuary of our own would make things better. I tried to understand his ways. I truly did. But deep down he was doing this for himself. It was in his nature as well as my own. Neither of us knew anything about siring and teaching a new Deamhan. How could we manage a home full of them? Would they all turn out like us, or perhaps better? Most importantly, would their actions and the fact that a sanctuary now existed in Chicago bring the Brotherhood and the vampires to the city if they weren't here already? As soon as the sun set, I rushed out of bed and into the dining area. Jesse's body still lay where Finley left it. I touched his skin, finding it cold and stiff. His eyes were opened and glossed over. The inside of his mouth turned black and his lips had turned blue. Part of me felt grateful that he didn't survive the transformation. It's only been a day, Maris. I heard Finley behind me and I looked over my shoulder. He looks dead. Finley chuckled. You looked like that when you went through your transformation. I wasn't in the mood for his jokes. But it's the truth, he argued back. Even now, you and I look dead. You put on makeup to fit in. I put on clothes to fit in. He had a point. You think that just because I spend my nights around them means I've forgotten that I'm a Ramanga. Just because I'm a Ramanga doesn't mean I have to ignore what it was like to be human, he said. I remember what I miss and what I used to enjoy. I remember the sun, fresh baked bread, and water. I remember all of it, Maris. He walked over to me. I'm not going to let the opinions of others dictate how I'm supposed to act. I told you before, I never cared about dictum rules and being subservient to ancient demon. This is my life now and this is yours as well. It's time to live for our own enjoyment. He pointed to Jesse's body. If I have to sire a human or thousands of humans to give you company, then I will. You sound just like Anastasia. I walked away from him, toward the huge paned window. You're doing this for our own survival, just like she did when she betrayed us all in London. Do you think about the effect your actions have on others? No, and neither should you, he replied. Jesse had a life, I said, and you took that away from him. Once he wakes up, He'll realize that his life is much better now. He'll be immortal. What human in their right mind doesn't want to live forever? He stomped back to his room. I glanced outside, staring at the city starting to come to life. I never wanted it. I'm tired of talking about this. I have to get ready for my fight tonight. I decided to not look back at him. Once he left, I slowly returned my attention to Jessie. I grew hungry, and the sensation, mixed in with my anger, wasn't a great recipe for any human to experience. I didn't care to think about who I wanted to eat and where I wanted to hunt. I left immediately, and I didn't bother to lock the door. I wasn't halfway down the hall when I heard moaning coming from the apartment. Turning around, I listened closely, hearing Jesse lift himself off the ground and taking his first steps. It couldn't be possible. He had survived the transformation. I hurried back to the apartment and opened the door, not knowing what to expect. He stood in the middle of the apartment, staring at his hands with wide eyes that switched colours from black to brown. He waited for me to say something, but I couldn't. Instead, I surveyed him suspiciously as he snapped his head to the right, then to the left, listening to the sounds coming from the street below. "You can hear far now," I approached him. He looked at me. "Who are you? What's going on?" "You're a Ramanga now. You're one of us." "Stupid Maris. You could have thought of something better to say." "How did you do that? How could I hear you?" He placed his hands on his head. "You didn't open your mouth." Already he could read my mind. I sat him down on a Flora chair, and I made him listen while I began to tell him everything I wanted him to know. I told him about Deamhan, and that Finley had sired him. I explained the 4 types of our kind, how we survived, and how we could be killed. I finished the explanation with our need to feed off the psychic energy in the blood of mammals. His eyes widened. "Blood?" I nodded. "Yes, it's very important that you feed." Jessie took in the information rather well, better than I expected. However, I didn't tell him everything. I left out Anastasia, Silvanus, the Brotherhood, and the Dorvo vampires. "You should clean yourself up." I helped him to his feet, remembering my first night when Brandy bathed me. I walked him into the bathroom. "I'll get you some of Finley's clothes." He immediately hunched over, gripping his stomach in pain. "On my first night, the only thing I wanted to do was eat," I said to him. "Clean yourself and I'll take you out for your first meal." I closed the door to leave him alone in the bathroom. I heard him turn on the water and mumble to himself through the wall. Moments later, he walked out, wearing Finley's white shirt underneath his black suit with a matching red tie. He'd slicked back his short brown hair and stood still as if he waited for my approval. I could tell he felt uncomfortable in Finley's clothing from the way he kept readjusting the tie. "Everything looks and feels so different." He held his arms in front of him, the air and clothing against my skin. He breathed in heavily. "So many smells." "Humans have a peculiar scent," I replied. "Some are more attractive than others." "That's what I used to smell like." He spoke in a childlike tone. I nodded. "Yes, unfortunately." He walked over to the window and looked outside. "I can see really far." He continued to test and question his new abilities. He touched the glass and looked at his finger. I placed my hands on his back and slowly turned him around to face the door. "We need to go and eat." He nodded, still studying his fingers like foreign objects. When he moved toward me, he paused briefly and his eyes moved to my amulet. "That jewellery hanging around your neck," he pointed. "It looks odd." I stepped back. "It was a gift from my mother. You aren't allowed to touch it." "I don't want to touch it." He looked up at me with the stare of a confused child. "I don't want to be near it." "Let's go. We need to find you something to eat." It took us a little time to leave the apartment complex. He continued to pause, closely watching everyone who walked by. He gazed at the flickering light bulb on the ceiling overhead in the lobby. When we reached the city streets, he walked ahead of me, again examining everyone and everything around him like any newborn would. I stood constantly on guard, making sure he wouldn't do anything that'd endanger us. "Is Finley boxing tonight?" he asked. I nodded. "He'll be back in a few hours." He turned to me. "So he was like I am now when we fought?" "Yes, that's why you couldn't beat him." He dropped the conversation as his nose picked up on a scent. He stepped out onto the street without looking for oncoming vehicles. Using his new gifts, he zigzagged out of the way until he reached the other side. He turned around, stared at me, and in Deamhan's speed he took off down the street and around the corner. I didn't rush after him. I knew I could find him easily because I was older and more experienced. I waited until I saw an opening and I crossed the street, reached the opposite side, and I followed his scent, which took me to one place I didn't want to go, a brothel. He stood at the front door, already engaged with a scantily dressed woman whose breasts were too big for the bodice she wore. She had her long reddish hair pulled to the side in a ponytail, which draped over her shoulder. Jesse planted his face in her cleavage and she giggled. "You smell so good," he said to her. His eyes began to change and I pulled him away from her. "Change your eyes back," I whispered in his ear. "My eyes are fine." "They aren't. Concentrate and change them back." He stared at the cobblestone street and his eyes slowly reverted back. "I want to eat her." "Are you sure? We can find a more suitable human for your first meal." "No, I want her." I looked over this woman again, astounded that he wanted her to be his first. Questioning his preferences wouldn't have made him change his mind. His craving for blood drove him, and if I prevented him from eating, he'd lash out at the first human who crossed his path. "Look around. We're out in the open. If you want her, you have to take her to someplace quiet." The woman tightened her dull pink shawl around her waist. "What's the problem?" I turned back to her. "Nothing." She smelled of unwashed skin. "How much?" She gave her price and Jessie immediately accepted. "Pay up front," she added. I pulled out some money from my pocket and handed it to her. I shared my thoughts with Jessie. "Take her in the alley." He stared at me and tilted his head slightly to the left. "How did you do that?" "I'll show you later. Just take her into the alley." "Ready?" she asked him. "In the alley," Jessie said back to her. "Alley," she repeated the word as if she heard incorrectly the first time. "Yes." "That will cost you extra." I handed her more money, which she stuffed into her purse. She led him to the back of the 2-story brick building. From a distance, I watched her move to the back corner. She wiped any debris away with her foot and she lay on her back. Jessie stood over her, contemplating his next move, when I heard her speak to him. "Come on, kid. This isn't hard to do." She grabbed his wrist and pulled him down and on top of her. He couldn't take his time. He had to do it quick. Now. Do it now. His fangs extended, and he bit down into the front part of her neck. She screamed almost immediately, and in seconds I rushed over to them and placed my hand over her mouth to silence her. He released his bite and blood dripped from his fangs. "The side of her neck is where you want to strike." I tilted her head to the left. "If you want to kill and not eat, then you'd go for the front." The blood oozed from her throbbing neck and tears streamed down her face in intricate trails. Jessie resumed, and he bit her in the base of her neck. His eyes fluttered and I heard him slurping, taking the blood in. Her heartbeat slowed, and her eyelids slowly closed. My body tingled at the sight of her warm blood he'd missed, collecting in a pool on the ground beneath her. I didn't want to eat from her as well, but I couldn't resist. I needed to taste her for myself. I sank my teeth into her wrist, and I began to suck the juices. Jessie looked at me, and I looked back in a weird, regal embrace. I never fed from the same victim at the same time with Finley, but Brander and Brandy always did. For the first time, I understood how enraptured it felt to do so. I stared at Jessie, who remained caught in the moment. Our artificial bond manifested, and I loved every minute of it, feeling that I didn't want to ignore it. This bond couldn't break the bond between him and Finley, but it could exist alongside. The woman's thoughts moved in rapid speed, too fast for me to notice the most important thought I should have paid attention to. Suddenly, I felt that she belonged to another demon, a male, whose face remained blocked from me. After I released my grip, I stood up and I licked the blood from my outer lips, absorbing the last of it. Her heartbeat had ceased, but that didn't stop Jessie, who continued to gorge. "That's enough," I whispered to him. Slowly he raised himself up and his eyes drifted to his right, down the alley toward the street. I grabbed the money I gave to the woman, but he stopped me. "Leave it," he said. I debated his suggestion and I finally agreed to leave the money, now soaking in blood on her bodice. We couldn't retrace our steps back to the apartment. We had to take another side route, jumping over a brick wall in the back of the alley to avoid human eyes. I stopped him and began to lick the blood away from his cheeks and his mouth. He stood there, like a zombie, as I cleaned him. I could easily tell that something about his first meal troubled him. "Did you feel that?" He stared at the pavement. "Yes, I think so." "You said that we're the only demon in this city." He'd picked up on the same things I had, this male demon whose blocked image attached to the human's every thought. Taking every precaution we could, we made it safely back to our apartment. It took us more time to pass through the patrons in the lobby before reaching the front door. Jessie walked in and headed straight for the window. He remained there for half an hour, looking out at the city below. I sat on the couch and stared at him, not knowing how to ask him what troubled him. At that time, I didn't know that it wasn't his victim's thoughts that made him question. He'd bonded to me through our meal, and that contradicted his bond with Finley more than I ever thought it would. Chapter 13. Ayden. When I told Finley about Jessie's first victim, he didn't seem too concerned. He went on to compliment and congratulate Jessie on his first kill. Like long-lost brothers, Finley hugged Jessie tightly and patted him on his back before saying, "Soon you and I will go out and we'll make a party out of it." "Have you heard what I just told you?" Amazed, I stared at Finley as he stood in the middle of the room. "Yes, I heard you," he replied. "You felt that there was another demon in her thoughts." "She was a minion," I said to him. "Like Adele back in London, she served another demon." "But now she's a dead minion, like Adele back in London." He shrugged uncaringly. "Participating in that brutal human sport has made you lose your ability to at least pretend to care," I argued. "Finley, this means that we aren't the only demon in this city. There could be vampires here as well." He replied hastily. "What do you think we should do then, Maris? Seek this other demon out and kill him? Attack the vampires that we have yet to see?" "If we have to, then, yes, that is what we may have to do." I sighed. "Aren't you a bit curious about it?" "Not the least bit." He placed his hand on Jessie's shoulder. "All this means is that we should quickly move to having a sanctuary of our own. Look at Jessie. He turned out to be perfect." Jessie smiled briefly, but soon an uncomfortable look appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Finley asked him. "What do you mean I turned out perfect?" Jessie asked. Finley laughed. "I'm just happy that you survived the transformation." He pulled Jessie toward him, and again he embraced him in a male hug. Jessie pulled away. "I could have died!" "But you didn't." Finley headed toward his bedroom. "We should start looking into a place to purchase so we can get things moving." He closed the door behind him. Jessie looked to me. He doesn't seem to care. I explained to Jessie what happened in London and New York. I told him about Adele and how she was punished. He took it all in by nodding his head and blinking slowly. "It's all in the past," I said. "As long as we protect each other, we'll be fine. Together, we're a force to be reckoned with." To that, Jessie smiled. The Roaring Twenties. I believe that's what humans called it. The French called it the Crazy Years, a name I preferred more. Prosperity reached its hand across modern cities, and the humans responded with vibrant music, clothing, writing, and a sense of self. As they embellished themselves in their creativity, trying to change their outlook on life, we, on the other hand, remained Deamhan. More automobiles travelled the streets. They built skyscraper after skyscraper as if they played a game on who could reach the heavens the fastest. Movie theatres appeared around us, playing silent films from the likes of the funny Charlie Chaplin and other greats like Buster Keaton, and radio programmes ruled the airwaves. With the right to vote, women empowered themselves. All of this became interesting to see and witness, but as the years passed, I still worried about Finley and the fact that we weren't alone in the city. Quite simply, we didn't see nor hear anything else that proved we were not alone. For all we knew, we remained the only ones. I feared that this mysterious Deamhan would want revenge for the death of his minion, but revenge never came. Throughout these years I walked the streets, hoping to run into another one of our own kind. It did seem silly and unsafe at first. My worry about Deamhan faded over time. I gave up on my search, and we carried on in our immortal lives without a care. Finley began to nitpick humans in search for those he deemed worthy. He also started visiting property after property, trying to find a home that suited his needs. He didn't stop boxing until eventually the humans began to question if he could ever be beaten. By that time he had acquired much wealth, and as the interest in this pugilistic activity faded, he bought the building from human owners and decided to turn the establishment into a jazz club. Fonte Club opened in 1921. Humans from all over the city and the surrounding states flocked to hear famous musicians like Louis Armstrong and Hot Five play. Enthusiastic attendees begged him to bring in jazz bands from New Orleans. While other popular clubs opened around us, Fonte Club continued to bring us success in ways we couldn't imagine. When Prohibition took effect in the state, Finley still managed to acquire alcohol and sold it to those who could afford it. Chicago police raided the club constantly, but they never caught Finley in the act of selling. What little resemblance we had to our previous Deamhan life ceased. Even I began to think less and less of our late-night feeding binges. Why search the streets when the humans came to us? However, Jessie still opted for spur-of-the-moment hunts, in which we reverted to our nature. He was a quick and sometimes brutal killer during these times, and gentle and caring afterwards. He adapted quickly to this new Deamhan human-inspired life. He enjoyed the lifestyle. Fonte Club took off into something extraordinary. One night, Jessie and I, dressed in our best clothing, walked down the street toward the club, listening to the sounds of trumpets, horns, and saxophones. The music had a lively beat and a line of humans waiting to get in. We stopped just outside the door as snowflakes peppered our hair. Our goal was to let loose and live in the moment. We walked in and sat at a table in the back, far away from the crowd. I watched the women with shingle bob haircuts wearing knee-length light-coloured dresses and T-bar shoes gyrating their bodies on the dance floor, while their male counterparts, some wearing suits and ties, and others dressed in long, tight waist suits and thin trousers with black and white coloured shoes, spun them around. Gone were the corsets and dresses that extended past the ankle, and I couldn't avoid my love for this new style any longer. He pulled me onto the dance floor and we danced with not a single care in the world. We danced for excitement, for thrill, and for pleasure. The human staff, who knew of us, treated us like royalty. Finley had built a room separate from the rest of the club, where we could still be Deamhan and feed. Thus, we easily passed for humans, and several times I thought of myself as one of them, until my stomach began to growl, and the addiction for blood brought me back to my senses. What more craziness could there be, more challenging and various options to the thoughts and behaviour of a Deamhan? I began to enjoy human entertainment, like Finley. I had to accept that there wasn't any other way to live, except for within the environment. Finley was right all along. Maybe the best way to survive wasn't to remain hidden, but to embrace our immortality by living and acting like them. This realization lifted weight off our already tired shoulders. It was now cruel to think that Deamhan couldn't live any other way. The harsh winter of 1923 passed, and when spring came, thawing the ground and warming the nighttime air, we began to go to the club on a nightly basis. Finley would arrive late, usually after his continuous attempt to find a home to build a sanctuary of our own. I questioned why it was taking him so long. There were plenty of homes, just outside the city, that suited our needs, but he assured me that we couldn't rush it. He also urged us to be on the lookout for humans who we thought would make excellent Deamhan. The bond I had with Jessie grew stronger, reminding me of my own bond with Finley. At night, we became an unstoppable force, and whatever differences we had dematerialized in the wind. He loved picking out who he considered to be the perfect humans in the crowd. Sometimes he would coo up to these women and the men, offering them free alcohol. One hot summer night, Jessie bought a white chiffon deco-styled flapper dress with rhinestone studs complete with white Cuban heels, convinced that this was the new fashion among human women, and I had to look my best. Fully dressed, I gazed in the mirror, mesmerized about how human I now looked. I thanked him with a kiss on the cheek. He handed me a small compact mirror and some makeup, and I dabbed away my facial scar. I always wore my mother's amulet, but this time he begged me to leave it at home. Again, we had our own private booth near the back, and we watched these humans dance, spinning each other around to the music. I enjoyed the sounds of horns blasting my ears along with the smell of blood in the air. We paid close attention to the human actions. When they clapped, we clapped. When they cheered, we cheered. "That dress looks beautiful on you," Jessie said to me. I smiled at him. Not in a million years did I think I would find myself enjoying this environment and wearing the latest fashions. "Neither did I, but here we are," he said to me, smiling back. "I'm curious. What did you see yourself doing?" "I couldn't see myself living past the new century," I replied. "I thought I'd die from tuberculosis in London." His smile withered. "Why would you think that?" I faced him. My mother was a prostitute and I followed in her footsteps. Women have short lifespans in that type of lifestyle. "Is that how you got that?" Slowly he raised his hand and he placed it against the left side of my face. I looked away. I never mentioned my scar to him and he never asked me until now. "Vampires." He dropped his hand. "Vampires?" "It's not important." I didn't have enough fingers on both hands to count how many people had hurt me in both my human and Deamhan life. I didn't want him to know about the vampires and why I was important to them. I quickly changed the subject. "I've never asked you this, but why did you start boxing?" I realized that I didn't know anything about Jesse's human life, his parents, his siblings, if any. Again, I never bothered to ask. "You don't seem like the type who would participate in something like that." "My father was—" He stopped himself. "My father is an English teacher, and my mother stays at home, drinking afternoon tea with other bored and sad married women." "Your father is a smart man, then?" My eyes lit up. "Yes, he is. On the other hand, my mother, well, she just likes to gossip and buy expensive things." "Did you not enjoy your family life?" I asked. "I was bored," he replied. "I wanted to do more with my life." His eyes left my view for a moment. My family is very wealthy, Maris. My mother inherited her parents' fortune. I was raised around servants in a home big enough to fit 100 people. It was lonely. I was lonely. I wanted to feel sorry for him, but I didn't experience the life he had before being a demon. Hitting other men with your fists sounded more exciting. That was my only escape. You could have just purchased your way out of Chicago. Yes, but what good would that have done? A solemn expression appeared on his face. Money doesn't always make you happy, Maris. It made Finley and me happy, I replied. Yes, that's true, but it won't last forever, and you and I know that we have forever. So, what makes you happy? It was the same question Ruby asked me a long time ago. You, he grabbed my hand. You make me happy. I stared into his eyes. Blood doesn't make you happy. Blood fills my hunger, but no, it doesn't make me happy. I can feed and not be happy. He laughed. What makes you happy? I wanted to tell him that he and Finley filled that desire. Swiftly, he planted his lips over mine, and I felt a hot flash tingle in my throat. In quick speed, I pushed him away. What are you doing? With his elbows supporting his upper body, he looked up at me and smiled. What do you mean? I was kissing you. I know, but why? Kissing you would make me happy. He quickly grabbed the edge of my dress and pulled us further down into our booth. This time I didn't push him away as he kissed me again. With his teeth exposed, he nicked my neck, and I responded by placing my hand around his throat, tilting his head to the side, and biting into his neck. I questioned my actions, but I didn't want to stop. We couldn't feed from each other, but the idea of doing so proved enough to make me want to try. I wanted his blood in me, as he wanted my blood in him. He bit into my neck, and I felt a sharp, quick pain. His thoughts twirled inside my head. I love you, Maris. I pushed him away. You can't. I felt my wounds healing. Why not? Is it because of Finley? Yes, no. Before he replied, we noticed a woman with dark hair styled in a short bob, with Marcel waves standing at the bar across the room, looking in our direction. She finds me attractive, Jessie said as he read her thoughts. She wants to dance with me. I smiled, thankful that something had distracted him from our conversation. You shouldn't keep her waiting. No, I'm here with you. He grabbed my hand. Go, I said, playfully pushing him away, and dance with her. He let go of my hand. Why won't you love me? I leaned back in the booth. We can't love, Jessie. What you're feeling is a bond. I drew away from him, hoping that he would take the hint. He did, and he left our booth and approached the woman. In moments they made their way to the dance floor. I tapped my hand on the table along with the beat of the music, watching him twirl her around. He looked happy and content. With my concept of love already shattered, I didn't want Jessie to believe that we could love. I decided as soon as he returned, I needed to explain to him why I strongly believed it. After the music finished, he came back to the booth and the human woman, to my surprise, followed him. He plopped into the seat, moved closer to me, and he patted the cushion for her to sit. Maris, this is Bianca. The woman smiled and she sat next to him. It's nice to meet you. She held out her hand for me to shake. I shook her hand knowing that Jessie didn't bring her to me for conversation. He had planned on eating her later on that night, and I didn't object. Is this your first time here? I asked her. Yes, she replied as she continued to smile. It's a lovely place. Jessie has told me that you both know the owner. Is this true? I nodded. Yes, he's my brother. I've heard he's the mysterious type, she replied. Women talk about him all the time. I grew curious. What do these women say about him? They say he's attractive, rich, and great with the women, if you know what I mean. No, I don't know. I looked to Jessie, who shrugged. The women enjoy his company, she said as she laughed. I hear that he has the best liquor on this side of the Mississippi, but you didn't hear that from me. I continued to stare at her as she pulled a small coin purse from her cleavage. I waited for Jesse to move in at any moment, but instead his eyes remained on me and his voice poured into my thoughts. I brought her here for you. I didn't want her. She wasn't my type. I have something for you. She pulled out a folded piece of paper and placed it on the table. Now before you open it, remember, this isn't a threat. She slid the paper toward me. Threat? Confused, I tried to read her mind. To my surprise, she blocked my attempt. You don't have to read my mind, Maris, she said as she tucked her coin purse away again. How she knew my name remained a mystery that I didn't want to solve. I knew right then and there, and this was a minion, which meant that the idea of us not being the only demon in the city returned. Who are you? I questioned her. What Deamhan owns you? You'll find all your answers if you just read. She stood up from the booth. You're a minion? Jessie asked in disbelief. The thought that the Brotherhood had found me made me want to run out of the club with Jessie and back to Finley so we could leave. However, this time I quickly changed my mind. I grew tired of running. I liked my life at Fonte Club. Yes, and the demon who can answer your question is outside, waiting for you, she replied. Who is this demon? I questioned again, but with a tough voice. She turned to walk away. Jessie moved to stop her, but I halted his advance. We knew nothing about this other demon, if he was older, an ancient, or an enemy. I opened the piece of paper and read the writing. It's an address. Jessie looked at me, intrigued. An address for what? I don't know. We should find Finley. He looked to me for reassurance. No, we will handle this. I stood up. We're going to go out there and see if this demon is a threat. If he is, then we'll get Finley and we all will kill him. I exhaled. And we'll kill his minion as well. I looked toward the windows of the club, trying to pick up any demon scent in the vicinity. I stood there for moments, contemplating if confronting this individual was the best thing to do. Jessie stood up and straightened his jacket. Are you sure? Knowing that he'd follow me outside, I headed for the exit and he followed. We left Fonte Club and stood outside on the sidewalk, with the full moon hanging overhead in the sky, brightening the darkness around us. I picked up on Bianca's scent and the scent of a male human coming from a dark alley just across the street. We quickly moved in that direction, still cautious of what to expect. As we advanced farther, the scents became stronger. We walked into the alley. A young human male with brown-rimmed glasses and short brown hair stood facing us, and Bianca stood by his side. Upon gazing at us, he smiled and his mouth opened slightly. Jessie didn't waste any time and he tossed the male human to the ground. I pinned Bianca to the wall and watched Jessie place his hand over the human's mouth and whisper to him, revealing his sharp fangs. If you scream, I will kill you. The male nodded frantically. Where is this demon? I asked Bianca. She didn't seem afraid of my approach. Her eyes moved to the male, and Jessie slowly removed his hand from the human's mouth. The human gasped for air. I didn't think you were going to accept the invite. Answer us. Where is this other demon? Jessie asked. With his brown eyes glued on me, the human spoke. My name is Butch Tiernan. You've already met Bianca. We aren't a threat to you, Jessie, and we aren't a threat to Maris either. I looked back at him, confused. Just don't kill us, Butch said, and listen to what we have to say. Humans, always crying to be spared from death. No, you listen to us, I said. How do you know who we are? I looked at Jessie. How do you know our names? With his breathing now calm, he whispered, Ayden. The name didn't sound familiar. Who is Ayden? Again I revealed my fangs and I let my eyes turn colour in a feeble attempt to scare them. He's been looking for you for a very long time, Bianca spoke. After you and Jesse killed his minion. My mind reverted back to Jesse's first night, in the alley as he fed on the prostitute. After all this time, now he comes for us, I replied in disbelief. What does he want? Revenge because we killed his minion? No, Butch said. He knows Silvanus. He was one of the demon you were supposed to meet in New York when you arrived in America. Jesse looked at me. What is he talking about? I slowly released Bianca. Let him up. Jesse continued to gawk at me, questioning if that was what I really wanted him to do. He then stepped back and I told the human to stand. What do you know about Silvanus? I asked him. We only know what Ayden has told us. Bianca straightened her clothing. Anyway, why now? Why didn't he make himself known earlier to us? I had enough of this guessing game. I stared into Butch's eyes and I began to empty myself, scouring his thoughts. He blocked me and, not giving up that easily, I dug further, trying to find out if he told the truth. Scared? I smelled fear and I saw sweat beads travel from his brown hairline down his face. Scared? He repeated with a little bravado in his voice. I'm perfectly fine. As I continued, I picked up on a demon scent and I pulled back immediately. By the time Jesse noticed that we weren't alone, I saw his body hit the opposite wall from the corner of my eye. I immediately turned, finding the alley empty except for Butch and Bianca. Who's there? I searched frantically. I heard another whooshing sound behind us and I turned again. Now on his feet, Jesse also joined me in the hunt. The whooshing sound happened again, and instead of looking around the alley, Jesse grabbed Butch and lifted him off his feet. Who else is here? He asked in a demanding voice. We heard the sound again, but this time I saw a brief shadowed outline of a male body. It grabbed Jesse by his back and tossed him several feet in the air to the opposite end of the alley. Before he landed, the shadow pushed me back, and I fell into a pile of garbage and old wooden crates. I then felt the weight of his body on top of me. I sent him. I stared back into the mesmerizing green eyes of a male who looked no older than Finley, but he reeked of a demon a little older than myself. I couldn't help but notice the Matuspa's medium dark hair and heart-shaped face. I thought they were going to kill me. Butch Tiernan stood to his feet. You arrived just in the nick of time. She's the one, right? The Matuspa opened his mouth to speak. She's the one. Butch exhaled loudly and turned to look over his shoulder. What about the other one? He's not a threat right now. I struggled, but the Matuspa managed to keep me pinned to the ground. He looked at Bianca. Are you all right? Bianca nodded. I'm fine. Good, the Matuspa spoke. Your work is done here. Return back to the sanctuary. Bianca nodded and she quickly escaped the alley. I struggled again and, finding that I couldn't escape his strength, I turned restless. You must be Ayden. Yes, I'm Ayden, the Matuspa replied. Please don't fight. I would hate to hurt you. He quickly let me go and stepped back. I watched him gloat in the fact that he had overpowered me. I stood up and gathered my wits. You know Silvanus? Yes. Are you lying to me? No, he said. I've been looking for you for a very long time. For years you knew I was here. Why now? Because things are urgent. I tilted my head to the side. What things? Your life for one. Silvanus wanted your protection and I did just that, but from afar. Don't speak about him. He's dead. The vampires killed him back in London. No, Silvanus is very much alive, Ayden replied. His revelation made me speechless. He survived the fire, he replied. Many other Deamhan did not. I don't need your help anymore. I'm stronger now. You're not strong enough to deal with what's to come. I looked around. There are no demon and vampires in the city. The only people I have to look out for are humans like your friend. I pointed to Butch. Is he from the Brotherhood?
Yes, he's a researcher, but he isn't working for the Brotherhood in that way, he replied. It's not humans you have to worry about, it's other Deamhan. They're the real threat now. The Brotherhood and the Dorvo vampires are the least of your worries.
Why? Because your human researcher friend says so?
Because the Brotherhood has a piece of the tablet and he is going to take it from them.
What tablet?
Ayden looked at Butch.
Please explain it to her. Her friend is waking and I have to put him out again.
Ayden casually walked to the other end of the alley toward Jesse, who still lay on the floor. I wanted to run after him, but I knew that Ayden was too strong for me to handle. The curse your ancestors created. They wrote it down on a tablet called the Dark Curse, Butch said. Along with that, there are other spells and incantations. I'm sure Silvanus has told you about this. He only spoke to me about Limbo and the first 8 Deamhan. I kept my eyes on Ayden, worried that he'd kill Jesse. I've told Silvanus that I don't practice magic. My only connection to this curse is that I'm descended from the person who created it, that's all. Ayden quickly returned. Silvanus is right. She is clueless. He cleared his throat. We don't want the original 8 Deamhan in Limbo to be freed. Ever. You, Maris, can free them. And I would never do that. I folded my hands across my chest. If your enemies have it their way, you won't have a choice. If you're going to tell me to run, then don't bother, I argued back. I will not. I'm not telling you to run. I'm telling you that you should not make yourself more visible than you already are. I eyed him. The curse can do more than just free the original 8 from Limbo. Maris, there are other things the curse obtains that are both helpful and hurtful to Deamhan. Dorvo vampires and the Brotherhood know this. Currently, the tablet is in 2 pieces. Once it is assembled, they will seek you out and use you to speak the incantations and your blood to perform the ritual. Look at it this way. Think of the original 8, the pure Deamhan, as roots of a tree. You and I are just branches, if not twigs and leaves. The vampires want to cut those roots and kill the tree. Ayden looked to Butch. You must go. I can handle the rest. Butch didn't hesitate. He walked out of the alley and disappeared from my view. And there are Deamhan who believe that the only way to stop them is to kill you, he continued. One is from your past. You've met her. Ethel. I stood still for a moment after I said her name. Ayden nodded. She's here, in Chicago. Yes, and she knows you're here as well. I looked over my shoulder at Jesse lying on the pavement. Your friend will be fine. His quick response astonished me. What's important now is that you come with me. I'm not going anywhere with you, I said back to him. He immediately placed his arms on my shoulders, and he pushed me with such force that I found myself airborne then on my back. Before I could jump to my feet, he was on top of me with black eyes. My eyes turned and my fangs appeared. You have no idea how important your safety is. And you have no idea how important my siblings are to me, I replied. I'm not leaving them to go with you, someone whom I hardly know or trust. I gathered my strength and managed to push him off me. He landed back and straightened his clothes. I can force you to come with me. Well, what are you waiting for? He didn't attack. Instead, he shook his head at my stubbornness. The paper that Bianca gave you, I assume that you read it. Yes, there's an address on it. I showed him the paper and immediately he snatched it from me. That is the only place where you'll be safe. He placed it in his pocket. There are other Deamhan there who are willing to protect you. I've already done that with Silvanus at his sanctuary. It didn't turn out well. I know, but this time things will be handled differently. You have the age of ancient Deamhan on your side. Believe me, There is no demon in this world who can threaten you when power like that is standing behind you.
Not even Ethel?
Ethel has pull in this city, more than you realize. He stepped back. If she comes for you, and she will come for you, she will slaughter your 2 siblings with ease before finishing you off.
Let her come, I replied. I'm not afraid.
I approached Jessie, and I turned to look back at Ayden, who had disappeared from my view. I turned Jessie over, staring at my sibling. Blood poured from his nose, and a small wooden stake protruded from his stomach. I took it out and tossed it to the side. I grabbed him, placing him over my shoulder, and I slowly walked out of the alley. I decided to go home and wait for Finley. There I would tell him that what threatened us in the past had returned. Hopefully this would make our bonds grow tighter and inseparable. At the same time, I wondered what kind of danger I placed both him and Jessie in. They both had grown to be my soulmates, my companions, the only 2 I would die for. With them by my side, I could go anywhere and do anything.
I couldn't keep this from him. I just couldn't.
Chapter 14. Realization.
I can smell that matuzba all over you.
Finley's eyes turned dark and his fangs slowly dropped. His mouth widened and his upper body curled slightly, as if he planned to attack me. I didn't change my clothing, thinking that I didn't have to. It didn't take him that long to smell Ayden's scent lingering over every inch of me. When he saw the huge bloodstain on Jessie's clothing, he immediately demanded we tell him what had happened. I explained every detail from my encounter. Silvanus didn't die in the fire, the Dorvo vampires and the Brotherhood knew I survived, and most importantly, Ethel was in the city and she would come for me. He seemed more upset that Ethel wanted my death, and in our years together in Chicago, we had grown too accustomed to human surroundings to not notice the dangers.
Ayden may be right, I said. We should be on alert.
We're not running. Finley gazed at Jessie, who sat on the Flora couch, looking at his stomach wound, which had already healed. I told him that I wasn't going to run.
I will kill Ethel, Finley said in a mulish voice.
You know that she is too strong, I replied. We will all die, Finley. It's not rational. We need to get our own sanctuary. Finley stepped toward me. I've waited years to find the perfect home. I should have never waited this long. A sanctuary of newly created demon isn't going to protect us from her, I said. She'll slaughter all of the new Deamhan easily. But they will protect us as long as we need them to. Jessie rose from the couch slowly, gripping his stomach. Ayden was strong. I couldn't do anything against him. If Ethel is as old as you say she is, then maybe we should leave Chicago. Quickly, Finley gravitated to Jessie with his fangs at the ready. I said we're not running. I stepped in between them. We shouldn't fight among ourselves. We're not fighting, he replied. We're debating. Tired of his hard-headedness, I rolled my eyes. You're not listening to reason, Jessie said to him. Finley reached for his throat and I intervened quickly, pushing him back. He stumbled against the wall, shattering the blue vase on the corner stand. Move out of my way, Maris, Finley ordered. No, I'm not moving until you listen to me. He rushed at me, but Jessie tackled him. They landed on the ground where Finley somehow slithered from under him and pinned Jessie's shoulders to the floor. Stop it, both of you, I yelled at them. I sired you, Finley growled at Jessie, and I can kill you. You're acting like Anastasia. I grabbed Finley by the back of his neck. Soon humans would be knocking at our front door at all the commotion. I had to end this. Surprisingly, Finley stood down on his attack. His eyes moved from Jessie to me, then back to Jessie. Oh, I get it now, he growled. You've both bonded. Yes, we bonded during the first night I fed. Jessie quietly stepped back, but our bond has nothing to do with this. Finley huffed. So you say. He walked back into the room, grabbing his clothes and his boxing shorts. I can't stand any more of this." He stomped out of the room. "You're my sire," Jessie said to him. "I'm still bonded with you."
"You're only supposed to be bonded to me!" Finley screamed loudly enough to shake the window glass in the front door.
Jessie held up his hands. "I still am," he said. "That's why I think we should do what's best for our protection. If we have to leave Chicago, then we should leave Chicago." "You can both leave if that's what you want," Finley huffed again. "But I'm staying. I will not run place to place like a cockroach. You are my sibling." I walked up to him and placed my head against his chest. "You promised you'd protect me with your life, and I would do the same for you. That hasn't changed. Do you think I want to run?" "I don't, Finley." His eyes returned to normal and his arms, now shaking, wrapped around me. "Then trust me. We are strong enough to handle this." He looked at Jessie. "We have to be." He paced over to the coat rack, grabbing his coat. "What we need is our own sanctuary." He nodded. "We have to start tonight." In Deamhan's speed, he rushed out of our apartment. I moved to follow him, but Jessie grabbed my arm. "It's not safe for you out there. I will go after him." "It's not safe for any of us." I stared at the devastation in the living room. "You're not going alone." I began to think. Siring humans wasn't a long-term solution to our survival. It gave us 10 years at best. "We can't leave him out there on his own." Jessie moved around the room in a fast speed, straightening the couch, the window blinds, and picking up the vase. When he finished, he stood near the kitchen. "Our best defense is in numbers, right?" "Yes." I placed my hand against his cheek. "And if he sires humans, then we may have a chance." "Jessie, some may not survive the transformation at all." "I did." He placed his hand over mine. "We should at least try it his way, Maris. It won't be all that bad." I sighed. "Trust me, it will be." Chapter 15. Capture. The human crowd cheered at the sight of a boxer with a handlebar moustache striking his opponent across the face. His opponent stumbled back, shook his head, and regained his footing. Punch after punch, the dominant boxer, who had muscles twice the size of the other, continued to beat his opponent to near unconsciousness when Jessie and I entered the room. We stood in the back, near the stairs, watching quietly and at the same time searching the crowd for Finley. When we first entered, the bartender told us that Finley had come in and immediately went to the basement. The large man watching the door to the boxing room also said that Finley specifically told him to make sure that no one entered or left the room. As we watched, I called out his name telepathically, hoping that he would answer. The hot scents of humans, sweat, and blood blocked my sense of smell, and I started to believe that he wasn't in the crowd. Every inch of me wanted to step into the ring and call out his name, but I knew that wouldn't accomplish anything besides making the humans angry at my intrusion. Jessie decided to move further into the crowd, hoping to catch his scent. "Maris, I don't think he's here," he said to me. "I don't know where else he would go," I replied, still watching the boxing spectacle. The smaller boxer punched back, sending the bigger one flying into the ropes. The bigger boxer recovered, and he punched at his opponent's chest, face, and solar plexus. Soon the bigger boxer knocked his opponent to the mat, and the crowd cheered and counted to 10 along with Arnold, the host. Sensing my frustration and what I wanted to do, Jessie pleaded with me to not step inside the ring. We moved forward again, pushing spectators out of our way until we reached the ring. That's when I smelled Finley's scent from our right, and when I looked, I finally saw him standing alone, eyeing the boxer that had just won the fight. We made our way to him, but surprisingly he didn't notice us. I saw the front part of his shirt covered in blood and a body at his feet. "Finley!" I shook him, hoping to snap him out of whatever daze he was in. "What did you do?" I looked around. No humans around had realized the body was lying on the floor. Jesse survived the transformation. Finally, he looked at us, and he held out his right arm, showing us a long gash that extended right to left on his wrist. "We need strong humans, like boxers." I didn't hear his victim's heart beating. Before I had the chance to question Finley, he moved us to the side and headed for the ring. He then pushed Arnold and another human back, and they slid across the ring floor. The bigger boxer, taken aback, stepped up to Finley. "Maris," Jesse pointed to the human on the floor, "did Finley give the human his blood?" I heard a scream from the audience, and I looked back to see that Finley had pushed the bigger boxer back, and he now straddled him. Finley held his head back, his fangs appeared, and he bit into the boxer's neck. Now I knew his plan and how he thought he could make things right. He wanted to sire the humans, all of them, to protect me. I could have let him continue and watched him create new Demon, who would soon bond to him like an offspring bond to their sire, yet having a crowd of over 50 people turned proved to be too much. He didn't have enough blood in him to accomplish this crazy task, and who knew how these new Deamhan would react to being turned. A woman's cries from the crowd made Finley stop and stand up. Blood peppered his bare chest and his face. He then turned his attention to Arnold. "Finley, stop!" I screamed in his thoughts, but still he didn't listen. His sharp teeth showed themselves as he grabbed Arnold and bit into his neck. More screams echoed through the venue, and the crowd began to fall into disarray. They turned to run, and panic ensued. The door to the room opened, and the human guarding it walked in after hearing the screams. I couldn't allow him to interfere, or to tell the other patrons upstairs about what was taking place for the sake of being known. I forced the door shut, grabbed him by his neck, and threw him into the crowd. With his teeth fully exposed, and his eyes the colour of charcoal, Finley now moved indiscriminately through the crowd, biting whomever he could catch. Jesse pushed the running humans to the side, and he moved to the stairs. He looked back at me, confused at what to do. I let my own sharp fangs drop from my gums. "No one can leave, alive or dead," I spoke in a thought, and without hesitation he grabbed a man next to him and snapped his neck. Finley placed his wrist over Arnold's mouth, letting only a drop of blood into his system before he moved to the next victim. I latched onto another man with my hand and lifted him several inches off the ground. His terrorized eyes locked onto me, and his fragile thoughts turned to his wife, whom he had just seen Jesse kill moments ago. I apologized, which was unusual for me, and not wanting him to suffer eternal damnation by being turned, I also snapped his neck. By now Finley walked through the crowd that had parted like the Red Sea. He threw humans into the air, bit chunks of their flesh like a rabid dog. He bit into the neck of one woman who begged for her life. I had to stop this madness by any means I could. I had no choice but to begin killing any human that came into my reach. I ignored those that Finley fed and gave his blood to, and I planned on returning to them later to make sure they didn't go through the transformation. The crowd dwindled, and the body count rose dramatically. When Finley saw what I was doing, he angrily moved to me. "What are you doing?" he screamed. Jesse stood near the stairs, killing the remaining humans who tried to escape. A short woman with green eyes and red hair cowered against the wall, sobbing. I wanted to feel sorry for her, but I couldn't let that human feeling get in the way. I already apologized once, and I couldn't see myself doing it again. Finley approached her, but I stood in his way. "I like that one," Finley spoke as thick gobs of blood dripped from his mouth. "We need women, not only males." "Finley, please stop. This is madness." "We need protection, Maris. You need protection." I placed my bloodied hands on his face. "Not like this." He pushed me back, and my anger immediately rose. I slapped him across the face with my nails, leaving 3 long, visible cuts that healed immediately. "Stop!" I scratched him again, but on the chest. I attempted to strike him a 3rd time, but he caught me by my wrist. Blood covered every surface of the basement. The walls were caked with it along with each and every one of us. The remaining humans lost their balance in the liquid, falling to the floor. Soon an unearthly silence filled the room. With only 2 humans left standing, the red-haired female and a male, we stopped our skirmish to take a look at the carnage Finley had started.
"This is the only way I can make sure we're safe." He dropped my hand.
Jesse wiped the blood from his face with his forearm and he peered at the 2 humans.
"What about them?"
"Yes, Maris," he said sarcastically. "What about them? Should we let them go?" He pulled the woman in close to him. "They'll run to the authorities and soon everyone will know what and who we are."
"You're damning them by doing this," I said.
"You know, if any human had the chance, they would agree to be turned without a thought."
"Then why don't you give them that choice?" I asked, pleaded to him. My eyes constricted and my entire body felt as if I had been buried alive with bricks. Tears streamed down the woman's face and her green eyes wavered back and forth. She started to whimper and Finley placed his finger over her mouth, hushing her. "I'd turn her, kill her. I'd do anything to her just to protect you, Maris," he said, as he rubbed his fingers over her hair. "Haven't you realized that yet?"
I walked toward him and his body tensed up.
"I'll just kill her if that's what you want."
He placed his wrist over her mouth, feeding her some of his blood. He then snapped her neck and uncaringly tossed the body to the side. He slowly walked over to the last human and proceeded to do the same thing.
He looked back at me. "This is our only protection." He pointed to the room. "To sire more of us, to make our family bigger and stronger. You need to see the bigger picture, Maris. They won't stop coming until we make them stop. Creating a sanctuary, having Deamhan at your beck and call has worked for our kind for centuries. It'll work now. Once they see that we have demons standing along with us, they won't come for you. We are the only ones who can secure our survival, not some Matuspa you just met." I couldn't listen to him anymore. I headed for the stairs, expecting one of them to stop me, but no one did. We heard more screams coming from the room above. I stopped and looked back at Finley. Something is going on in the main room. He didn't have time to answer. Quickly the door blew open, and I felt a sharp pain explode from my chest, and blood peppered my face. It happened so quickly, and at first I didn't realize that I'd been staked. Only when I looked down and saw the sharp piece of wood protruding from my chest, I realized that whoever did this missed my heart by inches. Almost immediately, I lost all motor function. I tumbled down the stairs and stopped on my back just short of the first step. My senses went into overdrive along with my anger to attack back, but that was stopped by Finley's scream and the smell of other demon in the room. I lifted my body up slowly and dragged myself to the nearest wall for support. Looking up at the stairs, I saw Jesse being pinned against the wall by 2 tall demon males and Finley being pinned easily to the floor by 2 others. Blood streamed down my mouth, so much of it that I thought I was going to bleed to death right there on the floor. My arms began to shake and my eyelids became heavy. "No, stay awake, Maris," I repeated over and over in my head. My vision blurred, yet I was still able to see Ethel wearing a white flapper dress descend the steps. Her hand slid over the railing, and when she approached me, her eyes changed from dark to hazel, and her thin lips parted in a wide smile. She stood over me and her eyes meandered over the room for a brief moment. "Burn it all down," she said to the other demon in the room. "Make sure there isn't any evidence left for the humans to find." More demon entered the room. Their scents signalled that they were also Lamia, Matuspa, Lugat, and even my own, Ramanga. They began to ignite the ring curtains, posters on the wall, and human clothing not soaked in blood. They ripped the heads from the bodies of humans that Finley had attempted to turn. Slowly the fire spread, and thick smoke billowed around us.
Ethel ordered 2 other Ramanga demon to lift me to my feet. "Maris, it's been a long time." Still feeling weary, I spoke slowly. "Please don't. Silvanus isn't here to protect you now." She placed her hand over the stake and inched it further into my chest. I grunted at the pain, and when she finished, my head fell forward. "You should have died a long time ago." She placed both her hands on the side of my head. She began to dig through my thoughts, breaking and shattering barriers as fast as I could build them. I didn't know what she was searching for, but her strength felt strong and majestic at the same time. "Don't do this," I begged her. "You're too dangerous to live," she replied. "It's still inside you." I wanted to scream, but she forced my mouth to stay silent. It felt exactly like what Silvanus did to me, but it burned my head, made my legs quiver beneath me, and my arms flap widely at my sides. "Close your eyes and sleep, Maris." I fought back against her commands, worried about what would happen to Jessie and Finley if I followed them. I felt my eyelids closing. I could still smell her around me, but I felt now that I was being carried up the stairs and out of the building. My thoughts repeated over and over in my head to Finley and Jessie, and they replied back. Knowing that they were safe and with me, I succumbed to Ethel's will, and I felt myself drifting off to sleep. Chapter 16. Goodbyes. I dreamed of my mother and the father that I never knew, a house that we never owned, and the life I never had. The mental images looked beyond real and too amazing to believe at first. My mother's skin felt warm and soft under my touch. I felt the strong emotion my father carried for me, a love that resonated to the point that it almost made me cry. The sun brightened the heavens in its effulgent light above us, making my body radiate. The smell of daffodils and warm bread swam into my nostrils. Even the bugs in the field weren't afraid of me. I picked weeds and planned to show them to my parents later that day. My eyes slowly opened, snatching me back to the dark reality in which I lived. Ethel had her demon take us to a remote area surrounded by trees and thick mulch, which swallowed our legs. 2 Ramanga dragged me by my arms and dropped me next to Finley and Jessie, who not only survived the trip, but also dreamed of their families like I did. I didn't know how Ethel managed to make us hallucinate in such a way. Age had something to do with it, since Ethel's rivaled our own. They surrounded us in a circle, glaring at us like we were a disease and unworthy of them. My chest pounded in pain, and when I went to remove the stake, I realized that it wasn't there. Without a word, these demon began throwing rocks at us. Instead of covering my face, I covered my chest. The objects would sting. However, I felt more concerned that one demon would add something else into this mix. Maybe an object sharp enough to pierce me again. Finley moved his body in front of my own, but a demon pushed him back. They continued their barrage of rocks and other objects until Ethel, who stood with her arms folded, watching her cohorts attacking, interrupted the foray. "That's enough," she said to them. I managed to lift myself onto my knees. Glaring at my attackers, I whispered, "Kill me, but don't harm them, please." Instead of honouring my plea, Ethel laughed slightly. "You're in no position to tell me what I should do." I stood up straight. "If you kill me, Silvanus will come for you." "I'm not afraid of him," she replied. "Kill her!" a female voice yelled from the crowd. "Stake her!" I heard another voice. I prepared to meet death at that very moment. I wasn't afraid of it. I never thought about the afterlife, where souls went, if there was a heaven or hell. If anything of that sort actually existed, I didn't do enough good deeds in my life to warrant a trip to the pearly gates. The crowd had begun to get unruly, and Ethel held up her hands for quiet. "In time," she answered their calls. "I'm an ethical demon. I follow the old rules and the old ways of punishment." She began to walk along the perimeter of the circle. "I will allow Maris to speak up in her defense." She then leaned toward me. That means I will allow you to tell your brethren why we shouldn't end your life and the lives of your siblings tonight. Ethical? I couldn't believe the image Ethel had of herself. There wasn't anything ethical about her or her actions. She had already made up her mind, so why would she allow me to defend myself? However, I saw this as my last and only opportunity to hopefully speak some sense into her. I've been alive for decades now, and not once have I done anything to jeopardize all of us, I said to her. I've lived my life, out of reach of vampires and the Brotherhood who want to use me for their own agendas. Did Ayden tell you that? She replied with a smug look on her face. Yes. He's wrong. The vampires are coming for you, and as long as you live, none of us are safe. From the corner of my eye, I saw the look on Jessie's face before I saw a rock travelling through the air, headed in my direction. It connected just above my eye and I stumbled back. Finley reached out to comfort me. I stared around, looking back into the eyes of Deamhan, who wanted to rip me apart, limb from limb. Your death would mean our survival. No one will have the ability to translate what's written on that broken tablet, Ethel said. Don't you want Finley and Jessie to live? You know that they can as long as you die. I thought that maybe if I ran fast enough they would chase after me, giving Finley and Jessie enough time to escape. The pulsating pain in my chest quickly put an end to that thought. Accept your fate, Maris, Ethel continued. Know that Finley and Jessie will be able to live without all the dangers you bring to them. I have every right to live as you do, I said with clenched teeth. A community is only as strong as its weakest member. You are that member, Maris. She pointed to Finley. He knows that I'm right. I turned to Finley, who kept his eyes to the ground. He wanted your death back in London, Ethel said. He knew then that you were a liability. Now look at him. He goes and does crazy things just to protect you. Have you even considered that your choice to live is selfish on your part? It didn't matter what I said or what I saw in Finley's eyes. I wasn't going to survive the night. But I gathered my strength, and now standing on my feet, my eyesight began to blur and I felt my insides begin to contract. My mouth craved blood to heal my torn body. Tell her, Finley. Ethel stepped forward. Tell her that I'm right. Don't harm her, Jessie's voice managed to overshadow the crowd. His reply was met by a demon forcing him on his knees. I'm an old demon. I've been alive for over 1,000 years before your human birth, Ethel said to him. Do you really think you have the strength to stop me? My hands balled into fists and I moved toward Ethel with the little strength I still had. She didn't have to avoid me in demon speed. She just stepped back and I fell onto the ground. You couldn't take me on my worst day. Her eyes turned black, and she pulled me up from the ground with her right hand by my neck. The blood trying to exert itself from my body lodged in my throat, and I felt it collecting to the point that my neck began to swell. My feet kicked underneath me, trying to find the ground, and she enjoyed every minute of it. Are you ready to die? She looked at me with cold, fueled, dark eyes. At that moment, I heard Jessie's screaming voice in the background. Somehow, he had gotten free, and in demon speed, he rushed toward her, knocking her into the ground. What he did next stunned everyone. He tried to attack her, and I couldn't stop it. God, I wished I would have stopped it. Finley also joined in the attack, and he moved toward her. However, the other demons stepped back and they didn't interfere. Still weak, I tried to move, but I felt someone kick me from behind, knocking me back to the ground. They stepped on the back of my head, applying enough pressure that I heard my own skull crack underneath their boot. From the corner of my eye I saw Ethel fling Finley back, and he landed in a hard thud on the ground. She then had Jessie by his hair and she tilted his head back. You would die for her, she asked him. I would, he replied in a cracked voice. Deamhan and their ridiculous bonds. She raised her hand and she moved it in a quick motion, over his throat, from right to left. I didn't see it at first, but I could smell it all around me. It was a horrible scent, worse than the scent of a decaying human body. She let him go, and I watched Jesse grasp his neck. His beautiful eyes moved back and forth, and his lower lip quivered as he tried to keep his head up. Blood poured from between his fingers, and that's when I suspected that somehow Ethel had slit his throat. What I didn't know was that she had sliced even further, straight through. The skin around Jesse's neck became the first to crack and peel away like unwanted dust on a windowsill. The discoloration travelled over his face, down his neck to his hands until it eventually covered his entire body. His face began to melt, and as he opened his mouth, trying to speak, blood poured out of it like a river. Soon his remains fell in a bloodied and ash-filled puddle.
And that is how you kill a Deamhan without a stake. Ethel grabbed a white handkerchief from her pocket, and she began to clean the blood from her fingertips.
Rage, anguish, sadness, and the need for revenge engulfed me until all I saw was red. I'd never felt any emotions like this, even with Anastasia. My darling Jesse was now gone, and I had to avenge him. I screamed and released myself from the Deamhan that held me pinned to the dirt. I ran at her, lashing out with both hands. She grabbed me easily and pushed me back into the crowd. I heard Finley scream, but they began to claw at him, digging their nails into his skin, pulling off flesh. A Ramanga bit into his back, yanking out tiny bits.
I screamed for them to stop, but they didn't listen. I couldn't make them listen. All I could think about was how I just lost Jesse and how I couldn't lose Finley as well. Ethel raised her hands and all the demons stopped moving immediately. "If you're going to kill me, then kill me," I yelled at her. In time, she placed her hands on her hips. "Pick her up." She stepped back. "Take her to that tree." I felt cold hands underneath my arms as two male Lamia demon dragged me into brush and to a large tree. One of them pulled out a long rope and began to wrap it around my body as the other held me still. I didn't bother to fight back. I looked up at the sky and all I could see was Jesse's face intertwined with the stars. Too weak to hold my head up, I let it drop forward and I stared as blood dripped from the wound on my chest and onto my bare feet. I heard their laughter around me and I could still smell Finley. In the past, Deamhan would sentence their own by taking them to the woods and tying them up to the trees, letting the sun assume the role of executioner. Ethel's eyes looked me over. "You remember, Maris, this was discussed back in Silvanus's sanctuary."
"Let Finley go." I managed to speak with a mouthful of blood.
"I don't know." A small smile appeared on her face. "I do sort of like that one. He might prove useful." A Deamhan pushed Finley toward me. "Say your goodbyes and make it quick," Ethel ordered. My eyesight wavered in and out, but I could see just enough to watch Finley staring back at me. His thoughts remained absent. My body lurched as it expelled more blood from my mouth and it splattered onto my feet in huge globs. "I want to die with you," he said. I shook my head. He gently examined my wound. "I couldn't protect you, Maris. I should have been able to protect you." I remained silent.
"Say something." He placed his forehead against mine. I saw hatred in his eyes and darkness growing inside him. "I will kill her for this."
"No," I said again, "you have to live."
"Enough!"
Ethel pulled him back from me. Finley struggled against her strength and she placed her hand on the side of his head. Suddenly his body went limp and he fell to the ground. A demon picked him up and in demon speed, they whisked Finley away from me and into the night. Believe me, I wish things could have been different. Ethel eyed me for a moment. "But you understand that in order for our kind to survive, we have to make sacrifices." She turned and walked away. "I hope the sun takes you quick, Maris." I watched helplessly as the other demon followed her.
They moved quickly, and within seconds I could no longer smell them. My eyes bore down on the open land in front of me. In the distance, the sky brightened, but not because of sunrise. The Chicago city lights worked that magic. I had time to ponder and to think. However, I didn't want my rage to consume me. I needed comfort, solitude, something that reminded me of the past, when my life meant something and was worth living. I thought about Brandy and Brander. I thought about the first day I saw Jessie in that boxing ring with Finley. My thoughts also included my first night with Anastasia as a Ramanga and my first feed. These memories, not those that weighed heavily on my shoulders, helped me survive until I saw the horizon turning from dark to light blue as the sun began to rise. I could feel its heat, even though I didn't see it. The blood in my veins reacted, my mind yelled at me to escape and seek shelter away from it. Yet I held back those feelings, and every time my body tried to struggle, I shut it down. Maybe Ethel spoke the truth. I was too dangerous to live. Since I had been turned, all I experienced and witnessed were Deamhan holding on to the distorted dreams that I could either save them or kill them. They protected me, and Jessie died for me. How long could they last contained in that bubble of revenge and murder before it busted at the seams? How long would they last before the Brotherhood found another way to end their existence? Most importantly, I wanted to know what would happen to my Finley after I died. I chuckled to myself, hoping that Silvanus would strike them all down and soon. I prepared myself to die. I wanted death to come, but it took its time. The sun finally revealed itself, and almost instantaneously my skin began to boil and burn. I bit my lip, refusing to scream in pain. Little did I know that fate had something else in mind for me that bright morning. Chapter 17. Saved. I saw his outline in the shadow before he stepped out of the darkness. He stood there with his hands in his pockets and a wide smile. Strands of his hair fell in front of his face and he moved them back gently before he waved at me. "I'm here, Maris," he said. "What would you like to do now?" Thinking he had to be a figment of my imagination, I closed my eyes and slowly reopened them. Realizing that he wasn't fake, and that he wouldn't go away, I walked over to him slowly and he held his arms out to me. "You need to wake up." I fell into his arms. "Wake up!" With my ear planted firmly against his rock-solid chest, I heard his heartbeat. "What do you mean?" "You need to wake up, now." Hearing his continuous heartbeat, I looked up at him, surprised. "What is wrong with your heart, Jessie?" Jessie looked down at me. "It's beating. Our hearts don't beat." "You're dreaming, Maris, and in your dreams I can be whomever you want me to be." I didn't understand my surroundings, and at the same time I didn't care. He looked beautiful, perfect, and I didn't want him to go away. I also didn't want the dream to end. "I saw you die," I said to him. "You did die, didn't you?" He nodded. "What is it like?" I questioned. "What is what like?" he smiled. "Death. The other side. Is there life after death, even for creatures like us?" I envisioned Jessie, in true perfect form. This was how I wanted him to be. Then I pulled back, suddenly realizing that my mind was playing tricks on me. I wondered why I dreamed about him now when I never did in the past. I then remembered the horrible night among the trees, the feeling of tree bark scratching along my back, and the rays of the sun burning my skin. I recalled observing Jessie frantically grabbing onto his neck, trying to stay alive after Ethel had sliced him through. The pain I felt watching him wither and die in front of my own eyes, and the resentment of not being able to save him. "You have to wake up." He began to walk back into the shadow from where he came. "Wait." I reached out to him. "Where are you going?" "I'll always be here, in your mind and in your heart." I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was a concrete ceiling. Little by little, the feeling in my body returned along with my other senses. The smell of steel replaced the smell of grass and wet concrete. I turned my head to the right, and when my vision came to, I found myself staring at metal bars and a human sitting in a chair next to them, sleeping. Sunlight blazed through a small square-shaped window, hitting the floor just inches from me. Using what strength I had, I raised myself up, hearing my bones crack and splinter underneath my skin. I realized that I was in an unfamiliar place. Is this hell? This couldn't be the apocalyptic afterlife that most Christians believed in. The words escaped my lips easily and without pain in my chest. I wore a long white shirt that extended down to my knees. I lifted it slightly, and I let my hands examine my body. I found nothing relating to being burned by the sun. I touched my lips and looked at the small amount of blood on my fingertips. Had I somehow freed myself just in time to avoid the sunlight? How could my wounds have healed unless I fed? The last thing I remembered was my skin blistering under the hot rays of the sun. How did I come to this place? My stirring grabbed the human's attention, and he immediately awoke and stood up. Upon seeing that I had awoken, he hurried over to me and placed his arms on my shoulders. He said you wouldn't wake up until at least tomorrow. He gently made me lie back down. I had nothing in me to fight him. I was weaker than I had ever been, so weak that even he could restrain me if he wanted. His blurry face pulled together in my eyesight, and at first his appearance didn't remind me of anyone I knew. He had grey strands of hair intermingled in his brown mane. Crow's feet extended from the outer corners of his eyes. But I never forgot a scent, and I realized that it was Butch, the human who spoke to me in the alley. Why did he look so much older? I spoke out his name in a soft voice, and to that he smiled. You remember me, he spoke. Just relax, I'll get Ayden. I reached out and grabbed him, pulling him down and close enough so that my lips touched his neck. My fangs nicked his skin, and my blood rage consumed me. I needed his energy to get me back to health. He pushed me back and I released my weak grip. Butch moved against the wall and he screamed out Ayden's name. I rolled my body onto the side until I fell off the slab, landing on the floor. Using the wall around me, I stood up and dragged my feet to the bars, placing my hands over the cold, thick steel. I pulled at them, but they wouldn't budge. My nose picked up unusual scents around me. Just then I heard what sounded like a rusty door opening slowly, then slamming shut, followed by Ayden's voice. He ran toward the cell, unlocked it, and opened the door. He pushed me against the wall and glared around the room. Are you okay? He asked Butch. Yeah, I think so. He touched his neck and examined the small drops of blood on his fingers. You said she wouldn't be strong after waking up from hibernation. Yes, I know, I was mistaken. Butch gathered himself. Your mistake almost cost me my life. I said I was mistaken, Ayden repeated. Go, get yourself cleaned up. I'll take care of this. Butch walked to the door. I'm getting too old for this, he said. I have a family now. Tell Kira that I can't keep doing this. We'll talk later, Ayden replied. Now please, go. Butch nodded and walked away and down the hall. Ayden let me go and he closed the door, locking himself in the room with me. I moved back like a scared, cornered animal. Hibernation? I questioned frantically. I know you have questions and I'll try my best to answer them, he replied. But first you need to relax. You don't have enough strength to overexert yourself. What did you do to me? How did I get here? I pushed my body to move toward him, but I found myself stammering forward over my own feet. He grabbed me before I could fall and he sat me on the slab. I looked down at my hands, noticing that my skin was wrinkled and grey. Sunlight couldn't do that to me. You've been asleep for a very long time. How? Wearily, I looked at him. Did Ethel do this to me? No, she isn't capable. How long have I been asleep? I screamed my question at him. Again, he placed his hands against my chest to calm me down. You'll find out soon. However, I didn't want to wait for answers. I slapped his hands away from my body. I want you to tell me now. 20 years, he replied. 20 years, I repeated in awe. That's impossible. I searched around my neck for my mother's amulet, but I didn't find it. After Ethel left you to die, Butch saved you from the sun and brought you here to this sanctuary. You were near death. Hibernation was the best option at that time. Ethel. The name alone brought back my rage. She killed Jessie. My body tensed up at the thought. If she didn't do this to me, then who did? I felt my hands stiffen, and I stretched out my fingers. And where is my amulet? You must return it to me. My mind was too preoccupied with trying to digest my surroundings that I didn't notice my hands beginning to stiffen again. Where is Finley? I want Finley. He blinked rapidly and took a deep breath. You need blood. He walked over to the cell and yelled out, Bring her some blood. I don't want blood. I stood up and walked toward him. Where's my amulet and where is Finley? Maris, reserve your strength. He forced me to sit again, and soon a Deamhan that didn't look or smell familiar to me appeared at the bars holding a cup. Ayden handed it to me, and without a thought, I began to drink it. At that moment, he could have asked or told me anything, and I'd listen to him in a heartbeat as long as he continued to feed me. Right now, Finley and your amulet aren't important. He looked back at the Deamhan. Bring some more. The demon nodded and scurried back down the hall, leaving us alone again. It is important to me. You have a lot of catching up to do. I saw the twinkle of revenge and distaste in his eye. The world isn't the same as you remember it. The city has changed. I'm still in Chicago. I rubbed the inside of the cup with my finger and sucked the blood from it. What has changed? Did Ethel kill Finley? My body absorbed the psychic energy from the blood, and I felt my skin slowly returning to normal. Ethel asserted herself as the leader of all Deamhan in Chicago, Ayden replied. Right now, she leads a large group of our kind against the Brotherhood. He cleared his throat. It's a bloodbath out there, Maris. Both sides have lost many. I too have lost people. I lost Bianca. You didn't answer me. What happened to Finley? I expected him to lash out at my lack of caring for what he just explained. The Deamhan returned with another cup, and I drank that too. After 5 cups, I then had the energy to stand on my feet. I don't know what happened to Finley, he said. The last thing I heard was that Ethel kept him alive, but that was about 10 years ago. I need to find him. I stood up, my Finley. I wanted badly to break out of my captivity and to go rescue him. I wanted to be close to him again, to be at his side so that we could avenge Jessie's death. You can't do that. All Deamhan think you are dead. Reading my thoughts, Ayden spoke. You need to rest, Maris. It takes a Deamhan your age several days to heal from hibernation. I traced my finger along a small crack on the slab. I'm still hungry. Of course you are. Ayden straightened his clothing. I'll have someone come down and give you blood, but first, he walked over to the bars. You will get some rest. I stopped tracing the crack. I want the blood fresh, from the vein. Of course. And afterwards, I am going to find Finley. I slammed my hand on the slab, and in demon speed I rushed up to him. You won't stop me, I snarled. I won't allow you to. He stood up straight. After you've rested. I made sure he read my dark thoughts about wanting to separate his head from his body if he stood in my way. Things are moving now, he said. You need to be at full strength. I stepped away from the bars. I'm hungry, go fetch me blood. He came back as promised with an older woman. I fed on her, and with nothing to do in my cell, I sat in the corner of the room, thinking about how I needed to find my amulet and locate Finley. When morning came, I fell asleep, and when night arrived I awoke, noticing that my body felt stiff and rigid again. My jaw ached, my eyesight wavered, and I had trouble focusing on Ayden standing outside my cell. After rising to my feet, he opened the door and stepped to the side. I think it's time you got out of here. At first, I thought he planned to free me, and before I left the cell, he placed his hand on my chest. You won't survive the night if you run to the city in search of Finley. He closed the door behind me and motioned for me to follow him. We walked down the narrow hallway until we reached a brick wall. He placed his hands on it and began to rub until one of them gave away. I heard bricks scraping against the floor as the wall moved back, revealing the basement of a home. I continued to follow him up the steps and toward a front door when he stopped me. Stay here, I'll be back. He immediately went back down the stairs. I waited alone, eyeing the environment around me. This wasn't any ordinary home. I was in a sanctuary, perhaps his sanctuary. First thing I noticed was its immaculate condition. It was a split-level home with polished floors and clean walls. Incense cones burned in a small effigy of a tree hanging off the wall nearby. A long red carpet extended from the entry and up the stairs. I caught the sense of other demon around me, and when I looked up at the second story, I saw 3 of them, 2 females and a male, looking down at me. Feeling uncomfortable, I looked away and toward the front door. For 20 years they held me in that small tomb, on a slab, like a piece of meat. I dreamed of Jesse, and although I felt that those dreams helped me in my hibernation, it didn't take away the fact that he was dead, and never coming back. One of the demon, a Ramanga female, descended the stairs. She reached to the wall at a switch, and upon flicking it up, light illuminated around me, revealing that I wasn't alone. They were all around me, standing on the stairs, in the hallway, to my right and my left. Ramanga, Lamia, Metuspa, and Lugat Deamhan, all young and new. I recognized none of them. She opened her mouth slightly, showing her fangs as she took in my scent. This is Maris. She doesn't smell that old. I expected her to be different, taller. I scanned all of them, taking mental notes on their appearances and their scents. The other male, a Metuspa, accompanied him. Look at her scar. He pointed and, refusing to be viewed as some abnormality, I turned my head to the left to conceal it. Ayden says she's important, the Ramanga spoke. I'm curious as to why. I looked at the Metuspa, noticing that his clothing didn't resemble anything from the 1920s. He wore a loose-fitting white shirt, dark slacks, and a tie. The women wore dresses that extended beyond their knees. They all looked clean and impressive. Leave me alone, I said to them. Or what? The Ramanga replied. You're supposed to be this important demon. We'd all love to know why. Oh yes, that. Yes, that. The Metuspa straightened his body posture and clasped his hands together. Just for the record, we don't believe that you're as important as they say you are. Before I could reply, the Ramanga said, She's the reason for this war. I've seen scarier Ramanga, the Metuspa added. I wanted Ayden to return immediately before the conversation turned into something that could only be resolved by fighting. The Ramanga stepped up to me. Her scent carried an older aroma, but it didn't intimidate me in the least. Her eyes turned black and she leaned in. I want to see what she can do. I reached out and grabbed her by the neck, immediately flipping her onto the floor. She moved to get up, but I placed my foot on her neck to keep her still. The other demon moved in, and the sound of our commotion made Ayden rush up the stairs. "Stop this!" He pushed me back against the wall and he moved himself in the middle. The Ramanga jumped to her feet. "Norma, what have I told you about starting fights?" Ayden spoke in a stern tone. "Go back to what you all were doing before I make you all regret your actions." Norma glared at me with riled eyes before she moved back, giving us room. Ayden dropped his hand from my chest. "We can go now." I blinked slowly. It took every inch of my body to calm my rage. "Why did you leave me alone? Where did you go?" Ayden led me down the front corridor. "I had to make sure that things were in place." He opened the door. We stepped outside and onto the porch. "All of them are products of this war. They've heard of you, the Deamhan to end all demon." "You know I wouldn't do that." "I know, but they don't. After your supposed demise, Ethel rallied Deamhan from around the region to join her in her fight against those who want to see an end to our species, particularly the Brotherhood. They've been fighting ever since." He didn't take me to Chicago. Instead, Ayden decided that it would suit us both to go to a small town located a few miles from the sanctuary and about 50 miles from the city. Here he said that we would be safe and out of view from Ethel's human minions, who numbered in the hundreds in the city. The small town consisted of only 3 small blocks, in which the main route travelled through. He took me to a small cafe where we sat near the back, away from human customers. A female waitress handed us menus and Ayden thanked her quietly. "They have really good food here," he said as he scanned the menu. I tossed my menu aside. "How would you know that? We don't eat." "We can eat," he replied. "We just have to regurgitate it." He placed his menu on the table and pointed to the picture of scrambled eggs and toast. "I like chewing eggs." His proclamation about food astounded me. "If what you said was true, why would any demon bother?" "It's the act, not the outcome," he replied. "For me, it reminds me of my human years." He folded his hands together. "You don't have to order if you don't want to. That's not the reason why I brought you here." "Then why did you bring me here? I thought it wasn't safe to leave the sanctuary." "Butch, the researcher, has finally found the part of the Dark Curse tablet," he said. "The Brotherhood moved it to their new headquarters in Chicago." "They have a headquarters in the city?" "Yes, like I said, a lot has happened since the day you were left to die." He eyed the environment. "Ethel's a danger to every human and demon, and there isn't anyone to stop her." "There isn't a balance." "No, there isn't. As far as I know, she doesn't know that the Brotherhood has the other piece, and they don't know that she doesn't know that. So once Butch steals it from the Brotherhood, the plan is for him to take it as far away from Chicago as he can." "Why doesn't he just destroy it?" "The ancient Deamhan don't want it to be destroyed." "Why?" Ayden shrugged. "I don't question these things. I just do what I'm told." "Yes," I began to mock him. "Just like how you were supposed to be in New York when I arrived with Finley decades ago. At least that's what Silvanus made me believe." "If I remember correctly, she was supposed to greet you, but that concern is better left for Silvanus to answer," he replied. "Since you are now awake, he will come to you." "Silvanus is in Chicago." The waitress returned and Ayden ordered the item on the menu that caught his eye earlier. I refused to order anything and she left. "He will be soon." He reached out and placed his hand on my head. "I've been your guardian since you were placed in hibernation. I watched you for those years. I swept the dust away from your face. I clothed you and bathed you while you lay like a solid statue, unmovable. We've waited for the right time to wake you." "You never told me. Who put me in hibernation?" I asked. "You're not old enough to have the power to do that, and Silvanus isn't in Chicago, so." I leaned in close. "Was it that ancient female demon?"
She is going to rip the important information about the curse from your mind. I pulled back. Rip? Yes, the goal is to take that from your mind so that you will no longer be connected to it. That's ridiculous, I laughed. Remember, she is the same demon who forced you to sleep for 20 years. He had a valid point. I stopped laughing. Who is she? Ayden sat back in the booth and he looked out through the window at humans walking by. Kira. I heard the name before coming from Butch's mouth the night I awoke. She's the oldest Ramanga living, he continued. I serve her willingly, as does Silvanus. She's the one who's been looking for you after all this time. So why didn't she just take the information from me when I was in hibernation? She could have killed you, Ayden replied. They don't want your death. You're too important. The waitress returned with Ayden's meal and a pot of coffee. When she left, Ayden unrolled the utensils from a napkin and, using his fork, he stabbed at the eggs and lifted it to my mouth. Eat it. I still couldn't believe what he wanted me to do. Demon didn't eat. We couldn't. Our sustenance was the psychic energy humans created, be it through blood or touch. When he saw that I wasn't going to eat it, he stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. I watched, waiting for what was going to happen next. I thought he was going to explode or his body would reject the food. Instead, he continued eating until he devoured the eggs. He then went to work on the coffee. You chew it like you would if you were human, he spoke. Just remember that you have to regurgitate the food back up or it'll sit in our stomachs and rot. Who taught you this? Still in awe of the spectacle, my eyes didn't waver from him. My sire before he was killed. He gulped the coffee and poured another cup. He taught me how to blend in with the humans as much as possible. If that meant sitting down and having dinner with one, then so be it. He pushed the cup of coffee and the plate toward me. Go on. It won't hurt you. Later I'll show you how to regurgitate it. I took the fork and poked at the eggs. I stared at it for a few seconds before I placed it in my mouth and began to chew. The eggs tasted like rubber and air, and before my body could gag on it, I swallowed and felt it travel down my throat. It felt odd as it travelled, and eventually landed in my stomach. I felt every inch of its movement. He smiled and grabbed the fork from me. Easy, wasn't it? I nodded. Yes, it actually was. He began to eat the eggs. I've been told about your life in London and a little about your life in New York. I understand that you want nothing to do with the curse, the tablets, all of that. Once this is all over, hopefully you will get that wish. I wanted all of that with Finley and Jessie by my side, I replied. Now that's impossible. Yes, but what's possible is the light at the end of all of this. You will get there, Maris, and for what's it's worth, I promise you that. After we left the cafe, Ayden taught me how to get rid of the contents in my stomach, which was easier than I expected. Chapter 18. An unexpected surprise. During our long walk back to the sanctuary, Ayden and I continued to talk about the ongoing demon problem in Chicago. He continued to speak of my important role in the situation and how my hibernation was necessary for my survival. I had heard enough and wanted to change the subject. I wanted to know the whereabouts of my amulet, and he continued to tell me that I would soon find out. I wondered if he knew how powerful it was, and if other Deamhan knew as well. Regardless, I didn't want him to suspect anything about it. When I changed the subject again and started asking about his sire, he became unusually quiet and reluctant to answer my questions. When were you sired? I was sired in 1840, he finally admitted, near London. My eyes expanded. You're from London as well? He placed his hands in his pockets. We should hurry back. He prepared himself to take off in Deamhan speed, but I grabbed onto his wrist, preventing him from moving any farther. What's wrong? He removed my hand. Nothing. You're distant. Do you not like talking about your past? My past isn't as vibrant as yours. He continued to walk. I don't care about that. Well, why do you want to know about me? I'm curious. Don't be. I found his answer to be vague and I continued to pester him. Who killed your sire? Was it Ethel? No. Vampires? No. Then who, Ayden? Eventually he grew tired of my questions and turned to face me. Your sire killed him. Anastasia. It wasn't hard to believe. After everything I learned about her and her past, I could see her killing another Deamhan. Still, I wanted to know why. I wanted to know the specific details. Perhaps it was to strengthen my judgment about her. I couldn't be the only Deamhan who knew how ruthless she was. Why do you want to know exactly what happened? He asked after reading my thoughts. You know exactly how evil your sire was. My story will only strengthen your perception of her. Maybe I need to know that her offspring weren't the only demon damaged by her ruthlessness. He shook his head, and I could tell that he didn't want to tell me his side of the story. After more coaching and fuss on my part, he broke through his shell. She did it because she could, he said. I had only been sired for about a week when we ran into her. My sire was older, stronger, and wiser. This intimidated Anastasia, and she didn't like it. We returned to walking down the dark road. Tall trees enclosed us on both sides. I heard crows in their bushes and other small creatures scurrying across the ground. She killed him brutally, and I managed to escape only because she made Finley come after me. Finley? He stopped walking. Yes, Finley was there. He watched everything. Ayden looked back at me, and he enjoyed the spectacle. So this is about revenge? I don't have any problem with Finley. I just don't care for his well-being as much. He quickly corrected himself. Actually, I don't care if he's alive or not. I do want revenge. I will kill Anastasia eventually, but not now. The survival of our own species is more important than my need for revenge. At that moment, I knew he wouldn't go out of his way to help me get Finley back, and I didn't expect him to. We remained silent for the remainder of our walk. When we approached the steps of the sanctuary, he stopped briefly and placed his ear to the door. Silvanus is here. I didn't know how he knew, but I accepted his statement and immediately opened the door. I walked in. Where is he? I looked around, finding the inside to be quiet and vacant. The other demon that I had encountered before were no longer there. This way. He walked down the steps and I followed. Heading back in the direction of the wall, he placed his hand on a brick and pushed it in. It moved, revealing the same narrow passageway we walked out earlier in the night. He trusted that I'd act and do the right thing when I'd finally come face to face with Silvanus. But I knew myself better than that. The moment my eyes locked onto him, I had no doubt that I would go into question mode, and Ayden would have to hold me back. We crouched forward, careful not to hit our heads on the low ceiling, and we made our way in. We continued, passing by my small cell on our left until the passage became narrow and darker. My eyes adjusted to it, and my feet now splashed on the water on the ground about an inch high. The air turned damp, confusing my heightened senses. I couldn't pick up on anything until a flickering light signaled that we had reached the opening at the end of the tunnel. Now able to stand straight, I realized that we weren't in a room. Instead, we stood in a moist cave with white rocky walls and a small dirty pond that looked knee-high. The sound of water running through the rocks and dripping onto the puddles below echoed through this vast area. This sanctuary amazed me with its secret locations, pathways, and now caves. This area was perfect to hide anyone from the eyes of our enemies. Looking around, I didn't see Silvanus. I watched Ayden jump to the ground below and he looked back at me, signaling that I had to follow. After jumping,
I followed him across the small pond and to the other side of the cave where he pointed to a rock and told me to sit. He sat next to me, and we waited. "How do you know he's here?" I whispered. "I just know." He folded his hands together and placed them on his lap. I glanced around the cave again. "How long has this place been here?" "A few centuries, I think," he said. "Many demon have come through this area." Suddenly he raised his hand for quiet. "He's here." Gazing around, I didn't see him, but I heard the sound of slow footsteps approaching. My questions for Silvanus returned to the point that I could no longer wait. However, something happened at that very moment that confused me. My head began to pound, like a small migraine. It grew, and with each pelt, I squinted and blinked. Covering my eyes with my hands, I had to look away. "Do you feel that?" Ayden replied, "No." He didn't seem bothered by the current state of pain that I found myself in. He remained quiet and observant of the shadowed image approaching us. "You look well, Maris." Suddenly the pain ceased, allowing me to open my eyes and stare at Silvanus, whom I had not seen in ages. He looked just as beautiful as the last day I had seen him. His hair had grown a little longer, and it looked neatly combed. He wore a white shirt underneath his black leather jacket, jeans, and black ankle boots, a stark difference from the clothing he wore in the past. He looked like a glowing light bulb among the darkness in the cave. Clearly he had adapted to the human fashions of the 50s, down to his thin lips that pulled back in a smile at the sight of me. Expecting that he too wanted to see Ethel pay for her crimes, I believed that his thoughts would prove it. Instead, I only picked up the sound of faint music playing in his head. He looked good, so good that for a second my thoughts about Finley escaped my mind. "You've fully recovered." He walked toward me with his arms opened and I moved back. He couldn't be this happy to see me. "I assume that I have you to thank for that." "I didn't do enough." He approached me and he lowered himself to my level. "But I'm glad that you're safe after all these years." He wrapped his arms around my entire body in a tight embrace. I went rigid at the thought of returning the gesture. He pulled back and smiled again. "You gave us funds needed to get to America." Still unsure of how to accept him or even thank him, I craved to know what he planned to do next. "But the plan fell through," he said. "However, that will be corrected easily." He looked at Ayden. "You should thank Ayden. He is the one who risked his life for you." My eyes meandered over to Ayden, who didn't look back at me. Instead, he stood up and walked over to Silvanus. "As you can see, I survived the fire caused by Anastasia's betrayal," Silvanus said. "I know you want your revenge and she will get her due, but not now. We must deal with Ethel first." He tapped his fingers together. "I do apologize for her. I should have killed her instead of showing mercy." "Is that why you're here?" "Yes and no." He stood up and placed his hands behind his back. "I've known Ethel for a very long time. She prefers to honor the old traditions when it comes to punishment and respect to chaos and blind murder. She refuses to adapt to the times. She is part of the older generation of demon that have outlived their use on this earth. Ethel wants anything having to do with the curse destroyed, but we have someone much older and stronger on our side." "Kyra?" "Yes, and when she arrives you will see the true power of an ancient Deamhan." He motioned for me to sit again. I lowered myself slowly, and when he began to speak again, I found my upper body leaning forward, grasping on every word that escaped his lips. Back in London he never told me anything about ancient demon. Now he began to tell me about Kyra. Kyra had a strong connection to the curse. Her own sire, Ethel, was the offspring of the first Ramanga to have ever existed. He was the one who told her everything about the curse, down to the human who created Demon and Limbo itself. This human was known as a Kashapu, a practitioner of dark magic. It was the Dorvo vampires who forced the Kashapu to turn to the Iara gods to deal with the growing vampire problem. This Kashapu was my ancestor. For centuries, both Dorvo and Deamhan looked for the tablet, but came up empty-handed. Then they found me, a prostitute, and through my blood they knew now they would be able to decipher the cuneiform text. But Anastasia also knew how important I was to not only this cause but her own. She wanted leverage, and by turning me, she got her wish. The amulet your mother gave you was created by your ancestor for protection against the same demon he created, Silvanus added. It was thought to have been lost to history. I placed my hand on my chest as if my amulet had magically reappeared. I don't have it. It's here and it's safe, Ayden said as he spoke up for Silvanus. Butch removed it from you before you saved you from the sun. Butch? Humans do come in handy at times, Silvanus said. However, you must not lose sight of what's important. Maris, your blood is the key to all of this. My blood? I gave him a confused look. Your ancestor was a smart human. However, he took misguided risks. He used his magic on his own daughter, transforming her into an Ekimu demon. After the king had enough of your ancestor, he ordered him to get rid of the demon. Your ancestor used the same dark magic to create Limbo, but as we know, he was too late. Yes, some escaped. Yes, they did, Silvanus said. The king ordered your ancestor executed after but before his death. Only after was it found out that he used his own blood in these rituals. I tried to process all this information as quickly as I could, but Silvanus didn't stop in his explanation. Just a drop of your blood is all that's needed. Well, here it is. I quickly bit into my wrist, pulling back my skin. A sharp jolt of pain made my body shiver, but I ignored it and held my arm to him as a stream of blood poured from my wound. If that was what you needed, then why didn't you take it in the first place? Silvanus pushed my arm back. You didn't let me finish. I dropped my arm, watching my wound heal on its own. Like I said before, your ancestor was a very smart human. He also embedded the knowledge in the blood like a memory. He tapped the side of his head. All of my ancestors, my mother, this was in them? Yes. My eyes moved from Silvanus to Ayden and back to Silvanus. Do you still think you aren't that important? Silvanus asked. Now you understand why we have put our lives on the line for you. His voice filled with emotion that I had never heard from him before. It made me uncomfortable, and instead of opening my mouth to speak again, I cowered back just a little in my seat. As for myself, I see you more than just a Deamhan who can save or damn us, he said. Your Ramanga bloodline is also my own bloodline. My sire is the Deamhan who sired Anastasia's sire. We are closely connected. You're part of my demon bloodline? He nodded. I'm going to declare a decretum that'll state that no harm will come to you. Once the Deamhan hear it, they will know that Ethel didn't kill you. That's when things shall turn a little dangerous, if you know what I mean. Are you sure they will listen? They follow her, don't they? Deamhan aren't known for supporting the losing side, he said. Many of our kind have forgotten about our origins, but they can never forget real power when they see it. When they hear my voice, they will know that I am here to put things in order. Without order, we will run ourselves amok. The Brotherhood knows that if we unite, we can be a strong and dangerous enemy. The demon will come to understand that Limbo is the eternal hell and our safe house. We will not free the pure ones. Instead, we will strengthen those outside of it. Keeping them there is the only way for us to remain alive. If they are let out, make no doubt about it, we will be eradicated. I thought about everything Silvanus told me in our brief conversation so far. However, a few questions remained. If I was this dangerous, why did they allow me to live? Something wasn't right. He picked up on my thought and he placed his hand on my shoulder. Do you not trust me? I trust you, I replied. I just don't understand why you all would protect me when I can cause great harm to Deamhan. It makes no sense, Silvanus. There has to be more. There isn't more, he said. Kyra wants you alive, that is that. He dropped his hand. Now, Ayden has told me that you are concerned for your sibling, Finley. Yes, I want to make sure he's safe from all of this. You shouldn't feel remorse for what happened in your past, Finley. I want to make sure he is safe. My voice deepened. No, Silvanus immediately answered. His ability to change his stance surprised me, but I too could also play that game. Then I won't help you. His existence isn't important to the situation. He is important to mine, I replied. He's all I have left. He is my family. I want him back or I won't help you. I didn't know how I could convince Silvanus otherwise to believe me. I stood firm in my ultimatum, and to that he smiled. Optimistic, aren't you? Very. He stood quiet in thought before agreeing. I will try to do everything in my power to secure his release, as long as it doesn't jeopardize your own life. Good, I stood up. Don't turn this into an empty, broken promise. I could say the same thing to you, Silvanus said. Your need to bond will only cripple your judgment. It's my need to bond that has kept me from not killing myself, I replied. Look around you, Maris. If you haven't noticed, times have changed. Death occurs frequently to our kind. You can't let that anger and blind you. Sometimes anger is all I have, I said. Anger helped Finley protect me. Anger drove him to sire Jesse, who turned out to be one of the best things that could have ever happened to me. I became irritable and I growled at him. You can't possibly know what they both did for me. Now Jesse is gone. All I have left is Finley. So when I say that I want him back, be damn sure that is exactly what I want, and if you decide to not help me, I promise you that you won't get anything from me. Chapter 19. Decretum. The day that Silvanus declared a decretum against Ethel, I knew that things would never be the same. The only other decretum I knew of was the one that Anastasia supposedly followed, in which I had to be found and kept safe from the vampires and the Brotherhood. I didn't think Silvanus's statement, ushering Deamhan in Chicago and the surrounding areas to turn against Ethel, would work. However, when he made his presence known, many demons succumbed to his decree. They began to doubt Ethel's leadership, and soon we heard about inner clashing among them. By declaring this decretum, Ethel now knew he was in Chicago and that I had survived. He didn't fear that she would come after us. He welcomed it. Meanwhile, I remained a prisoner at the sanctuary, waiting for the time when Kira would come and snatch the needed information from my mind. Until then, I questioned Silvanus if he had heard anything about Finley. I thought that he would now be free and perhaps someone would see him, or maybe Ethel would use him to lure me out. Silvanus ordered Ayden to keep me distracted by teaching me patience and how to kill efficiently. He wanted me to learn how to control my desire for blood and channel that toward more positive things. Like a human child in his first year in school, I absorbed everything like a sponge. It wasn't easy in the beginning. Ayden strapped me to a chair for 2 weeks, and each day he set a bucket of warm human blood in front of me. By day 2, my body shivered and my mouth felt dry. By day 3, I felt that I could foam at the mouth, and by day 4, I had nearly ripped my own hands from my arms, trying to free myself to get to it. I cursed, pleaded, and even cried. By the 7th day, I had exhausted myself and my cravings ceased. Somehow my body managed to survive the ordeal. By the 30th day, the blood didn't mean anything to me, and when he released the straps from around my wrists, I stood up and gazed at the bucket, waiting for the hunger to set in, but it never came. They fed me animal blood, which tasted like old liquid mixed with dirt. First cats, then dogs, and eventually horses. I refused to eat rats. My body adapted, and Ayden told me how important it was to maintain this new mixture, just in case. When I finished and now had control, Silvanus took over, and he began to teach me the tricks he learned when reading the minds of older Deamhan. I learned how to bypass their barriers. Sometimes it worked, and other times it didn't. While my training continued, the Brotherhood's influence in the city began to grow, which was expected since Ethel and her band continued to remain out of control. However, more and more Deamhan came to Silvanus' side, transforming him into their new savior during this fiasco. Researchers were everywhere, and they all took up residence in the newly built Brotherhood headquarters, where the piece of the curse was located. Butch Tiernan stopped by a few times, updating Silvanus about its location, and they prepared for the day when he would steal it from the archives and take it out of the city. When I asked if the human still had my amulet, and for it to be returned to me, Silvanus ordered him not to. Just when I thought that Silvanus had forgotten about her arrival, he finally revealed to me one night that Kyra had arrived. When I awoke, I heard commotion coming from down the hall. No longer did I find myself subjugated to the small cell and the stone bed of 20 years, but a comfortable twin-size bed in a small room on the first floor. I dressed myself quickly and left my room, just in time to see not one but two Deamhan walk through the door. The first Deamhan, a male, had short, thin brown hair and a smooth face that glowed. He wore a pinstriped drape suit with a white shirt underneath. I waited for him to seek me out and acknowledge that I was in the room, but he continued down the hall, ignoring me. The second one, a short-statured woman, also walked through the door. Her oval, dark-coloured eyes changed to a warm brown. Her smooth and blemish-free skin shone among the darkest parts of the sanctuary's interior. Her curly brown hair rested on her slim shoulders, and she wore a long white dress, which had darkened near the base due to the dirt. I noticed a circular tattoo on her upper right arm. She looked beautiful, more so than any Deamhan or human I'd seen in my life. She stopped in the foyer and glanced around the area, scrunching her face as if the sanctuary had somehow disgusted her. I watched these two older Deamhan march down the hallway where Silvanus greeted them. They turned around the corner, disappearing from my view. Other Deamhan living in the sanctuary came out, curious to see them as well. I stood against the wall on the staircase and I picked up on their conversation. They didn't bother to hide any details, but from the sound of the male's young yet mature voice, he didn't seem happy that things had turned for the worse in Chicago. "Your Decretum has singled Ethel out," the male said, "but she has yet to falter. We told you, Silvanus, that this all could have been avoided." "I know Ethel better than you do, Nicias," Silvanus said. "She is dead set in her ways." I had heard the name before. Silvanus mentioned him as one of the 3 authors of the Dictum. This made me beyond curious. "Where is this Deamhan?" the female asked. "Where is the descendant?" "She's here, Kira. You walked by her on your way in." "Bring her to me," she said in response to his answer. I smelled Ayden behind me and I turned to look. He placed his hand on my shoulder and I nodded. "She's calling for you," he said. "Go to her." I hesitated and continued to listen to their conversation about the Brotherhood and Dorvo vampires. Eventually they started talking about the dark curse. "It was Anastasia who betrayed us back in London." Silvanus' speech was slow. "She will pay for what she did," Kira said. "Still, you didn't listen to me. I warned you that a Decretum would just make things worse." "Ethel and her Deamhan are running around like wild animals," Silvanus said. "They are slaughtering human and Deamhan alike. What else was I supposed to do?" "You were supposed to calm the situation, not make it any worse," Nicias replied. "Now we have to deal with the mess. Do you know that I was deep in hibernation when Kyra called for me?" "I do apologize that I woke you from your sleep," Silvanus said. Yes, well, here I am, awake in this disgusting century with cheap, boring clothing and no sense of avant-garde. Where is the girl? Kira asked. Ayden looked to me with widened eyes. Go, Maris. Don't make her wait. I hurried in their direction, turning the corner and coming upon them. Nicias and Kyra sat at a small table across from Silvanus. When they noticed that I had walked into the room, they turned to face me, the area filled with an uncanny silence. I'm Maris, I said. I'm the one you're looking for. Their faces showed no emotion, only Silvanus, who smiled briefly before saying, If you haven't noticed, she's a stronger Ramanga now. Kyra turned back to Silvanus. It still doesn't change the situation. Oh yes, true, but she now has a chance to protect herself. Nicias stood up from his seat and he approached me. I wanted to step away from him and his Matuspa scent, but I held my ground, refusing to show any signs of fear. He placed his hand underneath my chin and raised my head slightly. She's a frail little thing, he said as he moved my head again. Who would scar such a pretty face? Dorvo vampires, Silvanus replied. Oh, those creatures. He dropped his hand. So, Kira, do you plan on doing this now or later? He looked to her as she got up from her seat. Now. Nicias gently pushed me in her direction. Good, the sooner the better. I don't want to stay awake any longer. My eyes didn't waver as I spoke to them. Their strength filtering from their bodies should have made me afraid. But I started to think about Finley and my never-ending desire to free him from Ethel's clutch. If I was to give these ancient demons what they wanted, I would need something in return. Before I do this, I need your word. Nicias tilted his head to the side. This isn't a bargain, Ramanga. You want something that I have, and I am willing to give it to you, I said. But not without something in return. I pondered and bit my lower lip, forcing myself to say what was on my mind. When I finally admitted that I wanted my Finley returned to me and Ethel to pay for what she did, Nicias looked to Silvanus for an explanation. Finley is her sibling, he said. She's bonded to him. This isn't about a bond, Nicias replied. That doesn't concern us. It does if you want me to submit to you. I didn't understand why Nicias became hesitant in dealing with Ethel. I didn't fear her, and I could tell, from his scent, that he was much older and stronger than she was. I had to stand my ground for Finley and for Jessie, knowing deep down that they had power to force me to obey them. But I swore to myself that I would fight until the bitter end, if it came down to it. Ethel will not die because I won't allow it, Kyra said. I looked to her. Why? Surely you're older and stronger than her. This isn't about age. The choice to kill a very old demon like herself can't be made overnight. Kira moved toward me quickly, and in a blink of an eye, she rested her hands on the side of my head. Now hold still. This will be quick and painless. I slipped out of her reach, stepping farther back. No, I will not let you until I have your word. She dropped her arms. You don't have a choice. Then I will fight back until I kill you, or you kill me. I looked to Silvanus, hoping that he would stand alongside me, but his eyes told a different story. He looked shocked and petrified that I had threatened the oldest Ramanga on the face of the planet without so much as a thought. Ayden also carefully stepped forward, frightened that Kyra or Nicias would strike me dead where I stood. Don't test us, young one, Nicias warned me. Eventually, Silvanus spoke up to ease the tension. In the Decretum, it states that once a Decretum is declared, all Deamhan have to obey it. You are one of the authors of our laws, Nicias. You can't say this is not true. Do not tell me what I already know, Nicias replied to Silvanus. Decretums can also be challenged if it's not appropriate, like the one you created against Ethel. This is me challenging it. How can it not be appropriate? You see the havoc she is creating in the city. Also, The dictum doesn't say that age permits any Deamhan from ignoring the decree. You are older than Ethel, as are you. Silvanus looked to Kyra. Yet you both ignore it, knowing that what I did was necessary for our survival. Finally, someone who could explain the situation better than I could. I stood proud that Silvanus took my side. Kyra and Nicias respected him, that I could easily tell. Still, Nicias wasn't convinced. He laughed. You want us to clean up your mess? Yes, I want you and Kira to clean up this mess. Straight to the point. I do like that about you. Nicias blinked slowly. But you are also an old Ramanga. You can take care of the quandary without our help. Kyra held up her hand, putting a quick end to the conversation. Give us a moment. Silvanus nodded, and he grabbed my wrist before leading me out of the room. We stood in the hallway quietly and waited. My mind filled with millions of questions. Why wouldn't they help us? Were they afraid of Ethel? Silvanus hushed my thoughts by tapping my shoulder. Believe it or not, Kyra and Ethel have been associates for a very long time, he whispered to me. It's not easy for her to make this decision. She won't get anything from me unless she kills Ethel, I whispered back. That is the only way. I left Silvanus and walked down the hall toward a group of Deamhan that had gathered near the front door. I stopped near Ayden, who shot me a horrified look. He disagreed with my actions, but I didn't care. I didn't want to obey anyone's rules any longer. I missed my free will and my life with Finley and Jessie. Ethel took that away and she had to pay for it. She would pay for it. Maris, where are you going? Ayden asked me. If they aren't going to help me, then I don't belong here. I turned toward the crowd. All they want is what's inside my head and my blood. After that, they don't care what happens to you or to me or any Deamhan in the city for that matter. We heard footsteps approaching behind us, and I turned to look. Silvanus walked down the hall with Nicias and Kyra following. They stopped just short of the crowd and Kyra eyed us. If that's your wish, Maris, she said, I will kill Ethel. However, we don't share the same concerns you have about Finley. Nicias looked at me with his eyes staring into my soul. He is an offspring of Anastasia, like yourself. However, unlike you, he is tainted and needs to be put down like the animal your sire is. Finley is part of the deal. I walked over to them. As long as he remains unharmed, I will submit to you both. Nicias folded his arms and his eyes danced at Silvanus. From what Silvanus has told us about the past activities of both your sire and Finley, I'm astonished that you would want to save him. Chapter 20. Survival. I didn't expect Kyra or Nicias to stick to their word. After all, I had learned by that time to not trust a Deamhan, especially any older than myself. Still, Silvanus told me that Kyra kept her promises, and if she said she would do something, she would follow through. But Nicias, well, he was a character all of his own. Nicias didn't like Anastasia, but who did? In fact, he loathed her and any Deamhan she sired. His reason for hating her wasn't crystal clear, but I didn't expect a full explanation. Like many Deamhan, he had his own grudge against her, and I wondered if it had anything to do with Ayden. They were both Metuspa Deamhan. The only Deamhan in my sire's bloodline that he partially enjoyed was Kyra, but only because she was his elder. After the meeting, Nicias and Kyra left the sanctuary to go God knows where, taking Silvanus with them. I remained in my room, thinking about what to do just in case Kyra didn't kill Ethel. I decided that whatever happened, I would find Finley, and we would finally leave Chicago. A few days passed until they returned. In that time, rumours began to spread among the Deamhan that Ethel and her cohorts were still attacking the Brotherhood. In return, the humans began to kill any Deamhan on sight. Any Deamhan they captured, and that refused to talk, were subjected to extreme tortures. They would make large cuts on their prisoners' arms and place a small clamp to keep the wound open, draining the Deamhan dry. These rumours did nothing to sway the opinions of Kyra and Nicias. They didn't care if Deamhan were dying by the dozens. Their only concern was to kill Ethel in exchange for the information inside my head. And still I hadn't heard anything about Finley. I was told to wait for months before finally Kyra and Nicias went on the hunt. Nicias led the savage attacks against sanctuaries of those who remained loyal to Ethel. Regardless if they were big or small places, he killed them as if they were nothing, while Kyra stood by and watched. They went to Iowa, killing a demon family that consisted of a mother, father, and 2 sons who had once housed Ethel. The father had just been turned and decided to sire his human family. They also went to Ohio, invading a new sanctuary consisting of only women. Nicias managed to kill half of them before the rest finally told them they knew where Ethel was hiding. Their scrimmages soon came knocking on the doorsteps of Chicago sanctuaries. Nicias took out several groups in a bloody hurrah, and this time Kyra helped. In due time, they wiped out the majority of Deamhan in the city. They both made it seem so easy. If that was the case, I wondered why they didn't do it before. Finally, the day came. Ayden woke me shortly before sunset, telling me that they had planned to make their move that night. It just so happened that Kyra and Nicias tracked and found Ethel 50 miles from the city. I didn't waste any time, and as soon as I was ready to go, I followed Ayden out the door, and in demon speed we ran across the vast open plain. We ran for what felt like hours, until we stopped next to an abandoned ranch house alone in an open field. Ayden eyed the environment suspiciously before his body relaxed and he faced me. Silvanus said Kyra and Nicias will meet us right here. Ayden stepped over a large, rotted-through wooden beam, and he began to walk slowly and carefully around the perimeter of the ranch house. They're running late. He shook his head. No, we're early. His voice creaked and I noticed that he began to worry. I wanted to bring you here so we could talk without them overhearing our conversation. I gazed at the ranch house. What is it? I rubbed my hand over its rough surface. Finley. He looked at me. Silvanus said that he is also there with Ethel. Quickly I wanted to rush into the house, but he stopped me. But I think you should know that he isn't the same Finley you knew from before. I glared at him. What do you mean? He's a distraction, he replied. He's detrimental to... What he and Anastasia did to you was wrong. I can admit that. But he is my sibling, Ayden. I'm bonded to him. He huffed at my reply. Bonds only expose weaknesses. For you, Finley is your life, and you'll do anything for him, including placing the lives of every demon on this planet in jeopardy. Maris, he isn't the same Finley from your past. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing my hair to the right. In an instant, Kyra and Nicias appeared in front of us, and seconds later, Silvanus appeared standing behind them. Wearing a shawl that draped over her head, Kyra looked up at the sky and her nostrils began to flare as she took in the sense of the environment around us. She jerked her head to the right. This way! She took off again, disappearing from our view. She wasn't a woman of too many words, but I had no need to start a conversation with her. I just wanted to get this over with. We passed through smaller neighborhoods and open fields along the way to the sanctuary. The smell of fresh water began to invade the air, and soon we stopped on a big patch of land located right next to Lake Michigan, gazing at the wonder in front of us. I wondered how Kyra and Nicias could have missed searching this place. The 3-story Spanish Revival mansion looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. It rivaled the Silvanus London sanctuary in height and beauty. It had pitched clay tiles on its flat roof, 2 balconies, and double-hung windows with iron trim. We walked up the wide driveway that had each side decorated in thick rose bushes. In the distance it looked vacant, but the smells emanating from there proved otherwise. As we approached the archway entrance, we saw a double-gated door. Another archway that led to the courtyard was to our left, with another archway on our right leading out to the lake's shores. I reached out and touched the stucco walls, admiring its smoothness on my fingertips. My brain couldn't process, no, it wouldn't process, that all of this belonged to Ethel. She didn't deserve to live in this type of luxury. Kyra pointed at the home. She's hiding in there. She then dropped her hand. She knows we're here. The air carried other scents of Deamhan, but I couldn't smell Finley. Before I could ask, Ayden moved first with Nicias and Silvanus in tow. Kyra waited where she stood, and when I moved forward, she placed her arm in my way. "I'm not staying out here," I said to her. She didn't look at me when she replied, "You are not going in there." I pushed her arm aside, and in defiance I moved quickly, but she soon followed, standing in my way. "You are too important." "Stop telling me that," I shot her an annoyed look. "It's the truth." "I'm tired of your truths," I said. "I'm tired of others deciding what's best for me. I know what's best for me." "Finley isn't what's best for you." She stepped forward. "You know he is," I replied. "You're all afraid that I would run off with him to some place where you can't find me." I walked around her and headed toward the home. The nighttime air was hot and muggy. I stopped just short of the front steps, and Silvanus pulled out a small stake. "In case you need it," he handed it to Ayden. "I prefer my bare hands." Ayden ignored Silvanus's gesture. He volunteered to be the first to go inside. Before he opened the door, I saw Silvanus release the Ramanga inside of him through his now black eyes and sharp fangs. Nicias snickered at Ayden's response. "Just because we Metuspa don't have fangs doesn't mean that we are useless, Silvanus." We all quieted. I couldn't smell any demon, and by the look on Ayden's face, he couldn't smell them either. We listened, and I didn't hear anything underneath our feet except for a tiny mouse scurrying in the dirt. "It's so quiet," I said. "Oh, they're here," Nicias smiled. "They can't trick my Deamhan hearing." A noise on our right grabbed our attention. Soon we heard another to our left, and we homed in on its location. A quick sniff, and I immediately picked up the scent of a Deamhan, younger than myself, just as I saw the image of a body appear from the left, launching itself at us. Silvanus quickly caught the Deamhan in the air by the neck. The lamia snarled at him as he snapped its neck and tossed the body aside. 3 more Deamhan appeared, and I stepped back, avoiding the bite of a male Ramanga. Ayden wrapped his arm around the male's neck, and with his other hand, Ayden gripped him by the hair and began to pull. "Maris, help me!" I also grabbed the Ramanga by the hair, and we pulled together, finally detaching his head from his body. They seemed to come from everywhere, outnumbering us 10-1. However, the odds remained in our favour since we had Kyra and Nikas, 2 powerful Deamhan by our side. Kyra appeared and she quickly moved around us. She slashed at their necks, ripped out their hearts, and crippled our attackers to the point that the remaining few, now startled, took off into the night. What I thought was going to be a full fight ended up being nothing more than a skirmish. Kira stood in front of us, and with bloodied hands, she gripped the doorknob and ripped the wooden aperture from its hinges. The inside of the home amazed us as well. We were first greeted by a spiral staircase that seemed to shoot up into the sky to the 2nd floor. The wooden floor beneath our feet was smooth and bright enough to see our own reflections. Tall glass bookcases filled with marble busts and other artwork lined the walls to our right and left. We followed Kira, who walked down a long hall until we came upon a large, polished wooden door with metal handles. She kicked it open. There we stood, confronted by Deamhan of all sexes and races. At first glance, I counted about 30 of them, only to realise that I had missed 2 standing in the back corner. Mounted over our heads in the middle of the ceiling hung a large crystal chandelier. That's when I saw Ethel. She sat against the window in a wooden chair. She looked better than the last time I saw her. Her smooth skin radiated throughout the room, and her auburn hair, now longer, rested gently on her shoulders. Just by the way she looked, I assumed that she asserted her dominance over the other demon. She didn't seem afraid of Kyra, Nicias, or the rest of us. She smiled and held out her arms. "Have you come to join me in the fight against the Brotherhood?" she asked. "Or have you come here to follow through on Silvanus's Decretum?" Kyra looked around the room. "Oh, you came here to kill me." Ethel repositioned herself in her chair, and she rested her chin in her hand. "I hoped that wasn't the case, Kira. Nonetheless, it is good to see you again. It's been a long time." Kyra nodded. "Too long." Ethel moved her attention to Silvanus. "I rejoiced when I heard that you survived the fire, but I was confused on why you declared the Decretum against me." "You know exactly why." Silvanus folded his arms. "We never saw eye to eye, Ethel. This was bound to happen sooner or later." "I was expecting later and under different circumstances." She looked at Nicias. "I'm surprised to see you after all these years. I thought you were hibernating." "Yes, I was at one point." Nicias walked forward. "But I'm here to join in the festivities." "No, you're here because Kyra demanded you to be here," she replied as her eyes turned to me. "And you. I thought I killed you. Now I'm just going to have to kill you all over again." "You were not supposed to harm her," Kira said. "I declared it." Ethel raised her head. "Yes, you declare this and you declare that. You are the oldest Ramanga after all. You think we should just bow our heads and worship every word that escapes your mouth." Her voice deepened. "I spent centuries doing that, Kira. I got my hands dirty, like Silvanus, Nicias, and many other demon under you. I didn't question your orders. I obeyed blindly. But not anymore. Now this is a new age, and your opinions are outdated. What you want isn't in the majority, it's in the minority." Her eyes squinted, and she began to grind her teeth. Her face revealed a lamia that had been through so much in her long lifetime. But underneath that mask, I still saw the same temper that Finley pointed out to me all those years ago. It was the same anger and brutality that all ancient demon possessed, including Kira. "This doesn't have to end with your death," Kira said. "All you have to do is submit and acknowledge your wrongs. Then I will call off this decretum, and we can turn our attention to more important matters." "That's a nice suggestion, Kira, but I have one of my own." She pointed to me. "All you have to do is kill her and end the threat of the dark curse." She tilted her head to the side. "Why do you want that information anyway? Wouldn't it be better for no one to have it?" She stood up slowly from her chair, and her eyes now retained the colour of charcoal. "Unless you know something we don't know. That's it, isn't it? I know you better than most, Kira. I know you crave more power than you already have. You don't want anyone to be over you. That would be a travesty. You have other demon below you do your dirty work, protecting a young demon who should have died in the last century." Before things grew worse, I stepped forward. "Where is he?" Ethel's eyes snapped in my direction. "You don't have the right to talk to me." "What have you done to Finley?" I asked again as I stepped forward again. "He's behind you." I quickly turned around, encountering Finley's scent. Almost immediately, I dropped my defences and watched as he entered the room, wearing a dark suit and a black brocade vest underneath his jacket. He still kept the same old fashions from the 1920s, but that wasn't what halted my growing happiness. Something wasn't right. He looked older and well-groomed, happier than I expected. When he walked by me, a wide grin appeared on his face. He didn't hug me, nor did he seem thrilled to see me. Instead, he made his way over to Ethel and stood by her side. At that moment, I knew that he wasn't Ethel's prisoner. He served her, but why? How? Oh, my Finley. He didn't look as if he'd suffered in the years since she took him away from me. Ethel placed her hand on his shoulder, and she smiled the most devious smile I had ever seen. My hands balled and I stepped back, unsure of what to make of this new and improved Finley who stood in front of me. He had to be an imposter. She brainwashed him into serving her. Perhaps he'd suffered from years of torture so that he eventually broke down and submitted to her. I helped him open his eyes to the dangers around him, Ethel said. He understands clearly now since you weren't around to cloud his judgment. I stepped back, colliding with Ayden, who gently grabbed me by my arm. I looked to him, hoping that maybe he could help me explain or understand what had happened. Instead, he looked away. He's been mine since he realized that your death was the best thing to ever happen to him. Ethel dropped her hand from Finley's shoulder. He will always be mine. She placed her head on his shoulder. I've bonded with him. Shut your mouth! I screamed, and without a thought I moved at her. I wanted nothing but to push her away from him, but Finley quickly placed himself in front of her and he pushed me back, protecting her from my wrath. They shouldn't have saved you from the sun. His statement made my entire body shudder. What has she done to you? I reached out to place my hand on his cheek, but he moved it away. She liberated me, Maris, he said. She took the blinds from my eyes and I can see clearly now. He moved back to her. My eyes wavered to him. She's brainwashed you. I turned to Ayden for support, and I heard him swallow hard. Ayden, she's brainwashed him. Finley's eyes moved to Ayden. He knows I'm right. His eyes narrowed. And what about Jessie? Jessie died to protect you, remember? His beautiful eyes turned dark. I would have died as well if I'd never opened my eyes to the truth. Ayden began to grunt as well, and I didn't understand what was happening until Finley moved to me. Pain rushed into my head, feeling like tiny needles stabbing me repeatedly. It hurt to have my eyes open, so I closed them. I tried to push him out, but his force easily pushed me back. The demon crowd around us began to slowly move in. I felt Ayden grab me by my arm and yank me back. You have to go for your own safety, he whispered to me. Ethel walked forward and the Deamhan crowd parted, creating a small pathway for her. Kira, Nicias, do you really want to fight? You will die tonight, Ethel, if you don't stand down, Kira said. And subject myself to your will? She clasped her hands together behind her back. I don't think so. Kill them! Kill them all! Her order escaped her mouth in a long, drawn-out hiss. It was like a chain reaction. Silvanus had already positioned himself behind me, gripping a long, sharp stake. He staked a Deamhan before I had the chance to blink. Everyone moved quickly in a large mass of fighting and contorting bodies. Confused, I moved forward, but Ayden, in the quickest movement I'd ever seen, pulled my arm, yanking me quickly out of the foray and back into the hallway. I heard screams, crushing bone, and ripping flesh. I expected him to go back into the fight, but instead he stood by my side to protect me. Now do you see, he replied. He isn't the same person you knew before. He stood in front of me and we watched as a Deamhan, older than both of us, come running out of the room in my direction. Ayden ran into him and swiftly the Deamhan pushed him aside and came at me. Ayden grabbed the male by his shoulder and punched straight through the Deamhan's back, ripping out his heart. Unwavering, he pushed the body to the floor. Distracted, we didn't see more of Ethel's followers coming at us from behind. A group of them, all young and inexperienced, rushed at us and we easily fought them off. A younger Metuspa demon, with red hair, slashed at me. I grabbed her wrist in midair and broke her arm. I then broke her neck, lifted her, and threw her body back at the crowd. Globs of blood peppered Ayden's face, and he thrust his fingers into the eye sockets of another female demon. She ran around the room like a madwoman, screaming, until she eventually stopped and fell to her knees. When we had finished with our attackers, Ayden turned to me. He has to die along with her, Maris. You know that now. For the first time, I had no argument to persuade Ayden not to harm my Finley. I desperately wanted to watch Kyra kill Ethel with her bare hands, though, for turning him against me. I walked back to the room, and once again, Ayden tried to stop me. I want to see Kyra kill her, I said to him. I want to gloat over her remains. At the price of your own life? I have nothing left, Ayden. His eyes darted swiftly from the floor, then back to me. You have me. I slowly backed away from him. I can't do this. Not now. I turned and headed back into the room. Deamhan ran by us, some in groups of no more than 5. I watched Silvanus as he downed defenseless Deamhan one by one. So easy it was for him to defeat them and still being careful of his surroundings too. If he willed it, he could kill them all. With part of his face covered in blood and grasping a stake in his hand, he screamed at his success. He then moved in Deamhan speed, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. To our right, I saw Kyra, who had just killed a Lugat, and Nicias, who had easily subdued his attackers. But nowhere did I see Finley or Ethel. I couldn't take any more. I pushed away any qualm I had about joining the fight, and I moved into the room, rushing toward the closest demon. With force, I punched through his back, seized his heart, and ripped it from his body. My impromptu appearance stunned Silvanus, and he yelled at me through my mind to leave before Ethel could harm me. I ignored his request. I went after another demon I saw in my peripheral vision, but a gust of wind fouled my plot. Finley stood in my path. Maris, he whirred in disgust as he said my name. Quickly he struck me in the chest and I landed on my back. He straddled himself over me, pinning my arms to the ground. I wrangled my body against his strength, but that only made him stronger. Ayden trucked dangerously fast over to us, and he threw Finley off me. Our ruckus grabbed Silvanus's attention, and he came in at us full force to help us, but I signalled for him to not come. Ayden snarled at Finley. Don't touch her. Finley smiled at his warning. You're her protector now. He licked his dry lips. Stand aside, Ayden. I don't have any contention with you. Yet. But I have plenty of contention with you. Finley brushed the dirt from his clothing. Die with her, then. He spat on the ground. Untrustworthy garbage. He looked to his right, and with a quick nod, a demon flew at Ayden, who moved to the side, grabbed him easily, and snapped his neck. He pushed the body to the ground and ripped his head from his body. Ayden stood slightly in front of me. Maris, go. I will handle him. Unsure that he could handle Finley, I dismissed Ayden's good intention. Once you said you'd do anything to protect me, I spoke to Finley, and I would do anything to protect you. I'm still your sibling. I'm still bonded to you. You don't get it, whether I like it or not. He jabbed his finger into his chest. Our bond is small in comparison. This is about the survival of our species. So that's it? You will just kill me and not think twice about it? If it means our survival, then yes. Ayden moved in, placing himself between us. I am going to kill you, Ayden said. For her? Finley tilted his head to the side. No, for my sire. Finley's foot met Ayden's stomach, pushing him onto the floor. He moved quickly and his right fist connected with my face. Still in shock, I didn't fight back. Now on his feet, Ayden moved in and I watched as his body slammed into Finley's. Just because you easily handled Jesse decades ago, you think you can take me? Finley slapped his chest to show his dominance. His love for American boxing began resurface. It was like watching him fight all over again. He swung a right at Ayden, who easily ducked and countered with his own. Finley blocked his attack and countered with another right, striking Ayden square in the face. I've watched many Deamhan die, Finley spoke. What makes you think I'd remember your sire? Ayden jumped back and extended his palm, hitting Finley in his midsection. The blow swung Finley's body around. I jumped on his back, only to be flipped over, landing on the ground. Ayden swung again, this time with a right, then a left, and both times Finley evaded the attacks with ease. He jumped high over Ayden, landing behind him. He gripped Ayden by the neck and he pulled out a stake from the back pocket of his pants. "You're just another demon I'll add to my slew of kills," Finley barked. Watching Finley about to stake Ayden made me snap back into reality. I felt my fangs drop slowly. Finley raised his stake high and I moved in, slapping it from his grasp. I struck him across the face and the blow made him lose his grip on Ayden. He retaliated and sent me to ground. He lifted his right foot and slammed it into my face. I felt the hard rubber crushing my cheekbone as I attempted to pull him off. He pressed down harder until Ayden punched and his attack missed Finley by inches. He didn't flinch in his attack against me. I didn't want to admit that he no longer had cared for me, but how I wanted him to. I needed him to. I slid myself away from Finley when I suddenly saw his body fly back into the air. I jumped to my feet, seeing Silvanus standing next to me. Blood covered his mouth and the front part of his shirt. "Are you all right?" he asked, but didn't wait for my reply. Instead, he moved on Finley and easily hit him with such a force that Finley's legs wobbled underneath him. He bombarded Finley's face with lefts and rights, ending with an uppercut that sent my sibling flying. When Finley landed, Silvanus positioned himself over him in demon speed with the stake in his hand again. He raised it but didn't strike. Silvanus slowly turned his gaze in my direction. "He isn't my kill to claim." He tossed the stake to Ayden and he quickly jumped back into the fight around us. Ayden and I stood over Finley. From my peripheral vision I saw a shadow coming at me. I turned just in time to see Ethel's fist headed toward the right side of my face. The blow didn't stun me at first, until I felt the heel of her boot connecting with my mouth. I stumbled back and felt a burning sensation on my lower lip, followed by blood. She easily managed to push Ayden out of the way, and as I attempted to counter-attack in my dizzied state, she continued to punch at me rapidly until numbness began to set in. The last hit spun me around and I landed on my left knee, steadying myself with my left hand on the ground. I felt my anger raging inside me and I growled as I felt another blow against the right side of my face. That blow was just enough to send me face first into the ground. I lifted my head, unable to see, but was still able to smell Ayden, who returned to help me. She stopped him in his tracks by grabbing onto him by the neck with her right hand, and she continued to barrage my face with more punches with her left hand. When Silvanus came, she threw Ayden's body at him. She then grabbed a handful of my hair, lifted my head, and struck me. She did it again and again, with so much rage. With each punch, the back of my head hit the ground in a large thud. I didn't know how much more I could take and when it would end. She then stopped. My face throbbed, my nose was broken and my eye swollen. I felt the blood within me beginning to heal the bruises and my wounds beginning to close. Just then, I felt my face peppered with warm blood that wasn't my own. It spurted from Ethel's neck as she gripped it and stood up to her feet. I scurried back on the floor, watching her legs stumble underneath her own weight. With my swollen eyes, I looked to see Ayden standing behind her. I slowly raised myself to my feet, realizing that he had cut across and through Ethel's neck, severing her vocal cords and almost decapitating her, like she did to Jessie. Now was my chance. This was it. I walked over to her and placed my right hand on her forehead and my left hand on her back. I began to pull, hearing ripping flesh and bone. I screamed, using the remaining strength in me to yank off her head, sending her straight to hell. I tossed her head to the floor, and I didn't bother to watch her body decay away. Walking toward Finley, I tripped over my own feet, and Ayden caught me before I fell to the ground. We stood over him, watching him still struggling with dizziness. Finley looked up at me and he moaned briefly. Again, you're saved from impending death. With Ethel dead, her followers would disappear into the wind. Killing Finley would close this horrid chapter in my demon life, but to seal the book I also needed to distance myself from everyone and everything. I wished, I prayed, that it wouldn't have to end this way. I still longed to go to San Francisco with him, to spend eternity with him. I needed to do this. I lowered myself to my knees. Maris, what are you doing? Ayden asked me. I lifted my hand for him to remain quiet. I want to know. I placed my hand on Finley's cheek. Do you still love me, Finley? He remained quiet. Tell me you love me. I rubbed his cheek. Please. Like you said before, Maris, demon can't love. Ayden kneeled next to me. He pulled back his arm and struck Finley in the chest with such force that his ribcage broke into pieces beneath his skin. Finley gasped as Ayden pushed further, grabbing his heart. I didn't want to walk away. I wanted to be there in Finley's dying moments. I wanted him to know that whatever he thought about me, I still cherished his very being, but I couldn't let him live, not with hatred for me in his heart. His skin began to deteriorate in front of me. Close your eyes, I whispered to him. Soon nothing remained of Finley but a puddle of blood and ash. I stared at his remains and a surge of sympathy and sorrow overcame me. I cried out and buried my face in my hands. I wanted to shed tears for him, but as Deamhan I couldn't. Instead, I remembered what it felt like to feel sorrow when human. Then nothing. The commotion around us settled and I lowered my hands. I saw Kyra, covered head to toe in blood, standing over Ethel's remains. Turning around, my eyes met Ayden, and at that point, I wanted no more of this life. I wanted all the information about the dark curse wiped clean from my mind, and if possible, I wanted Kira to take every drop of blood inside me. Go ahead. I stood up and walked slowly in Kyra's direction. Take what you want, I said to her in a trembled voice. Take all of it. Kyra looked at me. At that point, I didn't know what she planned to do next, nor did I care. Take it, I raised my voice at her. Maris, it's been a long night, Silvanus said to calm me down. We should not do it here. No, let's get this over with. Nicias swiped at the pieces of blood and bone on his clothing. I would like to go back into hibernation by tonight. Now standing in front of Kyra, I grabbed her hand and placed it on the side of my head. Yes, now is the perfect time. She placed her other hand on the side of my head. A burning sensation that started at the back of my head spread to the front. I felt my eyelids being forced closed and heat like I'd never felt before in my chest. Whatever she did attacked my mind, and the more my body tried to heal itself, the more it hurt. I wanted to push back, but knowing that it would prolong the suffering, I opened my mind and let her in. I didn't know what Kyra searched for, but when she located it, I felt my brain being tugged in different directions. My weakened body collapsed onto the floor, and I opened my tired eyes in time to see her grab my arm and make a small incision on my wrist. She lifted my arm to her mouth and sucked gently. She then dropped my hand and stepped back. It's done. I stared into her eyes, noticing that she now looked at me in a different way. Something disturbed her, so much so that she stumbled back as if she feared me. Nicias, Silvanus, and Ayden noticed her strange movements, and when Nicias questioned them, she raised her hand, refusing to answer. Kyra turned and walked away from me, not even a thank you. Just like that, I was no longer important to her. Her behaviour didn't stun me, but what Ayden did afterwards astonished me. He also didn't say a word as he watched Silvanus and Nicias follow her out of the room. He stood over me quietly as I raised my body, that had begun to heal, from the floor. You're free now. This will never come back on you, ever again. She was afraid of me, Ayden. I stood to my feet to catch my bearings. You saw it, right? The way she looked at me. What did you expect? All that knowledge is inside her now. He nodded.
So that's it?
He nodded.
Yes, that's it, Maris.
I watched him walk out of the room.
Where are you going?
I called out to him, hoping that he would stop and come back. You no longer need to be protected. He looked over his shoulder. You are on your own. But what if I want you to protect me still? I then realized that my question sounded absurd. I can't be with you, not at the same time as I am with Kyra. I'm alone, Nicias. I have no one. I am bonded to her. I go where she goes. He stopped in the doorway. Take care of yourself, Maris. He turned the corner and continued to follow them out of the building before they took off into the night in Deamhan speed. I walked out of the room and made my way to the exit. Dark clouds rolled in, and rain drizzle began to glitter my face in comforting thumps. I felt tired of it all. The dark curse had consumed most of my immortal life, leaving me broken and torn. How long I spent being protected by others that now, all alone, I didn't feel right. I didn't like it one bit. I didn't know what to do. Before I dreamed of doing so many things with my siblings, but those desires felt minuscule since there was no one around to share those joys with. They were all gone. Beautiful Jessie, who taught me how to enjoy my immortal life. My Finley, who catered to my every desire through any means he found worthy. And Ayden. He too had become another part of my life, ripped away by forces I had no control over. All that was left was me, Maris, the Ramanga daemon who would either save or damn all demon around the world, and now I didn't even have that. I lowered myself on the moist ground with my head still tilted back at the sky. I thought about staying until sunrise, but just then, deep within the dark clouds, I saw Jesse's face. He smiled at me, and the thought of the wonderful city of San Francisco crossed my mind. Yes, the image was right. Maybe there I could finally find some peace in my troubled immortal life. Epilogue. Still headstrong. Everywhere I looked, I saw Jesse's face. He appeared on the front of tin cans sitting on shelves in the local grocery stores, in the sand on the shore of Lake Michigan, on posters stapled to the side of buildings. One night I thought I saw him, strolling down the street with his arm around the shoulders of a beautiful, tall human girl. But it was his appearance in my dreams that had the strongest effect on me. With his help, I changed my outlook on life and I recovered quickly from my depression. It's funny to think that Deamhan can become depressed. Yes, we creatures who seem to show no love for the weak also have weaknesses of our own. We fool ourselves into believing that we have no feelings or emotions. It took me a few decades to realize that I did love Jessie and Finley. I had desires just like any human. I had passions for certain things, and I looked forward to the future and my time trying to figure them out. Once I arrived in San Francisco, I immediately noticed how serene the nightlife had finally become. I spent the first few nights standing by the shore, watching boats floating to and from the harbors. When I became comfortable in my new surroundings, I ventured into the downtown area, surrounded by humans. I sat on the park benches, watching them, listening to them. Later, I moved closer to the buildings they settled in, listening as they read their poetry and tried to explain the essence of man. They drank themselves into stupors, stumbled along the sidewalks. I took in as much as I could while still maintaining distance. Time passed, and now, in the decade of the 1960s, they flocked to the city, singing about love, compassion, beauty, and no violence. They protested their war and relied on drugs to expand their mind. While their blood began to taste sour, I did enjoy their taste in music. For hours I sat and listened to the beautiful sounds fluttering into my ears in such a beautiful cadence. I hummed to the beautiful voices of Jim Morrison and Grace Slick. I watched their psychedelic parties from a distance. There were several instances that I expected the vampires or my own kind to be at my door, searching for me, but no one came. I pushed the names associated with my past further back into my mind to forget about them, and slowly I began to see less and less of Jessie all around me. The years continued to pass, and I adapted with the times. They flew by so fast that I literally didn't care what the date or the year was. But I should have known that nothing good lasts forever, especially when it came to my life. I was taken aback when I smelled a familiar Deamhan scent one cool night in the city. It floated on the breeze in the direction of the harbour when I walked down the street in search for my nighttime meal. I thought my mind had played tricks on me, and I paused, staring around at my environment in wait. I hadn't been in the presence of another demon in a very long time. In fact, I did my best to avoid my kind. Even though I couldn't forget a scent, it was like second nature. "You look well." The voice, Ayden's voice, echoed behind me, and I quickly turned, staring back at him. I was surprised to see him after all that time. He looked the same, except for the fact that he had grown his hair long and it now rested on his beautiful, slim shoulders. "How did you find me?" "I never lost track of you." He approached me with his eyes scanning me from head to toe. "And you did mention how much Finley wanted to go to San Francisco." Just by saying his name, all memories of my sibling flew back into my mind, including his death and the fear I felt of being alone. I didn't like those old feelings. "Go away, Ayden. I want nothing to do with you." "I wish it were that easy, Maris." "It is for me," I replied. "I don't owe you anything." "Let's take a walk." I stood firm with clenched fists. "Why are you here? If I remember correctly, it was you who walked away from me so easily." "I didn't have a choice. I was bonded to Kyra." He motioned for us to walk. "If it were up to me, I wouldn't have come here." "You're no longer bonded to her?" I rolled my eyes. "Maris, please." He hushed me. "My bond with her has nothing to do with why I'm here." I hoped his reason didn't have anything to do with the dark curse or any other Deamhan matters that I wanted no part of. He motioned again for me to walk, and we moved down the sidewalk. I noticed his eyes scanned our environment, as if we were being followed. "Are we not alone?" I whispered to him. "I don't know," he replied. "I will make this quick." He wrapped his arm around my own, and when he spoke again, he lowered his voice. "Anastasia and the dark curse are only two reasons why I'd come back to you after all this time. I have nothing more to do with that curse, and I definitely want nothing to do with my sire." I broke away from him and took a few moments to process what he'd just told me. Still feeling neutral about what he told me, I continued my silent walk, hearing his footsteps following from behind. "Did you hear me?" "I heard you," I said. He caught up to me, and with his hand on my shoulder, he forced me to face him. "They're going to come for you, and there's a chance that this time we won't be able to stop them." "We? Who is we?" I scoffed at him. "Kyra? Nicias? Who?" Just listen to me." "Who's after me now? Dorvo vampires? Another ancient demon? Can't be Ethel. She's long dead." "Lucius." I thought for a moment, remembering that Silvanus mentioned the name before when it came to the Decretum. But beyond that, I didn't have any idea who Lucius was. "He is an ancient demon." I shrugged. "I have no knowledge of the spell. Kira took that information from me a long time ago, remember? All I have is my blood." "And that's good enough reason for him to come for you. He was placed in limbo years ago. Your sire was among the demon who freed him." I glared at him, still not seeing how this affected me or placed me in danger. "Lucius wants to release the pure ones from limbo." Still in an uncaring mood, I shrugged again. "Damn it, Maris, do you even care?" "No, so I don't understand why you're telling me this. I spun around and continued to walk. I'm telling you this because I care about you, he replied. We were wrong about it all. Kira was wrong. I see that now. I don't understand her methods and it's worrying me. If you don't trust her anymore, then why are you still bonded with her? I raised my voice. Why not go to Silvanus and tell him your issues with her? Because Silvanus is dead. Lucius killed him. This revelation soured my already troubled mood. I lowered my head, wanting to mourn for my dear friend, but I couldn't find a single care inside my demon body. Just disbelieve that someone as strong as Silvanus could be taken down and by this Lucius person. Now this strong ancient demon was after me and I couldn't stop him. I could barely stop anyone. Lucius wants me dead as well. Now ready to hear him out, I looked over my shoulder. You're lucky that he isn't like Ethel. However, he isn't like any demon that you and I know or have run into. He is much more dangerous, now that he has pure blood in his veins. Pure blood? Is that possible? Yes. He's much stronger than Kira and any other ancient, he said. Your sire is helping him in destroying Deamhan and releasing the pure ones from limbo. Typical. I bit my lower lip in thought. Mentioning my sire's name was significant enough to bring me back to my sorrowful mood. After Ethel's death, Kira has never been the same, he said. Now, with that's going on, she's distant. She's hiding something from me, and with Silvanus gone, I have no idea how to find out what that is. Maris, you're the only other demon I trust. Lucius will come for you, and this time, there won't be anyone who can protect you. I stepped away from him. You came here to protect me. Just as I prepared myself to take another jab at his ridiculous reason for returning, he spoke again. I've always protected you. He held out his hand. You must come with me. I wanted to slip my own hand into his palm, but the idea of throwing myself back into that world made me refuse. No, not this time. You will be safe, I promise. If what you say is true, this Lucius will find me wherever I go. I stared at his extended hand, then looked into his eyes. Let him come. I don't care. Ayden smiled briefly. It wasn't a warm or comforting smile. I saw fear in his eyes. You are still headstrong. Can you blame me? He sighed. No, I can't. So go back and tell no one that you found me, I replied. Let me live whatever time I have left doing what pleases me. No, I will not leave you so easily like I did before. He placed his hand gently over my wrist. I won't make that same mistake again. I could have fought back and refused to go with him, but part of me yearned for his company. The pleasure of being around him once again, and knowing that he would do what he could to protect me, filled my entire body with a warm sensation. That had never happened before. Not even with Finley or Jessie. His cold skin rubbing against my own released a plethora of memories, both good and bad. However, it was the good that I paid close attention to, and the belief that I could create more enjoyable ones overshadowed my instinct to go and run the other way. Oh God, how everything came back so suddenly. I started to see images of Jessie all around me again. How much I missed his beautiful, angelic face. If I go with you, where will you take me? I asked him. Straight to the source, he replied. Minneapolis. Is that a good idea? Lucius is there, right? I questioned. And so is your sire. He placed his hands on my shoulders. You don't understand, Maris. He shook me while he spoke. It's up to us to stop this madness before it begins. This has been Maris. The Brotherhood Files. Written by Isaiyan Morrison.